from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know I went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave.
touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I
Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold fire.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There's gold fire.
历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归宿。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia, and again everybody, this is a day of hopes and dreams ending, and some of them are continuing. This is gonna be the last time that we're gonna be having the regular season. It has been 2 months since we started the WRLA, and this is gonna be the last time, and some teams are gonna be here for the last moment. We are gonna be your shoutcasters for today's matches for the Sunday special. My name is Dash, and I'm here with all the news.
10 long weeks, Dash. 10 long weeks, and now we
Super
have
long.
a very long day ahead of us, as well as we have 4 best of 3s, and we will also have, of course, the live draw. There will be matches that we will have today that will, pretty much give us, the last implication as to what is to expect come the upper bracket and the lower bracket as we look into the matchups of today, of course, starting off will be the civil war between Manila FL and Pasay NGX, followed by Thunder Talk, Trace Esports, KT.RY versus BRU.
Ooh.
And this is what we are talking about, right? JT and JDG will definitely have that last implication onto the standings.
Yeah, this is gonna be a placement match for the last match. Even the second match is gonna be one of those. Thunder Talk versus Trace Esports. They're fighting for the 7th or 8th place. Not really a lot of changes there, but it's still a placement matchup for both of these teams. So this is gonna be really fun. Look at this. Look at what we're talking about. Because the pointing systems are gonna be on your rightmost side of plus minus. So we are talking about JDG and JT. If JDG loses this match, EDG would skyrocket to the top 4 and would be on the upper bracket. So JDG needs to win this match in order to stay on the top 4.
Yeah, and that will definitely be a big boost to whoever team will land the top 4 spot, because if you are on the top 4, you start the playoffs on the upper bracket, which means that you basically have 2 lives, right? Meanwhile, if you're on the lower bracket, 1 loss means goodbye. On the other side, we have APAC, and we already have the playoffs secured, basically, for all the top 4 teams. KT.RY, BRU, NGX, and Naos will be playing on upper bracket, all of them, right? So it will be a double elimination type of thing for the playoffs of APAC. And again, the winner of the whole APAC thing will be facing against the winner of the whole Chinese CN conference playoffs for the grand finals that will happen come July.
Yeah, and those matchups for today, the first matchup of the day is going to be FL versus NGX. This is going to be an important matchup also for NGX if they want to stay in the 3rd or 4th place. It all comes down to who they want to fight, right? If they want to fight KT.RY or if they want to fight BRU, they need to win this on... and it all comes down to whoever wins or loses this. FL Adversity squad that is now out of the playoff stage, and NGX, they still are gonna be staying here. They win, they lose. It's all just placement for NGX.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I don't think they have a chance to reach the 2nd spot. But really, what's interesting in this last weighted matchup between FL and NGX is, of course, the new patch. And this is going to be the first time I'll be casting on patch 4.2. I've been preparing for patch 4.2. You know this, Dash. We've been spamming ranked games together. We've been studying the games and trying to really theorize as to what is to expect come patch 4.2, and now we are here on the last day of group stages. We're casting patch 4.2. We look over onto the team stats for both of the squads. You would see that, again, when talking about FL, although they don't have the best record, when it comes to the first 5 minutes of the game, they will still be able to trade things out, right? If they are to give out the dragon, they'll be taking the herald for themselves. And you look at the number, it's so consistent, 48% all across the board.
Yeah, consistency for FL, and from what we're seeing from NGX, they always have prioritized their referral. Right now in patch 4.2, that is a lot more valuable for most of our teams, just because of the fact that on 4 stacks on that plating, that's just 1 hit from the referral now, because of the way that it changes on the stats on the turrets. It's easier to just take it down and to snowball the game in your favor just by taking that first referral.
Oh, indeed, right? Like, to me, in the current state of the Red Herald, it's definitely going to really boost your gold total, especially on one specific lane. Again, looking at patch 4.2, I just have one word for it, right? It's super snowbally. Whoever gets the gold advantage, it will just, catapult them into the victory. We look into the head-to-head, and this is definitely very exciting because both of these gentlemen are fed up with AP carries. We saw an AP carry be played yesterday by KVG, but I don't think Danny and Demon Kite would settle for the AP carries, but would rather go for the Jins and the Kaisas of the game.
Yeah. And now with this, we have seen them really play well with a lot of the ADCs that we have on the roster, especially that Kaisa is really good. Jin is really good right now on 4.2. Maybe it'll change in 4.2A in where everybody is playing him right now, but it is still almost the same just because of the fact that only some of the champions in the meta have been nerfed. So we're gonna be seeing those champions in action and expecting, as they said, NGX has said that they're gonna be pulling out no stops on this game because they're picking some really interesting champions.
Yeah, like this is the day in where you can pick almost anything, right? Like I don't think we have seen any Twitch yet. And let me share you in a secret. Right?
Yeah.
Like, Twitch to me is my favorite champion on ARAM mode. Main reason being is because Collector does a proc on damage over time, which doesn't make sense, right? Like if you are on damage over time, which basically is the kit of the Twitch, right? You are poisoned. Collector would be able to proc, and so I've been securing quadra kills, triple kills on Twitch. Even on Rand, I'm using Collector just because of damage over time trick. So to all viewers out there, if you haven't tried, Collector does work on damage over time, on spells, even on AP champions. It's not, the best goal value out there, but it's definitely fun to play.
Yeah, if ever you're gonna go for... I have seen it in action because recently people have been picking up a lot of Kai'Sas and Jins, and I always, most of the time whenever they pick that, I pick the Varus against them. Then just build Collector first, then go full AP. Then that almost destroys them before they even reach the lowest threshold of their HP, and they get collected every time, which is why people have been loving the Collector, even on some champions like you where you don't really expect to actually put the Collector in. Renekton with Collector, I've only seen that from Autolus, but it actually works when you snowball the game.
Yeah, let's go over to the stage 2. Let's listen in to the host.
现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。常规赛来到了最后一天，经过47个比赛日的激烈角逐，季后赛的晋级名额已经尘埃落定，但是精彩的战斗仍未腾息。今天的首场对决呢，将由马尼拉 Final 战队率先对阵 Pasay NGX 战队。那么双方将会以怎样的方式完美收官自己的常规赛呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Flag Asia 1. Here's Michelle. The regular season has come to the last day, and after the 47 days of the tight competition, our qualification for the playoff has been settled down, but the battle never stopped. So how do they end up with their last performance on the regular season? We're gonna have the Manila Final versus Pasay Enigma Galaxy, so we can take a look at their last performance on the regular season. 那么接下来呢，我们的双方战队已经准备就绪了，让我们一起进入到精彩的对局当中吧。Now all the players are getting ready. Let's dive into the wild.
Breathe non-stop, fight non-stop, dare to go wild.
What's going on, brothers? Can't even say a few words when you meet us? Since you cannot speak, you will be beaten in silence.
Wait, I don't think that's personal. I really feel, all the pro players that we do have here in the Philippines are friends with each other, so...
Yeah.
And also, every time that I see Draw sending him message, I just cannot help but smile, right? Like the guy is inherently good, kind. I don't know what else I have to describe the person. Like fun to be with for sure, right?
Yeah, I really feel that this guy Draw is really fun to be with when you're really good friends with them. That's why I always have fun whenever he's the one talking in the camera. He always has the spiciest takes every time. But again, everybody, this is gonna be the 1v1s. We're gonna be seeing who's gonna be taking the first side as usual. Is this gonna be the last time that we're gonna be seeing it? Because I don't think it's gonna be the same for the playoffs.
We'll have to double check that bit with our production team, but I won't mind. Right? At the end of the day, like especially on playoffs, if you have been practicing the 1v1s all throughout the group stages, I just don't think it's necessary to take it away from the playoffs. And the fact that we have best of 5s, best of 7s waiting for us come playoffs, all those 1v1s will be a lot more serious. So it's really going to be very exciting as we look into the last 1v1 by Fennel and NGX. Sorry, by Fennel specifically. They will be sending over their captain, the Dragon Laner, in Danny. And this is basically his patch, right? Like we've been saying, we've been putting on notice that Demon Kite and Danny has been one of the or two of the best marksman players that we have from the Philippines, and now it's a time for them to show off.
Yeah, it's been a year of not having
2
marksman.
years,
be
maybe.
played. 2 years, yeah, 2 years of not having marksman in the game. Always Ziggs, always the Morgana back then, even the Lux, and now the Zoe comes into play. But now it's their time. It's their time to use what they're really comfortable with and what they use whenever they play their own ranked games. And I would love to see that in action. But here also in the 1v1s, it's all ADCs, it's all Dragon Lane champions. And I want to see something different from Illusion.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, just run away the Illusion. There are 2 bans on each side, and I won't be surprised if both the teams have talked it out off stage and just wanted to agree on a specific 1v1 champion. We saw it often during the first few weeks of WRLA, but has now dwindled down, especially with the playoffs race tightening. Now that the playoffs has already been set, maybe it's time to bring back the fun in all this. And so, you know what? I just want to see Twitch. I know that we have seen Twitch in a 1v1 scenario, but I feel, in the 5v5s, we have been missing out on Twitches. So maybe this is the day in where we will be seeing Twitch.
Yeah, I think I have seen a lot of Twitch in the jungle recently. And
yeah,
so far, even though that it's the most peculiar pick that you can see, it's actually working. The weird part, it does work, because it's easy to gank when you have the invisibility. Then you just easily gank at level 2 after you get your first buff.
Yeah.
That's why people have been picking up the Twitch, and its win rate is right there. It's just sad that 4.28 it's going to be nerfed, but it works in 4.2.
It is indeed, one of those champions that I really love to play right now, especially in his current state, right? Like, just the fact that Contaminate, the 3rd skill of Twitch, does not have any cast range, and I can just pop it off from a mile away, is just absurd.
It's easy to stack too, the passive. That's why it's ridiculous. Whenever you throw the cast, after that you just get full stacks instantly, and that's why it really has a lot of value whenever you use the 3rd skill, and that's why it's a headache to deal with whenever they go full AP.
It is very squishy though. That is for sure, right? Like, one combo from my patented Renekton, and that's an easy goodbye to Twitch. Full notice to everyone, I've been spamming Renekton, especially in its current state. In patch 4.2, Ruthless Predator, when enraged, does have the ability to cancel out all the shields, all those annoying shields from the opponents. So yeah, like, those shield bows are not really helping them a lot. Like, we all know that Immortal Shield Bow is basically your lifeline, triggering some shields to negate all those assassinations. But against the Renekton,
it's not gonna work.
Not really that effective.
That's why. What's really great about this, though, the reason why Jin is also meta is because he's also a great Serpent's Fang user. Because of the Immortal Shield Bow, Jin's value just skyrocketed up there just because of that fact. And even here, when we see Jin, people have been picking up a lot of armor penetration just because of the fact that he can do it. Like, Jin is really good.
True, you have like 2 lethality items or 2 armor penetration items that can immediately make an impact in the Collector, and of course and of course Serpent's Fang. But we're looking at this 1v1. The 1v1 that you dreaded to see is now going to join us. Danny is more on the safe side, right? Like, Exhaust and Flash. Ooh,
Flash and Exhaust in the first battle, though. Not even popping it at this early. They even have the barrier. Look at Aaron just winning this early fight just because he had the Ignite and the barrier. One more shot. Good thing he has no Flash.
Yeah, well, he has to go back now. Just that trade was definitely very beneficial to Aaron, but you look at the state of the wave, I think he will be missing out at least 2 minions, and that's
a lot.
Yeah, it's not
he
just
lost 3.
He lost 3. It's not just the gold, right? It's also the experience that will be on the advantage by Aaron. And if you have the XP advantage in this 1v1 scenario, you'll have earlier access to level 3, wherein the Lucian is definitely very deadly.
Yeah. That's why I'm really loving this though. I am kind of looking up champions who can really utilize Essence Reaver just from the get-go. When I saw the effect of Essence Reaver, Lucian is one of those champions that could really make use of the Essence Reaver. I think he's one of the only champions who could use Essence Reaver, other than maybe if you want a really weird build on Corki, but Trinity Force is still way better on Corki. That's why until now people have been experimenting a lot on where to use most of the items.
I read something about Essence Reaver on Reddit and as to why it's really hard to find its perfect match. It's not like Trinity Force, it's not like Shin, that you basically have the advantage on hit. Because if so, like it will be very busted on the likes of Rengar, right? Like it will just be easily abused by all those champions that can get on hit. Oh, hold on. Now Danny is actually enjoying some advantages just by that recall. This is like the second recall that Aaron has done in a row. Feels like he's really feeling the pressure because he knows that the summoner by Danny is up, and you know, having that flash advantage definitely would be able to help him secure that one kill. So that's like how many backs that we've seen in this 1v1. It's not very common, but man, they just want to make sure that, you know, all those cheater recalls will be on their side.
I'm really surprised that Aaron went for the Executioner's Calling for the first item. I mean, it's a good item value, but no. Wait a second. Is Aaron
lagging? I think so. Yep, one more hit. Oh, barrier.
Oh, he actually survives though. Never mind. That's a great relentless pursuit from Danny, and that's gonna be the first kill.
It is indeed the first skill, and I think this is already a decided matchup, right? Danny's not going to use the calling on to clear the minion wave, which is interesting. I don't think he has the mana, I guess.
Doesn't have mana, yeah.
Yeah. But basically what I would do here is to just clear out the wave and then just have a safer recall, especially with no cannon minions here. Oh, okay.
Those pops the ignite. That's why he actually didn't use the calling. It's because he wanted to go for a fight against Danny. Uses the piercing light, could go and run with the relentless pursuit, has the calling by himself, and I think Danny's gonna be dead here. One more pursuit and he could be dead. Yeah,
I think that's too greedy by Danny to try to trade with Aaron, knowing that Aaron just got back from base, and of course the item advantage will definitely be on Aaron's side. Now Danny will suffer a lot of losses just because of that. Aaron will be able to get some tower plates, and we all know that tower plates in this duel amounts to 300 gold per plate, so it's just a very big boost. And now we are almost even, 5k to 4.8k. Effectively, this now comes down to, you know, execution, because whoever gets that first tap in will definitely win this 1v1.
People have always been forgetting the value of plated steel caps, right? Because most of the time, people always just default to go Mercury Treads. But in 1v1s, it's really good. Because the amount of basic attack damage that you really take down
10%,
from that passive is just, it's really big if you think about it. And now, looking at it, even if Aaron doesn't have any lifesteal, it's actually working in his favor. That's just going to be hitting him hard just because the minions were there at him.
Yeah, and now Danny does have the flash advantage. He will be spotting Aaron, recalling, and cheeky.
Wait, he got stopped.
Okay, got
by
cancelled.
the cannon minion.
Now Danny does have the advantage, right? He still has flash, so he can combine it with all his skill set to really get that winning kill. Again, first to 2 kills is the goal in this 1v1 scenario.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming from Danny. And when he got the Vampiric Scepter, it also makes him a lot more effective on this long drag-on fights. And I think, on the other hand, Aaron would go... Wait, he's not going for Vampiric Scepter himself. He's just going for the Stinger.
Most likely to go for Solari Charge Blade. I just don't think Trinity Force is an effective buy in a 1v1.
So expensive.
Yeah, it is indeed very expensive. Solari would help out the crit, which I don't think he has a lot, to be honest. Like, that's the only crit item if ever. But maybe Nashers? What do you think?
Maybe. The only thing, the reason why I think this is going to be good is because calling has been used by Danny, flashing in. One relentless pursuit could be the death of him, and he was able to get it.
Yeah.
That's the
He
1v1.
He just knows. He just knows. Under the tower, doesn't mind. And just goes for the kill. And that is the advantage to the side of Funnel. They will have side selection. Again, looking at the starting five, most notably, we are not seeing Chaz, their most recent acquisition. They went back to their original five of Ryuken in the Baron lane. So, yeah, it will still be the story about this guy, right? Like about the marksman. It will be between Danny and Demon Kite, which are two of the most exciting Dragon Laners that we have in the game right now. It will just be very exciting as to what they will pick up.
Using side, I would love to know what are they gonna pick. I think Final Adversity would go to the red side if ever, because so far, whenever someone wins on the duels, they always expect to just go for the red side, just because of the fact that most of the time the first pick is gonna be a Gragas anyway if it's not banned. That's why they just go to the second side, pick up the Nautilus, and pick up a Kaisa maybe.
Like, those are definitely the two champions that we are looking for. We haven't seen a lot of Zaya's, which really is a bit
surprising, right? Yeah.
Because I really think, Zaya is one of those champions that will really dominate the marksman meta, just because of how independent the champion pick is. Especially with the fact that you can combine it with a Recon and basically win your lane from that, right? Like, there was just one time that it was picked. It was by Cerberus Esports, and it ended up in a loss. Well, it was against a Jin anyway, so it's kind of hard to win against the state of Jin right now, which is basically one of the best champions in the game.
Yeah, and also one of the reasons why Zaya is a good pick is because she is good against Kaisa. Because Kaisa doesn't have a lot of range, and Zaya really works on champions that doesn't have a lot of range. Melee champions, and Kaisa, for example, a Vayne maybe, just because her Blade Caller would hit a lot harder, or at least would hit a lot more accurate on those champions. And I was expecting Zaya to be meta, but so far people haven't been picking her a lot.
Maybe come playoffs, right? Like by playoffs, people will start to realize that having that Blade Storm, regardless of the situation, will definitely help you a lot, especially as we progress into a patch in where we will see a lot more Kazakhs, a lot more assassins try to engage on the primary target. And again, just having that insurance is definitely going to be huge, especially knowing that, as marksman, you basically want to have more damage, as much damage as possible. And Blade Storm kind of replaces the stasis, or the necessity of stasis right away. Anyway, we go into the draft here, and immediately Enigma Galaxy bans away Akali, which is a threat to the marksman, and is taking away the Varus, which is one of the best champions by Danny.
Yeah, and one of the things that I love about patch 4.2 are the champions that had bigger values now, just because of the marksman meta. Assassins being way stronger, Jax being good, which is what we have been trashing on Jax since the start of this tournament, but now he's actually good.
He's indeed a very good state, and just because of Counter-Strike, right? Like the ability to dodge a lot of skills. We haven't seen a lot of Yasuo's, which is also one of the best counters to double marksman composition. Even the Shinjao is also a very relevant pick. But right away, Enigma Galaxy does not hesitate, goes for the Kaisa, which would get answered by the Jin. Right? Like, there's no reason for you not to pick the
Surely, it's gonna be a Jin getting picked up, because honestly, when you have a Jin, go Serpent's Fang, go Collector for the second item, or even Infinity Edge, it's gonna be okay. But because it's against a Kaisa, it's way more effective, because for sure she's gonna use the Immortal Shield Bow. Second pick Shen, I'm surprised about this, because there's a Renekton looming around that NGX could pick up.
Yeah, like right now, you have to expect that NGX is now planning to go for the Renekton. That Enraged Ruthless Predator really basically decimates all shields on the opposing side. It's a lot more conditional, because again, as a Renekton, you kind of want to start your combo with the Ruthless Predator, but Enigma Galaxy just wants to go back and deny the Wukong from Trevor as well. If they are expecting Ryuken to pilot the Shen, by picking away the Wukong, it gives them a lot of flexibility with their draft, and now it is set in stone that this Wukong is most likely going to the hands of Aaron or Hyde. Nautilus.
That's gonna hurt.
A lot of shields. Dude.
Yeah, and that's why the only thing that I see here for NGX, that's why they pick out the Kha'Zix, because they need the Serpent's Fang user.
Of course.
And the perfect one is gonna be the Kha'Zix on their side. So I'm really looking forward for them to ban, at least on the side of Fennel, to ban the Renekton so that the shields cannot be just nullified from the Renekton. I do hope in the future we get something like that, like what Renekton has right now. Maybe they give Blitzcrank his own static field that takes up all the shields in the future, so that you can really negate this types of plays in where you just buff up an ADC with a lot of shields.
Or just give us an AP item that takes away the shield, also known as Shadow Flame, right? Like, because like to me right now, the shields is in a very good state right now that it's almost a necessity to have at least one Serpent's Fang user. I mean, you look into not just here in competitive, but also in our ranked games, the value that Serpent's Fang gives you. 2,800 gold. It's very cheap compared to other options, and the value that it gives you early game, mid game, and even late game, if your opponent has a lot of shields, just gives you a lot of avenue to really do damage. Jax and Shenjiao has been banned away by Enigma Galaxy, which brings us to Fennel with their last picks. It is most likely going to be Trevor, or is this like a Shen support? Because it is also a possibility, right? Like, we all know that Shen can also be played in the support role with the Nautilus going over to the jungle. But I think they have to round up their composition with another marksman, just to have another damage source to the side of Fennel. Maybe a Quirky would do best, especially on Acker.
Ooh, this is what I want to see, though. Aaron back to the Seraphine. This is going to be good. If you have a lot of champions that really go in, Seraphine is just good against those types of champions. She doesn't have a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because they have a Kai'Sa anyway. So it is going to be okay. Win rate is 100% with ban 0 and pick 0. I think it's just point something. That's why it's 0%.
Yeah, okay.
That's why it's rounded off to the lowest. Maybe. Just
no, I don't think so. Like,
why is it 100% then?
Yeah, it was picked one time by Aaron. That is one thing I'm sure. And this is basically the double enchanter setup, an all-in composition to provide Demon Kite all the buffs that he needs to really pop off. Now we look into the other side, and Twisted Fate was their answer. Do you agree with Fennel's decision to go with Twisted Fate? They are basically trying to maximize all the global ultimates that we have in the game. They were trying to hover over to on the side of Galio, right? Like, they want to catch people off guard on the side lane, but I think with NGX, they kind of want to stick together, right? Like, they have a Seraphine, they have a Karma, and so what they want to do is to go for 4-1 or maybe even 5-man squad to really secure objectives after objectives.
I think it's like an homage to the first season of Wild Rift, in where Twisted Fate and Galio were the must picks just because of their ultimates and they're just easy to pull off, right? And now when you have a Shen, that just takes off the need for a Galio, because Galio right now has a lot more cooldown, and I think a Shen would just do way better.
Yeah.
That's why they have just picked this up. Twisted Fate usually is not a good pick, but against this composition, I believe it's good.
And plus the fact that, one of the most often disregarded ability by the Twisted Fate is to detect stealthed units, which just she is on this Kha'Zix does have the ability to go stealthed. Kai'Sa also does have stealth. Wukong also have stealth. So all three champions does have stealth. It can easily get detected by Destiny. But Destiny is actually one of those ultimates that has a longer cooldown that should be, right? Like, you look into the top side though, oh man, this is a disaster. Right away, Demon Kite and draw. And we have been saying how big of a snowbally all these games are on patch 4.2. Getting tower plates really puts them in a very good state early game.
You know what? I'm really
Who
surprised
plays?
in how people have been playing this meta right now. People have been playing this supports. Oh, Dredgeline's gonna hit. Horizon would be able to do some damage. But back to my point, people have always been rotating their ADCs on the top laner just to bully them in the early game and just get extra gold or maybe get 2 playthings out of it. And it has been really smart so far because weak side laners on, for example, if that was a Renekton, if that was someone who could dominate lane, they could just get taken down early.
Yeah, that's it. And plus the fact that even if the jungler shows up at level 2 doesn't really provide any much threat, right? Like especially as a Shen, right? So right now at least Fennel was able to respond into the aggression that NGX did show up, although advantage definitely on tempo was on NGX side.
Dredgeline was able to hit. Fourth shot was able to get used by Danny. He needs to really reload before he goes in for another one. Horizon left alone here in 2v1. He's going to be losing a lot of HP, but it is really good just because of the fact that he's tanky at this point.
Yeah, advantage towards the side of Fennel, right? If another hook lands onto any member of NGX, that could be like the death sentence that is needed. Oh, good dodge by Demon Kite. What mechanics?
Yeah, great dodge. He just hugged the wall.
Yeah.
And Horizon just wasn't able to hit the dredge line there. Now, with this bit of an advantage, whenever you have a low HP support, it is going to be hard for you to really go for an engage.
Oh my, just
flashing in, goes in for the hold, and that is Danny. What? Almost getting the kill there, but they got another hook. He's reloading, he has a bit of time. Demon Kite falls down, reloaded just in time.
Again, in the 2v2 skirmish, crowd control is king, especially when the Karma was pushed away. Draw needed to flash away from the engage, and Danny did not really have enough damage thanks to the bone plating, right? The bone plating was key in at least making sure that he will live 1 HP, and in this re-engage by Horizon is just so easy to do. Demon Kite wanted to have that execute and getting that passive proc, but just cheap. Oh, indeed. A very fast response by Fennel. Trevor is there to save his compatriot. But again, just going back into that play, had it been that the Void Seeker did connect, that would have been a return kill by Demon Kite.
Yep. And so far in the competition, I have been liking the more non-carry junglers that we have in the tournament. For example, someone like Trevor, who has been really good whenever you're playing Vi, whenever you're playing Shen, just because of the fact that he doesn't need to carry anymore. Because right now, ADCs are just way better and they can carry the game by themselves. And that's why most of the non-carry junglers, for example, Datan in KBG, I like his playstyle now just because of this meta.
Yeah, and again, just going back to the amateur days of Fennel, where they were called Fennel Adversity or Adversity during that time, right? I've been casting them for like 2 years now. And it has always been Danny at the forefront of everything, right? Like, he will be able to carry on the marksman. On the top side, though,
yeah, Ryzen too aggressive. That damage coming from Justy was enough to really take him down. Twisted Fate's gonna be here. Has the Destiny gonna be stunning one target. Justy was able to dodge a bit. Not gonna get holded. Will be able to run away, but no. He run at the wrong direction, and that's Fennel taking 2 kills on the board.
What punish by Fennel, right? Like, just going all in on one side, investing 2 ultimates or just 1 ultimate, plus the fact that Trevor was there to help out, right? Like, just a very good and decisive way to dive. Hide, even though we did say that, you know, a Wukong is one of the hardest champions to dive, it doesn't matter. He was able to get a return kill though. But again, all those all-ins coming from the Twisted Fate, coming from the Shen, was enough to get 2 more kills to the side of Fennel. And again, we've been singing praises of Danny being able to carry on the marksman. Now that he has the Collector 2-0 in 1 as well, he's definitely on the top side.
Yeah, and that is gonna be a gank onto Hyde. Was just able to run away with a decoy. And looking at what Danny's building, Coalfield's Warhammer, that's a for sure Serpent's Fang that he's gonna be looking at for a second item. And now Rip Hurl priority for NGX. Everybody's already here. Want to already start it. It's gonna be a full-on 5v5 fight. Trevor on the front line. It's gonna be hard for them to go in. They're gonna go in with the killer instinct right there. Knock up onto the back line. Hyde was able to do a lot of space for the team. And that's gonna be members right now. Super low in HP. Wind Slash is not gonna be helpful in NGX. Just was able to win this fight on the Rip Hurl. But now, Trevor wants to try to steal, but it is a bit too late.
I just don't think Acro expected the damage coming from the Seraphine and all the members of NGX. Like, I don't think he was even able to throw away his card. Let's look into that replay. Acker, again, on the Twisted Fate. He had the position to provide support from the backside. But immediately, he just got burned down by Hyde's second Cyclone. I mean, we look into this. Acker on core, connecting onto him. Gold card on top of his head. Not even able to throw it. Just cemented that win.
That damage coming from Danny, that's going to be scary. Aaron needs to dodge this. The forward shot has been very deadly for a lot of teams. Now Ocean Drake is up. Fennel is in position to actually just take this.
Okay. Right, a 1-for-1 objective. We did say that Fennel knows how to trade objectives. Free 5 minutes. There is a Cyclone available, I believe. Oh!
Use up all their skills.
Oh no!
Decoy, and that's gonna be a knock up onto 4, and this is gonna be good. On the back line, he's gonna die. Hyde's gonna fall down. Rice is gonna be next. That's a good dancing grenade. Was able to take him down, and NGX are waiting on this dragon, but Fennel is gonna back away from it.
That's a 2-for-2, right? Like we've been saying that, you know, in this lineup of NGX, if they group up as 5, they're so hard to win against, right? Like, they have the Seraphine heals, shields, they have the Karma, Transcendent Embrace as well. And now Trevor will try to eke out this dragon. This is very scary though, and very risky as well.
Yeah, no Kha'Zix just yet. It's gonna take a lot of time for them to go in. Encore's not gonna hit. Aaron is a tad bit too late on that Encore and too far away. Now with Fennel, I think they want to go to gank for the bot lane. We're seeing NGX trying to go in. They have another one. They might be able to get the Cyclone. Gets the kill really fast. And Fennel is now left on the tower. Draw is just in front of everybody. But with this curtain call, that's going to force him back away. That's going to be the dredge line. Not enough damage. Arisen might die in the process. Stasis is going to be used, but they have the shielding coming in from their side. And Trevor is just not going to be dealing enough. Look at them. Hyde was able to get into the back line, was able to get more. That's another Cyclone pushing them up in the air. Wind Slash is not going to be helpful. Ryuken, he was able to get one, but not enough. NGX just wins again.
Yeah, no one dived on the side of NGX. Hyde has been so good this game, right? All his Cyclones has been hitting multiple members and surviving at the end of it all. It's just the cupcake on top. We'll look into that replay once again. You look at Hyde, he will be able to really get all those damage onto his decoy because his decoy was in front of everybody, and right, all those shots coming from the curtain call was easily negated. The ring gauge coming from Hyde was just so beautiful, and again, we have been saying that NGX's struggles on the top side has been very well documented. Well, not in this game. Hyde has been performing so good.
NGX. Hyde has been confident on this fight and has always been using the Cyclones onto the right targets, and this is where the value of the Wukong just is, and that's why right now Fennel, with the amount of damage that they have in this composition, it's not enough because the only one they have is going to be Danny. That's going to be the hole coming in with the dredge line. Draw is going to get knocked up, but no kills are happening. On their side, Curtain Call is going to be there. 4 shot is going to be deadly here. 1 shot is not going to be able to reach, and that Encore is not going to be able to get the damage on Acker, but Arisen is in front. Danny's going to be able to flash away. 4 shot is at the ready, but they have Trevor here to go for the shields. Aaron flashes in, but the damage is enough, and just she is just going to go into the tower. Ryuken is left alone on this members of NGX. But again, Fennel loses 4 members.
Yeah, that's 1 for 4. You cannot get done.
You can beat that though. Ryuken is trying his best to do something, but it is not going to happen against 4 members.
It's an unofficial ace, right? Like, that's 5 members going down to the aggression of NGX. Again, NGX is just out-microing Fennel at this point, right? Like, at this point, Horizon was the first to act, and they thought that they had enough damage, but no, Acker was not in the position to really dish out that beautiful gold card onto the primary target Raw right now. And just as soon as Justy smells blood, we all know that his Kha'Zix is so scary at this point in the game.
Really fed, has a lot of items. NGX is just set for life with a very well-fed Kha'Zix. And right now, NGX is just taking over the map with what we're seeing. It is going to be 3 towers down, and they are just taking over their jungler. Now that they have vision on the top side, they're just going to be taking this bot lane turret.
It's just super snowbally like this game. 10 minutes in, 8k goal lead already, and now NGX wants to press more advantage.
Yeah, They need to really start this fight right now, and Trevor can't do it alone. He doesn't need to Shadow Dash because he still has to stand united the top side though. 1v1 against Hyde. Make it to 2v1 because here comes the Shadow Dash, and Danny gets the kill. And now they have another fight in the mid lane. Encore gonna be used, was able to hit them too with the beat drop, holding them down. And Fennel just lost one more member, another 1-for-1.
Again, we look back into the draft, the value of this Twisted Fate. There was just once that I thought that, this Twisted Fate was a very good pick, and that was the gank on the top side, right? Outside of that, it's been so problematic for them, right? Trevor is wanting to get executed. Alright, gets executed, but that's a lot of death timers. And we all know, in the current patch, death timers are longer, and so all those skills really puts a dent onto your tempo. And gives the other side the advantage, regardless of it being an execute or not. And again, just going back to my point, this was a Fate pickup. I believe, there could have been other options. I know that, Fennel wanted to really suppress NGX, but then again, they are so prepared in all those engages coming from Fennel.
Ooh, they're going to go for an engagement. Hyde doesn't have any vision. He's probably dead here, even with his Cyclone. Decoys away. Golden Set to get some HP, but the Ignite on his head. He's dead.
But that's a lot of time that he was able to buy his team, and now NGX is in the position to go for the Infernal Dragon. Just cheat.
Yeah. Goes to that charge. Is going to be holding down with a Shadow Dash. They need to get another Golden Death. That's the 5-man Transcendent Embrace, and that is Horizon dead in the waters. Perfect again from NGX.
Did you see that? It's picture perfect, everybody.
Wow.
That's a Transcendent Embrace, followed up by the Encore. Karma, Seraphine doing work in patch 4.2. NGX now going to open up the map. This is a shielded Nexus. Can they end this?
12 minutes in the game, with a lot of members and one dead. I'm sure they can end this. Another teleport is going to come in. They might be able to get this. The HP is going to fall down, and that is it. That was too close.
I just hope, just all my teammates and RGs can also recognize the fact that, Shielded Nexus really does not do a thing against 4 or 5 members, and NGX just knows their damage capabilities and all the sustains. And again, what a way to cement that win. That Transcendent Embrace donut into one big slice of pie going into your faces. The double crowd control composition. This 5v5 composition is really working wonders for NGX, and one of the counters that I know was good to go against this composition is the Gragas, because basically you destroy the formation, you isolate one member, and you take away their capability to really win the 5v5. But there was no Gragas, it was Nautilus, it was the Shen, which is basically not really going to isolate anyone, right? And so that's a very big win by NGX, and that it also goes to show how practiced they are in this particular composition.
Yeah, and also one of the problems with Fennel's composition here, yes, they have the damage capabilities coming in from Riven and even the Jhin, but most of the time the reason why Jhin is an effective champion, especially on your rank games, is because someone DPSs for the Jhin. The value of Jhin really goes up whenever there's a low HP target, because the curtain call, if the 4th shot from the curtain call, the 4th shot from his basic attack just becomes way better if someone is really low. But if you can't do that per se, Jhin would have a lot of problems taking down high HP members on the other side.
Yeah, our head-to-head has been a dragon lane. Although one may say that Danny was able to do good in this game, it was the other members of NGX that really stole the show, right? Like, you have the Seraphine, you have Draw, and of course you have Hyde that has been soaking a lot of damage. Like, hopefully, I was just hoping that there will at least be a way for us to detect how many damage the decoy was able to tank, because there were like 2 ultimates in one dragon fight that the decoy was able to absorb, right, including the death charge by Horizon. And there was another fight in where his decoy was in front of everybody, and the curtain call wasn't doing a thing. And again, this Wukong has provided a lot of value to the side of NGX. Who needs Renekton if you can play Wukong that well?
Yeah, and the yellow card has always been I mean, the decoy has always been absorbing the yellow card too, which is why honestly it's such a great play coming in from Hyde. I'm not gonna be sure if he's gonna be taking MVP. I think just because of the amount of damage, I think it's gonna be going to Demon Kai for sure. But it was such a great performance from Hyde this game.
I think it's Aaron though. Like, you have to give it to Aaron. His encore is there you go.
Right.
It's I mean
the encores were perfect, right?
The encores were perfect. Okay, the very first win, team fight win by NGX on the Rift Herald side was the encore hitting 3 members and canceling out Acker right away, right? And then right afterwards, the wombo combo on the bot lane, on the dragon fight that basically cemented the win for NGX. That was a clean performance by them, and what a showing by all the members of NGX.
Would love to see that again if ever they're going to be picking up the Seraphine or maybe even a champion that could really go for engages like that, especially against a Shen composition. But again, that was just game 1, everybody. We still have game 2. Don't go away. We're just going to be taking a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action.
We're back! 40 seconds early, everybody, and we're going to Game 2 as early as it can get. NGX versus Fennel. We're still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Ash, and I'm here with Otlus, and let's go to the pick and bans.
Right, and if you missed the action from game number 1, it was so quick, was so decisive. NGX dismantles Fennel with their Seraphine Karma composition, the double utility augmenting Demon Kite's damage potential, and the MVP goes to none other than Aaron with all those beautiful encores. Now we go over to game number 2, and Enigma still is on the same side, NGX still on blue.
I think I've seen a lot of teams, especially in League of Legends PC, where a single encore just changed the whole the whole game and was able to snatch a win against the enemy team just because of a Seraphine that people don't really expect a lot. And I'm seeing it right now. Aaron just did a solid with those encores coming in from that Seraphine. But with the same bans that we're seeing, we're not going to be seeing a Gragas getting picked, but they are just securing Heights Wukong here.
Yeah, so the Gragas has been banned away again by Fennel. So if Nigma Galaxy ever decides to go for the same composition, it's just so hard to isolate people now. Now Fennel will get their hands over to the Kaisa, which means that Nigma Galaxy will be the one to play the Jhin, right? Like that's the way to go, right? Like you pick one, I pick the other. And again, like when talking about both this champions, I really think that Kaisa has the one up, at least in patch 4.2. In patch 4.2a, I think they're very much even.
Yep. And also with this though, with what we're seeing, if Yumi's gonna get picked here, there's a big chance that I'm gonna be seeing Azeri too. Because most champions that really don't expect Azeri to be strong against are champions with a lot of shields. And this too are those champions. It might be a Jhin, it might be Azeri.
And we are back.
Seraphine?
Is this a Vayne? Is this a Vayne angle coming from NGX? Because they are daring Fennel to just ban away the Jhin. And I just don't think the Jhin is like the best champion to get enchanted by the Lulu and Seraphine. And so, you know, in my opinion, it is Demon Kite asking TG, asking Vansu, let me play the Vayne.
Are they actually gonna play the Vayne? Because I'll be honest with you, on 4.2, Vayne is not the best champion. But if it's Demon Kite playing it, sure, I'll take that. I'll take that.
The dude has been playing Vayne even prior to patch 4.2.
Yep.
They
banned the Zeri.
They banned the Zeri. They banned the Zeri. Those are the two champions. The Hyper Game, maybe even the Jinx, right? I know that you don't like Jinx as a champion.
Maybe right now I don't like Jinx, but maybe in the future, in where I don't know. I just don't know if Jinx is viable dispatch in 4.2.
Right. It is indeed, especially with the Lulu though. Like, although one thing to take away from all these bans by Fennel, by taking away the Zeri, by taking away the Kha'Zix, there is really no Serpent's Fang user to really negate all those shields coming from Fennel. And the Shen being open, I think, you know, this is an angle in where Fennel would go for the Galio and the Shen at the same time and just go all in on Danny, right? Like this is the all-in composition that we often see with WBG. So
you're gonna give this to Acker? Then oh my. Okay, they're gonna go for Jinx as you said.
Pow.
What? Really?
Yeah,
okay.
Like, the dude is strong, man. Like, in patch 4.2, you just go Shield Bow, you go Phantom Dancer, IE next. It's just so easy to 1v9. I tell you, trust me.
The only problem I have with her is because it takes a long time for her damage to be relevant. Because most of the time, crit champions really need like 2 or 3 items to be really strong, compared to a Jhin and Kaisa, who is also good until mid-game, as long as they get their first and second item. That's why I'm kind of afraid of this pick. But if you have an Olaf and a Wukong, it's not going to be a problem then.
Right. And also a Lulu as well, that basically accelerates your attack speed by a whole lot, right? Like this Lulu is the only thing that, you know, makes Jinx go wild, extra wild, right? Like without the Lulu, I just don't think that Jinx is the best champion, best carry champion in the game. She is definitely one of the best hyper carries that we do have, just because of the rage advantage that you get on your first skill, and the self deal option with the second skill and third skill. But then again, you know, I've seen a lot of carry clips by the Jinx. I know that I sent you one. It was tweeted by Stewards, in where the Jinx just went ultra crazy, right? Ultra insane. And so I expect to see the same result.
What is this I'm seeing? They're laughing. Because when we saw the draft, they had the Galio, they had the Nautilus, then they have a Yuumi.
Yeah.
They're really going all in to Danny carrying the game, right? So I'm really surprised at that. And NGX was, oh wow. I think they have a a more well-rounded draft just because of this.
The race the Danny composition, right? Like,
yeah.
Is it really going to a point in where Danny would be able to outmaneuver every single damage threat coming from NGX? Because it's just going to be a lot harder to do, especially with the big AoEs from Hyde, from Aaron, and also Just Chi on this Olaf. This is the new and rework Olaf, and we've been discussing about this champion for quite some time now, trying to really think if it will ever become viable in a competitive meta. And well, NGX is daring to show it right now. Okay, so the 2v2 is definitely on the side of Fennel right now.
Yeah, especially if it's against a utility champion too. Yuumi has just way better damage and also better laning. And when you're fighting against a Jinx, it makes it way easier. If this was a Nautilus, maybe they could have a really good opposing threat in the bot lane, but because it's also a utility support, a Ryzen and Dan is just gonna have a happy day in the bot lane.
Yeah. And I think with the current state of Fennel's composition, I just don't think, Serpent's Fang is definitely a necessity because the shields will always be there anyway, right? Like,
yep.
And I think that's the rationale in where NGX has this. Oh no, this 1v1 is definitely on the side of Ryuken though. And this is definitely. Oh.
Okay, flashing in, goes in for the hold. Aaron is dead mid lane. First
Fennel gets the early game advantage, contrary to what happened to game number 1 in where NGX's Cheese was able to win them. Some tower plates on the top side, and now that Draw does not really have a way to poke out champions using the Lulu, it's basically a very even bot lane. As we look into the replay, just very easy to execute, right? Like a Galio plus a Nautilus against a defenseless Seraphine. It's so hard to watch.
Yeah, you know what? I don't really have anything to say about compositions that are easy to pull off. If it works, then it works.
That's been the name of the game, especially in recent times, right? The more simplified your draft is. We've seen successes from Fennel, we've seen success from Naos in where they just want to go for that press ult to win composition, especially with the prominence of Vi and all that.
Yep.
And now we are seeing the same thing for Fennel's side, although right now, like, their only damage source being Danny and of course Ryuken. Is it going to be enough against the lineup of NGX is the question.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the problems, because remember, they have 2 utility supports, and it's gonna be hard for them to just take down, especially even Hyde in the top lane. But just
planning something,
waiting for Ryuken to go in. Undertow is gonna be used. I think Ryuken is smelling something here. He knows that whatever is gonna come, he's aware of it.
Yeah, and there's like a big gap on the top side. You look at the experience advantage by Ryuken, and this is so hard to watch if you're Hyde. Finally, he goes level 5, and so he will be able to at least have the same level of threat against Ryuken. But you can see that at least in the first 3 minutes, Ryuken has outlaned Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde really had a hard time. That is how you play against a Wukong. Just go ham in the early game, because he could really sustain for so long. And that is what's happening. Ryuken is just taking all of this damage, just powering through against Hyde. And it's working so well, especially if he uses the Blade of the Exile here. Hyde might be dead, even if he has the Cyclone.
Just looking at the way things are going on top side, this is with Hyde already going back and buying himself a Ruby Crystal. Meanwhile, Ryuken, this is the first time he backs away, and it's just a one-sided beatdown on the top side. Hyde will still be able to perform to his optimal level, especially knowing that it's the Wukong. As long as you you don't die, you basically have you're still going to be very relevant come the team fights. And now Hyde is just transitioning over to the bot lane, and immediately Fennel responds in sending over their solo laner to the bot lane as well.
Yep. Now that they have the solo laners here in the bot lane, I can definitely see them just going for... That's why they're all on the bot side of the map, because they want to go for the referrals on both sides. They're for sure gonna go for that because of the way they're pathing right now.
There are 30 seconds before the first objective. spawns up. And again, when it comes to the 5v5, I just like the draft of NGX.
Yeah, they have the Cyclone, forces
No
the flash
way.
out of Ryuken, and that is enough before the objective comes in.
Yeah, but that's Cyclone down for the side of NGX, and I think NGX does need to trade now. Like, that's one big ultimate that was invested, and I don't think Ryu can even pop the Blade of the Hexa as a response. And so Fennel does have the advantage now, right? Like, just knowing that the Cyclone, which has been very instrumental, come game number 1 is on cooldown, they will not hesitate to go for this 5v5, especially looking at the state of the wave top side. Pow Pow has, or Jinx has to respond top side.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. That's gonna be a long range. Encore was able to hit on Trevor, and they're gonna be able to take this, and they were able to steal it again. Fennel was able to take it in the end. One is dead. Hyde is gonna fall down. Demon Kite left alone. One more, they can dash in. He's left alone on this top side. He can go for the exhaust, but it's not gonna be helping him survive. And Fennel just took the kills and the Rift Herald by themselves.
And they will be in the position as well to take down the Dragon if they want to contest. They won't be contesting because they will be content to take down the tower top side, use the Rift Herald mid lane, and we've been seeing that this game has definitely have a faster tempo overall with all the changes to the towers, to the move speed of the minions. And so now what they will be doing is to open up the mid lane using the Rift Herald. 2 towers for 1 dragon, definitely a big win for Fennel.
Yeah, and Fennel has been playing this so well. They know that the Jinx takes a long time for them to have a relevancy in this fight, and Fennel is just using it to their advantage.
It's just so hard to do this team fight, right? With no Cyclone available, even the Encore missing as well. I mean, look at 2 the live.
no.
Demon Kite is going to die again.
Oh no.
And this is definitely going to smell like a Fennel win. Yeah, looks like the Fennel does not want to go out without a fight. I know that, the late game of NGX is still very scary, but if you snowball this hard, if you take 3 towers full plates on all towers, it's just so hard to lose from this point.
It's not even going to be a problem. They're taking a lot of plates to the bot side. They want to go in. They have the damage. Hyde, look at that. That damage from just 1 taunt was enough for them to almost take down Hyde. Now with almost all of the plates taken to the side of Fennel, that's a lot of gold swing for them.
Yep. And that 6k gold advantage, just she cannot do a thing, right? Like, the red buff is going to be snagged in his face, and now NGX trying to scramble for answers. Obviously, they have to slow down the game, which at this point has really broke open in the favor of Fennel. Like, all full plates, topside, mid lane, and bot lane. Remember that tower plates expiry is now 7 minutes and 30. And so again, Fennel was able to enjoy 12 full plates. You look into the bottom right, 1794 gold just from plates alone. And that is just a very big number that Fennel is enjoying right now.
Yep, they got a big swing just because of that. Now what they want to do, get the shutdown from Danny on the top side. They haven't seen him go to this brush, and now because they've seen him, it's gonna be a chance for them to get the kill. This is a double kill just because they have a Ryzen 2 to get it with them. Cyclone's gonna be there. They have the final chapter, but was able to flash away in the end. Look at that damage to just she.
Yeah, 1 passive proc, 1 full combo as well. And plus the fact that he has a Ryzen with him. He's so slippery. Upgraded 3rd skill as well. So it's just so hard to assassinate a Kaisa now, especially with the flash available. So that is like a huge amount of investment that NGX did use on the top side. Again, it's all about slowing down the game. It's all about banking on the fact that NGX will have enough damage to kill this Kaisa threat, because without the Kaisa, I just don't think the Fennel can really do so much. So that's the goal. Kill the Kaisa, win the game.
And one of the problems why Jinx isn't really having a great time in this game is because if he gets focused down, it's just easy to take down the Jinx, the most low mobility ADC in the game. But if you get to at least get to 3 items for Demon Kite, that is when we need to be scared on this Jinx. This Jinx is going to be strong by then, but until then, this is going to be a hard fight for NGX.
It's just so hard, right? Like at this point. It's been 4 kills. It's only 4 kills, but Fennel, I mean, just them standing in the presence of NGX gives NGX the chills right now because they know that they cannot put up a fight. I mean, you look into what's happening right now. Fennel is zoning all the buffs, and GX wants to respond though.
Yeah, you can in great position to go for a great broken wings onto the backside though. Was denied right here by the members of NGX. Because of it, they're having a hard time even getting close to this 20-second break. They have vision already in this part of the map.
Yeah, now the red buff is actually on draw rather than on Demon Guy, which is kind of sad. But that is still a, positive for NGX. At least that red buff was on their side. Oh no, indeed.
Yeah, Hyde is going to be chased down. KT.RY has enough damage, but because they weren't able to get another CC in, they're not going to continue the fight. Oh, he's still double dipping. Hyde is still here, and because of that, he's gonna be dead.
That's a big yikes. Trevor though.
Yeah, gonna go for the fight though. They're gonna be here with Trevor. Here comes the Hero Sentence. Would be able to hit on one. Was able to flash away.
Oh no!
And GX with the death charge on 4 because they flash in. That is just crazy. And now Fennel just gets everyone an ace.
What is it with Wombo Combo today? Like, earlier we saw a 4-man, 5-man Transcendent Embrace, and now we see a 4-man Depth Charge into a 4-man Taunt coming from Hacker. And now the lead that Fennel has been enjoying so far just has accelerated even more. Now they get another tower here in the mid lane, get another get a dragon for themselves in the Mountain Dragon, which basically gives them more resistances to work with. And I just think that Fennel right now is secured of a victory. We're going into a go next angle now. I just don't think there is a way for NGX to come back from this, because even with 3 people, I feel that Fennel would win. This is a state of the game in where if ever becomes a 3v5, the 3 is still favored.
You know what? I can fault Demon Kite on this one. Even though the death charge was there, he has nowhere to run away anyway. Might as well just put everyone down with him. And that was an ace for Fennel. And as you said, it's going to be a go next angle. Look at the way they rotate around the map. And GX is just going to get the kill on A-Run for sure. Even if that Anchor hit, nobody's going to follow up with it.
10-0. Flush out. The only thing that is saving a perfect game to be had here for the side of NGX is that one dragon that NGX was able to secure. But this is as close as it gets. This is almost a perfect game that you can ask for. But NGX...
yeah, gonna go in, and they're not gonna be able to survive for so long with that Cyclone. Windslash wasn't able to hit on high to get the execute. They might want to go for more. They're looking for the Baron. Baron right now on 4.2, really squishy. Look at that, 6k HP on just 3 seconds out of that. And now they can just take it down. Danny's just zoning out. She goes in with a Killer Instinct, and that's not a good sign. When a Kaisa goes in against an Olaf that fed, this is just so hard for at least NGX.
Yeah, and Fennel did not even need Danny to hit the Baron. It is just indeed a go next angle. Again, you look into that team fight. There were 3 people trying to zone out the members of NGX, and again, this is a station where you give me a 3v5 as long as Danny is there. Fennel would win.
Don't have any kills.
Yeah, 0 kills. 0 kills, 0 towers, just 1 dragon, saving them from a perfect game. And I remember Fennel was able to win a perfect game back when, I think that was WCSC finals, where they faced against an OC team.
Yeah. Now they're gonna go in again with Fennel. Don't have enough damage. Expending Hyde's Cyclone. Now they don't have another engage tool that they can use before they go in. This is going to be the last bout for Fennel. They want to go for the fight, but even if they have the Baron, the wave clear right here of NGX is just still good.
Yep. NGX needs to win like 2-3 team fights in order for them to get back into this game. Like, and win team fights convincingly in that matter. Oh, Aaron can just get easily destroyed. Like 1 Killer's Instinct coming from Danny could spell disaster to the members of NGX.
Oh, there you go. There's a Dredge line coming up and just 1 Captain, and it's enough a knock up with the tree, and that's gonna be enough for them to win. Backline has been breached, and you can just play that so well. And Fennel is just gonna be ending this game with Justy on the helm, defending his own base. He's gonna be the fortress, standing tall, the tower right here, and Justy is making it hard for them to even get close. But Fennel is just gonna end this, going for game 3. And that's gonna be it. That it's a 1-1 for Fennel.
Fennel gets a big win. And again, we go back as to how that game went to the side of Fennel. It was from that Rift Herald fight where all those ultimates missed, right? Cyclone not being available. And again, with the composition that NGX was running, they need the Cyclone. They need to be disciplined not to trigger that Cyclone to get a pick against Ryuken. And again, with Ryuken surviving that all-in engage by Just Chi and Hyde, it cemented the early game win to the side of Fennel. And that early game win, they were able to translate into 12 plates. Dude, full plates wins you games. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, and that's a lot of platings that they got also. And the reason why Rift Herald has much value, especially for APAC teams, is because they want to snowball as fast as they could. And that's how you do it. Getting all of those platings, 12 plates onto their side, and also getting the Rift Herald was pretty important for them. And as I said, it's really hard to maneuver with a Jinx on this meta just because of the fact that you really need a lot of items to make the Jinx work. And what they did was just to shut down the Jinx every step of the way. Demon Kite wasn't able to play the game.
I just don't think it's the Jinx's fault though, right? Like, he was just not allowed to play at all. Not by the opponents, but by his teammates.
Yeah.
Okay, laning phase, I have to give it to you in saying that at least, in the 2v2, we were able to see that Danny and the Ryzen was able to win the 2v2 against Demon Kite and draw. But again, we go back into the overall progression of that game in that one team fight in where Hyde did not have Cyclone. I know that TG would agree with me on this. I know that Vansu, all the coaches of NGX would agree with me on this. That was really an angle for them to just surrender the Rift Herald because there is no way for them to really get a win. Contrary to what happened to game number 1 in where we saw the Encore really impacting the team fight so well, it's the total opposite for the side of NGX in game number 2.
Yeah, it's really hard. I really agree with you. Whenever you don't have a Cyclone on those big drag-on fights, and also you weren't successful in getting the kills too, you can just expended a flash, and it's a Riven too. You can still engage when you have, even if you don't have any flashes on the Riven. And it really worked out well right there from Fennel. And as we said, APAC really knows how to play whenever they snowball the game, and they don't give any avenues for the other team to actually come back. And we've seen it in action. NGX, even this team, struggles to come back from that game against Fennel.
I mean, even if you pick up the Jhin in that angle, right? Like, Jhin will be able to provide you early game damage, right?
Yeah.
But given the scenario, or given the condition that they were playing with after that first team fight, and during the first 5 minutes, right? During the first 6 minutes, and you give the MVP to Jabor for just one reason. He was able to catapult the early game in their favor. You know, the Rift Herald, securing the tower topside without even needing to use the Rift Herald, going to the mid lane to open up using the Rift Herald, and on the bot lane as well. Like, Fennel's macro early game, you give them the advantage, they will be able to snowball the game. And again, in patch 4.2, Snowball is the name of the game.
Yep, and it snowballed out of control for Fennel, and this is now the chance for them to prove themselves against NGX, especially for this one. And now, because of that, we have a game 3, everybody, at our mids. We still are going to be your casters later on. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better...
Game 3 is where we are, and we've seen almost a perfect game coming from Fennel with just almost all of the platings and no kills on their side. That was just a great show of skill on that game too.
One-sided P-Town, and again, this is what we expect on patch 4.2. Where if you get Rift Herald, whenever you get the Rift Herald, it's just so easy to snowball the game. Let's get over to the draft and see what will be the response by NGX this time. We know that NGX has been playing on the blue side for 2 games consecutively, and now on the 3rd game, they will still be on the blue side. The Wukong priority by Nigma Galaxy on game number 2 did not really help them, especially with how you can control the Baron lane side of the map. And I think one of the biggest difference from game 1 and game 2 was the decision by Nigma Galaxy to send over their duo lane on the top side, because that basically gifted them the tempo advantage, netting them the necessary, win come early to really just control the tempo, control the flow of the game.
Yeah, in patch 4.2, we have said this a lot though. If the Dragon Lane gets a snowball, if the Dragon Lane gets a win in that lane, that's for sure a hard game for you. If not a hard game, it's gonna be a for sure defeat on your side. And we've seen it in action a while ago, just because Danny, Akaisa, getting the early game, getting a lot of items, it was so hard for NGX to do anything. And as you said, the Rift Herald being contested without any Cyclones was also one of the instruments to the win of FL.
They go for Kaisa, yeah, for sure. Like, you cannot give the Kaisa over to Fennel. Danny was known to be the best Kaisa player for a long time in the Philippines, right? Like, even when Kaisa wasn't meta, Danny has been so good on this champion. I remember, we've been seeing them contend for titles here in the Philippines, and Kaisa by Danny has always been a pick for them that, gives them good results. And so now Fennel's response to the Kaisa takeaway by Nigma Galaxy is to take away the Wukong. I just don't think this is the best way to show Samira right away. Yeah, just go to the...
I think it would be way better if they pick the support first and the Samira after, just because most of the time Samira really needs a good support who has a lot of CC in order to make that passive work out well. But a Jhin pick on this one, having the Wukong on your side, is really not bad. It's a good pick per se for the side of Fennel.
And also the biggest difference with how Nigma entered this draft is to take away the Nautilus. We all know that Nautilus is one of the perfect pairing to the Jhin. Once they took it away, it basically begs a question as to what Horizon would be using in game number 3. Gragas is going to be locked in here by Enigma Galaxy, which is also one of the best champions by draw. And we did highlight, the fact that Gragas was banned 2 consecutive times, which basically helps a lot when it comes to team fights, when it comes to isolating one member. And so now that will join Enigma Galaxy on Fennel side. I think they will just be responding with a Galio, right? A Galio with a Jindo. Do you think that... Oh, this is a Gragas top side for Hyde.
Yeah. If they're gonna go for this, having draw back again there, and as you said, Hyde having the Gragas going for the safe lane. If it's against a Wukong, it's also okay. But Galio, I'm not sure if the Galio is the best pick now. I do think that Gragas and Nautilus are still the top 2 supports together with the Galio before. But now, I'm really seeing a difference in where Alistar could be a way better pick than a Galio recently.
But Fennel is deciding ultimately that Galio is still their preferred choice, and that's okay, right? Like, they do have a Cyclone to synergize well with the Galio Series entrance. And we know that they are also able to flex this Galio onto the mid lane. Acker played it game number 2. Was so good on it. And also, we've been memeing about Galio mid lane for quite some time now because of the amount of damage and the cooldowns, right? It doesn't matter if you snowball that hard. Like, one team fight win basically cemented a win for Fennel's side. We're looking to the last set of bans here by Fennel, and they're targeting away Just Cheese, Olaf, and taking away the Zed as well. So Enigma Galaxy will be responding by taking away Ryuken's Riven and also the Renekton. So that begs the question, what will Ryuken play on the top side?
Yep, if ever they're going to be picking something here for their side, something surprising for the mid lane, I am looking...
for Corki.
Yeah, and because they have a Shen too, it's going to be hard for NGX right now to really think, are they going to give this Kaisa to Jeshi and maybe give Aaron a Zeri or Demon a Zeri in order for them to go for it? Because this is a lot of globals already for the side of Fennel, and this is a type of composition that could really snowball the game.
Right. Okay. So immediately, as you have reminded me, that Kaisa can definitely be played in the jungle, especially in patch 4.2. There is a potential of a double marksman composition coming from Enigma Galaxy. I asked for a Xayah, and NGX does provide like this. This. Are they going for Karma mid lane? Because it is very much allowed as long as the counterpart on the other side does not really present too much damage threat. And if they are expecting that this Galio would be on the mid lane, a Karma versus Galio mid lane isn't really going to be very scary, right? Like, yeah.
Not gonna have a lot of damage. And one of the things that I like about the... Oh no, that's the best counter against if he used the Braum, that's the best counter against the Xayah. But because they don't... This is honestly a really good composition to the side of NGX. In where, yes, they don't really have a lot of ways to go in, but they have a lot of ultimates to work with. Xayah really thrives on a lot of melee champions, and they have a lot on the side of Fennel.
And then on Fennel's side, they just want to make sure that they can pin you down underneath your tower, right? Like, they do have the Shen, the Galio, and also Lux's ultimate that basically is a global ultimate here in Wild Rift. So if Hyde ever presents himself very much isolated on the top side, they can bank on, getting that lead on the top side, translating it into a win the same way that they did during game number 2, right? Like, Fennel's way of constructing their draft games 1 to 3 has been to really pinpoint or to attack one of the weaknesses that NGX has. In game number 1, they failed to do so, right? Hyde was so was so ready from all the dives that Fennel was preparing for him. On game number 2, it was a totally different game because Ryuken was not just able to win the lane 1v1, he was also very decisive in getting the calls. And that one team fight in the Red Herald just broke open the game. In game number 3, I still think that they will try to pin down Hyde in the process and win from there.
Yep. And what's hard about this though, at least, when you're trying to pin down Hyde in your lane and NGX is just gonna be holding on to it. Gragas is one of the champions that really can play well against a lot of matchups, even if it's gonna be a 2v1 matchup. As long as he has the barrels, it's not gonna be a problem for that. And that's why they rotated already onto their top side, just because they want to dominate the early game in their favor.
But you look at the response by Ryuken, warding right away in the middle bush.
Recalls.
There you go. They want to... Well, they will be very delayed in tempo, but
Oh
Aaron...
no. Just too aggressive with the positioning though. They didn't know that Ryuken was already traversing through the mid lane. Because of that, Aaron's low HP is gonna force him to use the Honey Fruit early.
Yep, but no flash was needed to be invested by Aaron. He knew that there was really no catch potential from a level 1 Galio, level 1 Wukong, right? Like, the only thing that they can do is Winds of War plus maybe the Nimbus Strike, and that's it, right? Like, he will still be very safe, and also he was very squishy. He just walked it out. Now NGX on the other side, we saw this from game number 1 in where they were able to at least get 2 tower plates, but this time around game number 3, just 1 plate for their bot lane duo. And now NGX is playing tag. You go to the top side, we go to the bot lane.
Rotate already with just that recall. And now we can see Void Seeker. 1,338 damage per minute in the last game. That's a lot of damage. And that's also a Kaisa, which is also really expected when you snowball the game.
You know, okay, one will say it's very low compared to the, you know, all those 2k damage per minute that we've been seeing, but you have to remember that the game ended 14 minutes in where all those damage items isn't there yet for Danny. So effectively, you know, at that point of the game, that 1.2k is obnoxious.
Yeah, now going in for the knockoff already. They already are going with the light binding. The damage is going to be there. Demon Kite super low. One dancing grenade in the port shot could really hurt against Demon Kite.
This 2v2, I expected the Rakan and the Saya, especially with all the passives, to be on their side, but I stand corrected.
Again, was able to hit a Ryzen. Is just good at hitting those skill shots, and that is a headache for NGX right now.
Yeah, like Danny and Horizon's laning phase. Horizon was put over.
Oh no, he's probably dead.
One more?
That damage is gonna be enough, and Danny's gonna be running away. Good thing he had the flash.
Yeah, the 4th bullet was ready to go into the face of Draw, and again, Fennel enjoying a very big lead. But this good ward from NGX was able to spot Trevor.
Curtain Call is going to be there. We have some shots coming in. Shadow Dash is not going to be able to hit, but that Curtain Call 4 shot almost got them the win there. Stands united to survive, and Ryuken's going to pull down, and still enough for NGX to secure a kill.
Yeah, Acker wasn't able to save Ryuken's life, but NGX not yet done. There is still one more threat. You may control Demon Kite here in the bot lane, but Just Chi is also one of the Dragon Laners or AD carries that we have in the game. But this lead that Fennel was able to get in the bot lane is just so big.
4 plates and another wave for Danny, even without any mana. With 500 HP, the next time they recall back, that could be an easy kill.
Yeah, we look into this replay and we thought that, you know, Hyde would be pinned down. Never mind, it's the other way around. Ryuken just getting destroyed immediately by the combo of Hyde and Just Chi. And although Acker tried to save his life, not enough, really, because of the amount of damage that NGX was able to provide 1-to-1 in terms of kills. But the tempo is very much even, right? Like, you look into the gold. Yeah, one would say that Fennel is winning hard on the bot lane, but NGX is able to do the same on the top lane. You look at the tower plates on the top side.
Yeah,
almost clean.
Equal. Yeah, almost equal right here. If ever they get that plating again, this is going to be good. The only focus that they have is to really let Just Chi get the items. The only problem that they have is the first objective, because that is when Just Chi is the weakest. Even with the upgraded Icatian raid, it's not enough to go for a contest on those objectives.
Collector already completed for my guy Jin. 4 bullets would be enough, especially against all the squish members coming from NGX. But if anything, NGX also has that very big playmaker in the Rakan of Draw, and we all know that Draw is just so good on the Rakan.
Yep. wants to go for a fight. You can't really contest this against 4 members on the other side. They really need to get a lot of playthings, and we're seeing NGX do the same thing as what FL did against them during their last game. Now they're focusing their eyes on that. 300 HP. They can really take this down. If they take down this tower, then go for the Inferno Rig, that's going to be big for NGX.
Yeah, mission successful for them. But remember that this is a Shen. Fennel can just send over all the members of Fennel to this side, and then Shen could respond with the Stand United.
Stand United with a Hero's Entrance. 3 members are already here with just the press of the ultimate. It wasn't enough for them to get close. Demon Kai is going to be left alone. He's going to die. Aaron is going to be here in front of 4 members. He's going to flash away. They're not going to be taking this objective against the members. The damage from Acker from just one Justice Punch, and Winds of War able to secure 3 kills to the side of Fennel.
And a massive win to the side of Fennel once again. This is the beauty of having Shen on your side. You can leave the Shen. That's true. And that will crawl all over to the second tower. Second hit, a 2-for-2 special, 500 health left here in the mid lane tower. And it looks like Fennel is definitely on fire in this game. And again, this is the beauty of having Shen on your lineup, right? Immediately, once the other objective is secured, it's just easy to back up. Especially with the double marksman composition that NGX has. We have to remember that they were kind of delayed because they wanted to make sure to take down the tower on the bot lane, and we all know how tough it is to really destroy a tower that has 5 platings or 4 platings destroyed already. That's like 80% damage reduction if I'm not mistaken. But believe me, it's just so hard to execute a tower, especially without the help of the Rift Herald. And now Fennel is enjoying a 1.5k lead and also has the first dragon in the game.
What's great about this is that NGX was able to counter back with the tower top side in order for them to almost get the gold gap closer. But with the tower getting taken down bot lane, the Transcendent Embrace was perfect though. They need to flash away. That's a good engage coming in from NGX. Even with the Killer Instincts, not going to be enough. They still have the Stand United is going to go together. That's a lot of shielding, and that's going to be a dead Karma. They want to go for more. They have a Curtain Call. They have the hold coming in. One more shot to hide. That's enough for them to secure the space that they need in order for them to take down the tower and bot side.
Fennel just knew that Draw would go in and engage, and the Cyclone was there to beat the wall. Trevor not yet done.
Yeah, they have to knock up onto the back line. They got the kill on the Lux. They want to go for more. Akare is just in front of everybody, but not enough damage. That's too close for comfort. Not enough for the side of Fennel, so they're going to be backing away. Well, damage coming in. Hyde is going to follow through. They have a slow coming out from them, waiting for the body slam, but Akare is here to go for the engage.
Number 2.
They have to Stand United. He needs to run away, and they just baited out a great ultimate.
My MVP there was Ryuken. Again, his placement on the decoy, plus the Cyclone was enough to dissuade Draw's attempt to all in. And again, as much as we praise Draw's ability to play this champion, when you are being controlled by this hard by Fennel members, it's just so easy to really win out this team fights. As we look into this replay, and again, this is Horizon being too far forward, right? He was immediately assassinated by the members of NGX. NGX kind of slowed down the tempo of Fennel by getting that kill, but yeah, it still is the advantage on Fennel's side that we have to look into, especially with that one dragon that they were able to secure. Infernal Dragon in an ADC meta, man, that's a very big advantage.
Yep, especially that it's a Jhin too. That's a big damage gap coming in from them. Grand Entrance not gonna... Oh, that was a great denial coming from Fennel. They even used explosive cast. Hyde is now gonna be the target. They're looking for a shadow dash, but with that hold, it's not gonna be needed anymore. Fennel wants to follow through. They're looking for more, but this is gonna be them just securing the tower on top side. But Ryuken right here had the vision. They're gonna go for the Cyclone, knocks up 2. They have the Justice Punch following through with a taunt, and that's gonna be perfect. They're looking for Just She. He needs to flash away, but Draw is gonna be
one more shot. Boom!
One shot for the Curtain Call, and that's a tower top side.
Yeah, make it bam, not boom, because again, the villain in the Jhin is fully online, and also Demon Kai was able to get a tower in the mid lane as Consolation Prize, maybe even take away this blue Sentinel. It doesn't hide the fact that NGX is just very much behind. We look into that replay. Again, this is all knowing that one of their best disengage tool in the explosive cast isn't there to save them. One engage by Ryuken, followed up by Acker. And again, that Curtain Call, Danny is just a marksman. Bam!
Wow! What a perfect fourth shot. Now with that kill, they want to go for this objective. This is the timing where they need to think on how they're going to engage. Remember, they have a lot of ultimate. Just she's now low HP. They have the Grand Entrance in order for them to use it to stop them from pushing through. Explosive cast this to Temple to some members of Fennel. And now they're in front. Hyde is left alone. They need to go through. Cyclone's going to be there onto the back line. Hyde is Ignite ticking. That's going to be dead. And that's going to be the curtain call to get some damage into the members of NGX. But they're just going to be dodging through the way. They still have a chance to maybe go for the steal here. Some of the members of Fennel are low on HP. They can go inside. Mountain Drake is 2k HP. They have a Grand Entrance, but it's not going to be enough. They want to go for more fights. They can't get close. NGX having a hard time to even get the damage through. And Trevor is just securing this light binding. Was able to hit. Just she needs to use the killer instinct by instinct. And now it's not going to be them taking the Drake. Danny Sue over aggressively falls down to the KT.RY. But at least they got the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that's 2 objectives now to the side of Fennel, but NGX showing some signs of life. Trevor will be sniffed out here by Just She and NGX. 3 people here to secure an objective. As the game slows down with the double ADC composition that NGX does have right now, there is still a chance for NGX to win this. But if you are Fennel, all you have to do is to secure that 3rd dragon. That 3 dragon win condition is still very much present in this patch 4.2.
Yeah, especially that they have a lot of tanky members on the side of Fennel. Once they get a hold of the Ocean Drake together with the Mountain Drake, that's just a big combo that could help them sustain for long dragged on fights. And NGX doesn't really want to go with those because most of the time, most of their members are really squishy and they can take those long drag on fights. So Fennel are really gunning for that last objective.
Extended team fight, double ADC with the Karma and the Recon auto sustains, right? And in fact, if you look into that team fight, I believe, you know, that was almost the best team fight that you could ask for from NGX, because Trevor went in too far forward. All the explosive cast hitting 5 members, but it did not really net, you know, a very big positive right away from the side of NGX. And you look at Fennel, 12 minutes Baron, so squishy.
Look at the damage coming from the Jin on that
10
Baron.
seconds,
That's
man.
Crazy, man. Yeah.
They took
that easily.
It took them 10 seconds or 9 seconds to really finish up the Baron at 12 minutes. And this, I think, is going to be the trend moving forward. Even on patch 4.2a, you give one team a lead, expect a 12-minute Baron to really get started and to really get eaten up easily by all the members. That push by NGX, will Fennel bite? No. They're still being very mindful of all the members of NGX.
They don't have any vision on this side of the map. That's why they're positioning themselves right there. Quickness has already been used. Denied again by Arisen. What a great light binding coming from this guy.
This Arisen on the lock support, man. Like, it's... We have been seeing that Lox's win rate has, you know, been very low all throughout the season. But Ryuken on the bot lane.
Yeah, fighting through. They have the Stand United. They even have the Grand Entrance. Was able to get to the back line. Stand United was able to pull through. Acker is now left alone here. But Danny's here to help. They have one damage. They're looking for Danny. One hit of that dancing grenade maybe even would be able to take the kill on Just She. They want to get the kill on draw. They need to get a good light binding in order for them to secure another kill. But Just She falls through.
Danny did not bother collecting the head of Just She and just went on to go about his way, and curtain calling the other side, leaving Acker to clean up the mess in the bot lane. Baron empowered minion, last roll.
Oh, another hold coming in, perfect timing, but it wasn't enough for them to get in the damage that they need. They have the reload now from Danny. He can really punch through all of those armors coming in from them. Demon Kite has been spotted. They know that they need to run away, even with the extra movement speed. Feather Storm's gonna be used just because of that holds from Arisen.
We all know that Saya is really not the best chase champion in the game. If it was the Vayne, maybe it was different, right? Like, you want all the engagers to go at you. She's one of the best front-to-back champions in the game. But as a chase champion, not really the best in the game. We're looking to how the game has progressed, and now the goal lead has ballooned in the favor of Fennel. It's now 4.5k with the 2 dragons as well. The last dragon being the Ocean Dragon, or last elemental dragon being the Ocean one. it is going to be the fight that NGX needs to win, because if they hand over the third dragon to Fennel, all those stat boosts is just too much to handle for NGX.
Now that the flash is up, I hope that Draw would be able to get a great or a clean grand entrance, because so far he has always been denied by Arisen whenever it comes down to it. Now that the Drake is available, they need to really start the fight. That is what you expect from a Rakan, but now they're looking at Aaron. They're looking for an easy kill for their side. Final Spark wasn't able to hit, but Arisen too aggressive. What happened? And now that's going to be the kill that they're looking for. Backline has been breached, but it's not enough. The damage is going to be there. They want to get the kill on Demon Kite. They might lose a lot of their damage if Demon Kite falls through. That's going to be the kill. And that's Fennel having the advantage on this big fight. Curtain Call is going to be used. Not enough damage from the members. Dodges one of the inner flames. NGX needs to fight this right now. Just She's damage is going to be big. The grand entrance is going to be there, but most of the CCs are going to be back. Draw is going to fall down. Aaron is just going to be running away with 4 chunky members in front. Danny's just going to follow through with the flash, and they are going to be taking all of these objectives in their favor.
Another Baron for themselves. Why not? Fennel traversing towards this purple worm. This is their second Baron in the game. Meanwhile, Just She trying to sneak out this Ocean Dragon. He will be successful in doing so, I think. Yeah, and this is, I think, still is a better objective for NGX overall. The permanent stats boost of a 3 dragons will definitely help out Fennel. You know what? Like, you would ask me right now, at that point, what I would favor as Fennel. I think the 3rd dragon would be a lot more beneficial than the Baron.
I also have the same thoughts though, because if they really went in for that 3rd dragon, they could have had
that's an auto win condition
overall. Yeah,
right.
Now they went in for the Baron. They want to go for the push.
Yeah, but look into that replay. Arisen starting that team fight with a whoopsie, flashing in, and although he died in the process, it did not help NGX's cause. Demon Kite was assassinated by Trevor, type knife to the face, and it's just so tilting, right? Like, if you're a Demon Kite, I mean, what do you do? Even with the Immortal Shield Bow, it wasn't enough to save him against the Shen.
Yeah. Curtain Call gonna be used early just to zone out the members. Now they want to get the kill on Trevor. They don't have the Sand United, but they have the shield from the Gargoyle and Chant, and that is enough for him to survive this fight. It's now the Hero's Entrance. This might pose a problem to the side of Fennel. They're using the ultimate already. He went through far forward. He used the stasis. This is going to be the damage on the draw. That's a lot of shielding from the Stand United, and he survived just because of it. Now these towers are going to fall down just because they used a lot of skills on that team fight. Anchor is going to fall. Stasis is going to be used, but they're not going to be going without a fight. NGX wants to go for it. Towers are going to be down. Draw wants to go for the Grand Entrance. Shuriken is super low. Demon Kite is in front, and that's a Blade Caller to get the kill. And Fennel is running away in fear because they're going to be aced by dismembers if they don't respect the damage from Demon Kite. Slow's going to come through. They want to go for a fight. Exhaust is going to be here. It doesn't matter because Demon Kite's damage is crazy at this point.
Elder Dragon open for the taking, or better yet, the Nexus. Fennel is in shambles immediately. Trevor knows that this is a 1v5 scenario, so he will be pathing towards the minions, trying to cut the wave, Marin style.
That is really smart. Cutting out the minions. They're not going to be able to take this down. 18 minutes on the clock. No, they don't have an extra shield anymore. They just need to keep this minion alive in order for them to survive.
Way.
They're taking their time. They might be able to end this. NGX, they got the kill. Now the tower's going to go in rage. And Just She's going to fall. They tried their best, but it wasn't enough. The damage is going to be there. He's sticking from the red buff. They're following through. Elder Drake could be taken by them. They're using the final spark. Just She is running around. The damage from Trevor is still so much. He's going to be chasing him down. Elder Drake is not even needed because Fennel wants to end this game. And they're going to be able to because they have the minions in their favor. And that's going to be game. Everybody, Fennel wins against NGX.
It's a very entertaining game. You have to give them that. Trevor was MVP, man. Trevor was MVP. He caught the wave. He caught the wave. He smited the last minion to get that backdoor protection in.
Oh man.
Okay, if I was NGX, I would go to the Elder Dragon, and the Elder Dragon would help them win the game. Right at that point, there's no reason for them to. But they went for the flip. They went for the end angle. They did not expect Trevor to really showcase his League of Legends IQ, and again, that's one of the best ways to really cancel out an all a push in the mid lane or a push in whatever lane. You cut the minion wave just to make sure that the backdoor protection will be there for the Nexus, and it was enough.
Yeah.
Fennel wins 2-1 against NGX.
What was that? NGX just lost that game just because of Trevor playing it so well in that last fight. Honestly, if you ask me, that could have been the best way of NGX winning, just because Trevor was there. That's why they just fumbled right then and there, because with the minion wave, without the backdoor without the Nexus shield, 18 minutes was done. Could have been an end for NGX, but Trevor was just out of this world with that minion cut.
I will have to double check onto something, right? Like, I know that backdoor protection basically gets removed from the game at a certain point in the game, and I know that there were some revisions come patch 4.2, but the tower still was hitting so hard against the members of NGX. I believe the first one to die was Demon Kite, and he was one of the best, the best damage source coming from NGX, right? But it is a decision by NGX as a squad to go for the end. I mean, you look at TG, I think he was content with the call by NGX there. If it was the playoffs, so I feel the NGX would be playing a lot more safer and would go for the Elder Dragon instead, because the Elder Dragon would definitely help them win the game. And you look into the scaling of both composition, the double marksman would basically shred all members of Fennel. Still, it's a very entertaining game, and what a way to go out if you're Fennel.
Yeah, Saya and Kaisa on the late game especially, they're just gonna go crazy if they went in for the Elder Drake there. But I won't really fault them on that call, just because of the fact that they could have ended it. It was just Trevor just foiled their plans right in front of their eyes. It was a 1v5 and he was able to do it alone. And that is just great. And as you said, that was a great way to go for Fennel. And that is honestly a great match, a really fun match to see.
Indeed. And the MVP would definitely go to Trevor now. The first 10 minutes, it was all Horizon, right? Like the Lockspick as a support was so instrumental to the early game of Fennel, to the point that NGX had no answer, right? Ryuken on the Wukong as well was the biggest wall as to why all those engages by Draw wasn't really pinpoint accurate, right?
Yeah.
Every single member of Fennel was doing so well, except for that last team fight in where they crumbled, right? All those clutch factor comes into play when it comes to those late game team fights, and NGX was winning so hard. Demon Kite was getting a triple kill in the end. They went for the end, but yeah, we all know how it ended, right? Like it still went to the favor of Fennel. Good game overall. Nice try. NT as well for NGX.
Honestly, it was a really nice try for them, because with that composition, you don't really have a lot of ways to go whenever you're trying to go for fights, because you have a Kaisa, especially your first objectives. Honestly, it will be easy for Fennel to just take everything in their favor. What does this match entail? The only problem that I see here for NGX in this fight is the placements. They're gonna now be placed in fourth compared to Naos just moving up just because of that map, that fight. They're now gonna go to the third.
I don't think it matters though, because I think we will have a group draw.
It's gonna be a draw anyway, so it all comes down to who they fight against. Is it gonna be RY or is it gonna be BRU? So that's the only thing. I think with that game, I think NGX is really confident of whoever they're fighting against, if it's BRU, if it's RY. But still, really great performance from Trevor. I deserve this.
I think I have to blame myself in asking for Desire to get picked, because NGX decided to make my wish come true.
Yeah.
And follow my command.
That, NGX. Desire gets picked.
And so now we think the Lockspick was MVP though, to face against the Rokuman versus Saya, right? Like you will just have that line bindings, right? To go against all of those all-ins. We're waiting for the MVP. Oh, sorry, for the interview, and yeah, there was an MVP coronation moment. It went to the side of Trevor.
Deserve.
I think
it deserves it. Yeah, because of him, they were able to win. I mean, Horizon could be an SVP during that game because of his light bindings. The light bindings hit on the right targets every time, especially Draw. Draw wasn't able to get a lot of great grand entrances except for that Ocean Break fight that we've seen there when Horizon just flashed in and the punishment was there coming in from NGX. But again, everybody, that was just placements here for NGX and Fennel. This might be their last goodbye for the WRLA. It's a good thing that they're gonna be having this. I like that they have this interview. At least we're gonna be having some last words coming in from Fennel.
Yeah, well, there was a comment regarding the status of Trevor's career. Like he has a big decision. I'm not 100% sure if that is accurate though. If he is really planning to retire from competitive, I would understand though. I mean, Trevor is that one player that is at the same era as we were, Dash, right? Like we've been seeing Trevor in League of Legends PC leaderboards since 2013, 2014,
since
right?
we were
like,
kids.
So yeah, I would understand if that is
it's been a long
his
time.
decision. But we don't know if that's true. That's one of the comments I read like back 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Maybe we would ask him. Maybe there is an unintended announcement to happen.
Maybe if it's the interview could really light us up or enlighten us on what is going to happen if Trevor is going to be the one who's going to be taking the interview for this one. Just waiting for it to be called. But as we said, Trevor already had really great stellar performances, especially when he started League of Legends, and I have seen him in the charts still when I was still a kid back in the day. Yeah,
I remember back in the day I've been playing against Trevor. I think that was season 2 or season 3, and I all those battles, of course it will be with Trevor winning, but it wasn't very convincing, I would say. And then there was a power spike for this guy, right? And all of a sudden he became, a mid laner for a particular pro team. And then whenever I face against him in pub games, I became smashed into pieces. So,
感谢两位解说老师，欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜Manila FL 拿下了他们在常规赛的最后一场胜利。我们邀请到的是中路选手 Arker， 那么先请他和大家打个招呼吧。Hi Arker, congrats on taking them down, and thank you so much for joining me. Would you mind a greetings to our audience up here?
Hello, thank you guys for supporting us.
OK， 我们阿克选手说非常感谢各位召唤师对他们的支持。那么第一个问题想问到的是，今天的最后一局非常的惊心动魄，然后我也是很好奇，在最后那一刻他们团队里的沟通是怎么样的？因为那个时候其实只有 Trevor 选手一个人还活着，其他人都在等待一个复活的时机。想问一下他们有没有担心会被对面给反一波掉 ？So I was pretty much curious about your last minute communication because at that time only Trevor is still alive. All of you guys are waiting to respond at that time maybe. So what is your communication at that time?
We have a good synergy with Trevor.
Okay.
Because
Okay, so
Trevor is a good jungler.
OK， 所以他就是说，当时他们其实唯一需要做的就是去相信他们的打野选手 Trevor， 因为他们相信 Trevor 是一个很好的打野，他们觉得说他一定可以在最后去转危为安。下一个问题想问到的是，为什么他会在第2局的时候选择卡牌去对阵对面的萨勒芬妮 ？So why you just pick out the Twisted Fate at the game 2 to play against the Seraphine?
Our coach said pick TF because I try.
OK.
And bad result.
OK， 我们阿克选手说呢，因为当时其实是教练就是觉得说这个是一个很好的选择，然后他就听从了教练这样的一个嘱咐。下一个问题想要问到的是，其实他们目前为止嘛，然后这个常规赛也是处在一个收官的阶段了，然后想要问一下他怎么样去评价一下可能自己在整个赛季当中的一个表现呢 ？So it's a finale for you, like this tournament. So how do you like to rate your performance during this time?
Sorry again.
So how would you like to rate your performance during the whole season, maybe? Like if you can rate from 1 to 10 points, rate for yourself, which point it will be?
I rate myself 8 out of 10.
OK， 那我们阿克选手说呢，可能说对于他来讲的话，如果说要在1到10分里面去给自己的常规赛打一个分的话，他觉得可能只有8分的这么一个选项。最后一个问题想要问到的是，这也是他们在本赛季的最后一场比赛了，有没有什么话想要送给我们所有的召唤师们的呢 ？So any words you're gonna left before next time we can meet on the stage to our audience?
Again, sorry.
So any words or any message you can leave for our audience or your fans before next time we can meet?
Thank you for supporting guys in panel team. I hope you're always there.
OK， 我们阿克选手说呢，非常感谢大家一路以来对他们的支持。那么他也希望呢，可以尽快回到赛场上与大家见面。好的，非常感谢大家就是收看我们今天的赛后采访。以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。Thank you for taking your time. That's all for the interview. Thank you so much. 那接下来就让我们稍事休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来。
What can you say
No
about
words.
that, man?
I have no words, Dash. I think we have to go to break.
Okay, sure. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. And also, we would like to say goodbye and see you again for Final Adversity because they're not going to be going ahead to the playoffs. We might be seeing them again on the next season of WRLA. So really, really congratulations again to NGX for winning this. They're just placing themselves here in the competition right now. But again, we'll still have 3 more series together with you. We're just going to be taking a break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Bear on Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes, the landing phase mode.
And we're really early, we're already here. And everybody, that was a great match that we've seen a while ago. Now this is going to be a big stakes match for the next one. This is going to be Trace versus Thunder Talk, if I'm not mistaken. This would be a way more fun match. Again, this is the Sunday special, and we're going to be back on this as early as we can get.
Yeah, well, Thunder Talk and Trace Esports around 7 and 8 spot, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the current standings for both the squads. And it was almost a fight for a playoff spot had it been that WHE was able to manage to at least squeeze in themselves into this three-way race. But again, when talking about Thunder Talk, it's all about them finding the right time to scale up, right? Like their power spike, especially with Soil being the player of the month in the Dragon Lane for the month of May. So his addition to this 5-man squad has been so good for them.
Yeah. And now with this, the other squad that we're looking at, Trace Esports, has been a monster. The same thing, and where Thunder Talk was able to really turn things around after the second half of this tournament. Then Trace Esports also come back with Weiba at the helm of the team, was able to squeeze themselves through a playoff spot, and now they're just fighting for 7 and 8 place. Whoever wins this are just gonna be winning a 7 and 8 place.
That's true. It is just going to give us an indication as to where they're at, and this is also a very good matchup because this goes back to the Horizon Cup, in where it is Weiba versus Z, right? So quite a throwback indeed, but this is basically going to really determine if Z would be able to get that sweet revenge against Weiba, because we know that Weiba was able to win that Horizon Cup, right? And then both of them had their fair share of struggles. We know that Trace Esports just got recently promoted onto this big tournament, and we look into the stats here. Thunder Talk and Trace Esports, they're not too far from each other, right? Like, that Thunder Talk would prioritize their first dragons, and you look into the blue side, both the squads really prefers the blue.
Yeah, we always go to the blue side. And what I like about this for Thunder Talk Gaming, they just really came out of left field when Soil came in as a dragon laner for the team, and so far has been syncing with the team so well and has defeated the teams that we don't really expect him to win. And now we have Soil Hill against Jaja, and during the start of Soil getting back to Thunder Talk Gaming, he was performing so well, and he might be the missing puzzle piece that Thunder Talk needed. I mean, it's a bit too late. They could have gotten a higher placement,
top 4,
but
right?
at least it's okay. They still are in the playoffs.
Yeah, they scaled so well into the middle part of the season. If I'm not mistaken, they were on a 5-series win streak, only suffering a loss against J-Team last Friday. And that's okay because that was on a different patch. And there's really not much to consider when it comes to that particular matchup, because we know that they will end up in the lower bracket. And it's just them trying to really see as to how good they will perform in patch 4.2. We all know that, come playoffs, it will be on patch 4.2, maybe on patch 4.28 to be precise. But that definitely will give us a better indication as to, how Thunder Talk will progress, because we know that Soil has been, the biggest addition to the squad. We know that Soil would not hesitate to go for a marksman, because back when APCs were the meta, he would be picking Lucian to destroy the Ziggs lane. And we were casting that particular matchup in where we saw Soil, and we were just in awe in his performance and his ability to really dominate his lane. Now, heading into this matchup against Trace Esports, against Jaja, we will really be seeing as to how Soil would, traverse this playstyle, because we've seen APCs, especially yesterday, and I know that you casted that game and where an APC was still very much relevant for our top 1 team.
Yeah, I don't know if that works right? Because it's KBG. KBG is like in a different world than most of the teams that we have right here. That's why they were able to make the APC work, and they haven't run in the mid lane with the Kaisa. And Shaoma just did so well with that 6 in the bot lane, and that was just a crazy game to see. But now, differently, this is gonna be a different people, having Jaja, having Soil. We talked about the junglers having, I think junglers right now don't even need to carry anymore. So yes, there are teams who have carry junglers, for example Nova, like Trace Esports, but most of the time it might not be needed anymore, so they can play a lot more utility. But let's go to the stage and let's listen to Michelle. Oh wait,
欢迎来到首届英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场。
We have a change of host. That's Alora.
今天的第2场比赛由来自 WRL 3赛区的 TT 战队对阵 TE 战队。首次交战的2支战队将通过今天这场比赛结束他们在常规赛的征途。虽然季后赛门票已提前锁定，但他们仍会竭尽全力，不留遗憾。期待这场势均力敌的精彩盛宴。下面就让我们欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming 以及 Trace Esports。 Good afternoon to all summoners here and in front of the screen. Welcome to the stage of 2023 World Rift League Asian 1 and Peggy. The second match of the day is between Thunder Talk Gaming and Trace Esports. The two teams who met for the first time will end their regular season with this game. Although the spell to the playoffs have been locked up, they will still do their best to leave no regrets. Look forward to this rivalry visual feast. Now, let's welcome Thunder Talk Gaming and Trace Esports.
反正今天打完不是第7都是第8，那就委屈一下你们了，垫个底吧。
前2天打 JDG 输了嘛，今天那就拿 T1 练练手吧。
Okay.
You know
first
what? I'm
things
surprised.
first. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what? I was surprised. I thought it's gonna be Alora, but it's Peggy.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time I've seen Peggy in the Sunday special, at least.
Yeah. I mean, right. We've been so accustomed in just having Alora or Michelle, either of the two. But I know that they have other hosts as well. I heard from DM that they also had a male host one time. So.
TT 新 TE 离骚。
So I will need to be aware of our host. Yeah, welcome Peggy to the WRLA. It's honestly, I was honestly surprised because I thought it's gonna be Michelle the whole game through. But we have Peggy now.
I guess they were also able to recognize that this is going to be a very long day. But for us,
Michelle and Peggy are going to be switching
throughout, right? Especially with the group draw that will happen right after the end of the day. And but for us, it will just be the two of us. We know that this is one of the longest cast day that we will ever have in the year of 2023. 4 best of 3s.
This is
最
a
后有
really
请
long
双
day,
方
everybody.
辅助
I
登
hope
场
you stay
欢
through
迎 TT
throughout this day. I mean, it's gonna be a long day, but I hope we
welcome
see
the
some
support
fun
players.
games like what we've
TT,
seen from the
SMY,
last game.
TE,
We finished it really early. People are really going through it really fast. And now with the duels coming back again
再次欢迎
with
两队
their
选手，
side,
请前往
I
对
hope
战
this
习作
is gonna
最
be a
后的
fun
赛
one.
前准备。
I hope they have
Welcome
Weibo
both
and
teams
Z
again. Please
for
head
this
to the
duel.
arena for final preparation.
Just to reignite the old
2023 英雄联盟
rivalry
手游亚洲联赛
has
常规
been
赛最后一日，
has
对
been
战地
very
正
well
式开战。
documented, right?
The
Like
two teams
Horizon
have
Cup
been
was
assembled.
what 2
2023
years
Wild
ago?
Rift League Asian One,
Let's,
the last day of the regular season.
I will
Thunder
check
Top
the
Gaming
specific
versus
date as to
Trace
when it was,
Esports
but I
starts
think that was
now.
2021. Right, exactly. That was 2021. Icons Global was 2022. And WRL 8 year is 2023. But there you go. Now that the introduction has been set, it is time for the 1v1. It is going to be not Z versus Weibo, but rather Soil versus Rose, the mid laner, going against the dragon laner of Thunderdog.
This is nice though, because with what we have right now, Soil has been performing really well, and this could really just, what I call this, just highlight his powers in this 1v1, especially that it's an ADC meta, and we have all ADCs in this 1v1. We can see some more moves coming in from Soil.
And again, this matchup highlights two things. Thunderdog being able to squeeze into the playoffs, which they failed to do in 2 consecutive WRL seasons. And Trace Esports also recently promoted. You know what? You may make a case in saying that Trace Esports are at the same level as the APAC teams, because this is like the first season of the APAC teams, right? So same can be said for Trace Esports. And now this matchup, this 1v1 is just getting I hope it will have a different matchup. Okay, Lucian has been banned now.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You need to really ban the Lucian if you want to have fun in this 1v1s.
Twitch, just go Twitch.
We have the Kaisa too. I can see an angle, and we're just
for sure.
I'm just gonna go to Kaisa.
Kaisa versus Kaisa.
Tristana. Okay, that's fun at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Kaisa would win, right? Like easy.
In the early game, it's easy for Kaisa to win, but it's not gonna go to the late game anyway. So this is Tristana just having a hard time until maybe after he reaches level 3 in where he power spikes really hard after getting that combo. But I doubt that it would be enough for them to really get an easy kill.
Yeah, you need Halo Blades, bro.
Yeah.
You
no
need
Halo
that.
Blades
Yeah,
in the game.
no
It's
Halo
hard.
Blades in the game. I think, you know, in this particular matchup, especially on Wild Rift, right? Tristana is in a very awkward spot when it comes to the 1v1s, and that's the reason why it's almost always going to be put in the Dragon lane. Sometimes in the Baron lane, I use Tristana in the Baron lane, but that's a different setup, right? Like that's a range versus melee matchup. Then again, you know, in this 1v1, I still think it's very Kaisa favored, because just the fact, you know, that you are now able to proc or evolve your KT.RY very early. And we all know it's, you know, the gold in this duel map mode is also boosted. So it's going to be a lot easier for the Kaisa to find all those upgraded skills to get the advantage against the Tristana.
It's really high. Now with the Tristana, what do you need on a Tristana to get stronger? You need a lot of items to make it work. Immortal Shield Bow is not really going to help your cause whenever you're Tristana on a 1v1. Yes, it will with the shielding, but with the stats that you need a lot of raw damage on a Tristana.
KT.RY, there you go. Just one normal attack, one KT.RY, and one good chunk against Rose. But Rose was able to also do a decent amount of damage just with that one explosive shot.
Is now with the
this? Wait, exhaust has already been used by Soil.
Oh no.
Okay.
Wait, he's not dead. Oh no, he leveled up at the perfect time though. That's why Soil was able to survive that. Yeah.
Yeah, the double defensive spell available to Soil. Now Noon Quiver is already completed for our girl Kaisa. I guess this will be over pre-level 5.
Yeah. it's not even gonna be a problem having the Noon Quiver early. With Soil just having the early game advantage, he's just gonna be really going through this fight. KT.RY really just hits hard in this 1v1s, especially if you don't have the minions. And Rose just got a big chunk of that during that fight.
I saw the top 3 builds on Kai'Sa in just yesterday, and it's it all has what?
Oh my god!
Damage.
Oh
anyway,
my god!
Just going back,
what?
I saw all 3 of them maining Storm Razor as a first item, and I also, would agree, especially with the nerfs on the Immortal Shield Bow, and knowing that that first hit is a very crucial, especially as a Kai'Sa, because that slow could just help you out with your combo. Storm Razor, I think, is actually the best first item buy, at least in patch 4.2a. In patch 4.2, Shield Bow is still the king, right? Yeah. But in patch 4.2a, I still think, I think the Storm Razor is actually a very good change.
Yeah, just because of the change also on Immortal Shield Bow, a big chunk of the life steal has been taken down, and a bit of the scaling from the shield too. That just makes it a lesser item compared to the other 2 choices. Phantom Dancer would be way better, Storm Razor would be way better. But as you said, we're on 4.2, we're still going to be expecting the Immortal Shield Bow to get built here. But I'm really seeing your point with that Storm Razor. I really like, because it's in team. Also, the magic damage that you get from that slow is enough to chunk down the early game damage of other ADCs.
And it also has the same starting item, man. Noon Quiver.
Yep.
Is a very efficient item path right now, right? Like, Storm Razor is definitely one of the best items in the current patch, but in patch 4.2, Immortal Shield Bow is still our go-to. You know what? I've been raring to see a lot more Yonis recently. I know that it has been picked in the past few days. But in that matchup between Fennel versus NGX, and where they double down and they all in on the ADCs, Yone did not show up, right? Even with Just Chi, one of our best Yone players or Yone users in the game. I guess they just want to highlight some other champions and hide those more meta champions come playoffs.
Yep. You know what? Yesterday in the matches, they all banned Yone. They didn't want to see Yone come to light on those games, just because of the fact that itemization on Yone is way better now. And it makes it easier for the Yone to just scale up to the late game. That's why Yone is just such a better champion right now. For sure, Thunder Talk's gonna ban that against Weiba.
Or Trace Esports would be banning it away from Z. Right? So same can be said.
There you go.
Thunder Talk bans away the Z. Yone is just so good right now. Right? In patch 4.2a, I still think that there is a way to control a Yone, but a very good Yone player that can easily maximize the spacing that he needs. All those soul unbound plays, I've recently realized that I'm just not good at utilizing Yone, because when facing against a Yone player in the battle lane, I'm in awe. But when I'm the one using Yone, how come I'm not able to do the same thing?
You know what? The best thing about Yone is the Spirit Cleave. The Spirit Cleave makes it hard to play against the Yone. That shield and the uptime of that shield is always high, because the low cooldown of that makes it way easier to just pull it up. That's why Yone is so annoying to deal with. But it's a good thing we're seeing something normal now. We're seeing a Jace getting picked by the side of Thunder Talk, and also a Corki to answer back on the side of Trace Esports.
Yeah, all business on both sides. Thunder Talk still wants to get that very, very heavy priority on the sideline. By getting this Jace picked up, it's also a very flexible pick, right? Like, you can put it over onto the jungle. We know the X-Buy uses the Jace. Meanwhile, Trace Esports goes for the Corki. And this opens up the option for them to go for double marksman. Interestingly enough, Thunder Talk did not go for Kai'Sa right away, right?
Yeah. And that's why one of the things that I like about this, though, is that they don't prioritize the Kai'Sa, just because there's a lot of ways to control a Kai'Sa. And that's the difference on CN conference teams, because they really know how to deal with the Kai'Sa. Once you pick up the Kai'Sa, they're going to be picking something else, which most of the time is a Zeri, which I'm surprised of.
The late game prowess of the Zeri is something that CN conference team would also be able to do. this is something that you have been singing praises on, right? Like Alistar has really elevated itself as one of the go-to champions for our support players, especially with the fact that it's so easy to engage right now. And again, in a very fast-paced tempo, crowd control is definitely going to really help you in the early stages of the game, right? Like one headbutt pulverize would be able to net you the advantage that you need to get that 1-0 or 1 kill ahead. Now Thunder Talk, doubling down on the stuns, goes for the Jax as well.
Honestly, we talk about this off stream, right? Jax versus the Renekton in the top lane is not an easy matchup for Renekton even, because one counter-strike on the Ruthless Predator could really turn things around. But now on the other side, TR8 Esports going back to a Galio against this Alistar they have been picking. One of the good things about the Galio is that the safety of a Galio, just because of the Hero's Entrance, we've seen it in action during the last series. But in this game, I hope they pick something up in where the Hero's Entrance can be used effectively.
There will also be that dilemma in that Renekton versus Jax matchup, right? Like, Renekton also wants to be able to help his team come Dragon fights, come Herald fights, right? But you cannot really leave the lane of the Jax, right? Because the Jax would automatically get tower plates and a free tower if you decide to help overhelp your team. And that, I think, is one of the strengths of the Jax as well. By making sure that the Renekton does not get to help as much as he wants into the team fights, he's also able to pressure down and taking down the towers. Now TR8 Esports is going to ban away the Kai'Sa, will most likely ban the Jhin as well, unless they decide otherwise, because they have first pick.
Yeah, they have a Fiora angle here on the side of TR8 Esports if Thunder Talk doesn't ban it. Even if they ban it, there's also a Gwen that Weiba could use, so there's not really a lot of choices here. Both of the assassins that are high priority right now has been banned too. So, I'm looking at what TR8 Esports would use for the jungle here.
Xin Zhao, I guess, is the best option right now.
Could be good, yeah.
Xin Zhao is definitely one of... Wukong gets banned, which means that TR8 Esports, if they round up their draft right at Xin Zhao, I really... Xin Zhao plus double marksman. Perfect, right? Even if you pick the setting here, it also works well with the draft of TR8 Esports, because they will have a Galio that will be able to farm by himself in the bot lane. And we've seen a lot of... TR8 Esports going to decide to still maximize on Weiba. And this is the difference between Weiba and Weiba from being forced to play the Wukong and Weiba being allowed to play a carry. Right? We have seen a lot of losses recently by TR8 Esports just because Weiba was being forced to play the Wukong. But on this Olaf, it's more fitting to his playstyle.
Yeah, if Soil picks up the Zeri here, it would be very good, especially against a lot of melee champions outside of TR8 Esports. But picking up the Jhin is the safer spot for the team here. Now they can pick up the Kha'Zix. I was thinking about the Kha'Zix since a while ago, but against this composition, it might be really hard because you don't really have a lot of targets to really take down easily.
Olaf, it will be a perfect target to pin down though, right? Like, Olaf wants to go into your face, and isolation damage could easily chunk down. Soil?
Pick it?
Sorry, not Soil, but rather Jaja. Jaja goes for the Varus instead. Viewer support rating heads over to Thunder Talk. And that's because TR8 Esports has been struggling off late.
Yeah.
They are currently on a 3-series lose streak.
Yeah. They have been
after winning 5 times. Yeah.
They haven't found the right place for their meta to work. And right now, because the Olaf is going to be picked here by TR8 Esports, most of the time, I've always said it, Olaf is always a 50-50 champion. But on the other side too, Kha'Zix is a 50-50 champion too. So they both have equal chances here in this game.
Yeah. But with the Varus getting picked here by TR8 Esports, I really favor their draft overall. Right? Like, they have a very good balance of damage, frontline, and crowd control as well.
Yeah.
Now it just depends as to how this Varus gets built. I know that Jhin was on the other side, and we all know that Jhin is currently one of the strongest champions in the game. But I guess what really separates Varus from the rest right now is that Chains of Corruption. Chains of Corruption can easily win your team fights, right?
Yeah.
It spreads to the priority targets, it spreads to the front line of Thunder Talk. Then I see Trace Esports winning.
Yep. Trace Esports has a lot of chances of winning this. The only time that they can win on the other side is if this Jax would be allowed to go to the back line together with the Kazakhs. That's the only thing that I can see here that Thunder Talk would have the chance with, just based on the composition. But we have seen a lot of times Trace Esports performing really well on this double marksman composition. So with this, are they just gonna let Weiba go crazy again with this Olaf?
Feels like we're still on patch 4.1C, right? Like the Jace versus Corki. A matchup that we have seen like 1,000 times already, ever since Icons Global, ever since before that tournament. It has always been the Jace versus the Corki, or maybe Jace going against Illusion. So those are the two champions that we have always seen in the mid lane stay so relevant. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, now at least we have the addition of the Jhin by Soil here, going against Jaja and top.
Yep, this is one of the great changes that I've seen. Once they have this, the ultimate is going to be hard, the damage is going to be there. SM1 needs to flash away, and that's enough damage coming from Jaja just because of that piercing arrow to the Hill of Arrows. And now they get first blood. Oh, with a question mark too.
Yeah, like, oh man. I've seen Jaja and Tak win lane so hard for Trace Esports. In fact, there was one game which wherein I think, they were able to get like 3 kills or 2 kills. It ended up as a loss though, because that was Weiba on the Wukong. And there was like an identity crisis for Weiba. He wants to play for he needs to play for the team, but he's playing for himself more.
Yeah, SMY having a hard time with this engages that he has been doing. He has been too aggressive early on. He isn't level 5 yet, so the Unbreakable Will is not available, which makes it a tad bit more squishy compared to Tak.
I mean, Jaja is definitely winning this 1v1, or this Dragon Lane duel between him and Soil. But Soil will approach that territory in where he will be a lot more scary, right? One armor penetration item. In fact, this begs me the question as to how this Varus will get built. We all know that AP Varus is very strong in patch 4.2, with Nashers also being changed and being able to dish out a good amount of damage against tanky members. There's a lot of tanky members on the side of Thunder Talk. You have the Alistar, you have the Jace that would go into the front line as well. You have the Jax, of course. So yeah, I can see the value of an AP Varus, but what do you think will be the build path here by Jaja? Do you think this will still be poke?
I can see him going to armor penetration though, just because of the Coalfields Warhammer that he built once he went back. And there you go, there's the Manamune, the angle coming in from him. Chain of Corruption is going to be doing a lot of damage together with a piercing arrow, and that would push Soul to go back again after just reaching back to the lane.
Yeah, like that is one way to win your lane without even killing your opponent. But Weiba is already posturing here in the bot lane. They just want to make sure that they own this bot lane, deal massive losses towards Soil, and give tower plates, solo tower plates to Jaja here in the bot lane as well. Oh.
Offside, even with the counter strike, Shin is just going aggressively, and Lee Sao knows how to answer back. Just bait him out with the Call the Meat, and be able to deal some damage against him before going back. And so far, it is looking like Trace Esports have been taking a lot of this momentum in their favor, and Thunder Talk is having a hard time answering back. Soil now low HP, flashing in. Jaja takes another kill.
Yeah, on the top side, a 3-man dive by Trace Esports make that 4-man dive.
They have a counter strike too on Shin. He's taking a long time to die, but Tak would be able to survive, and that is Trace Esports. Takes another kill on the board, and they can't even do anything against them. Tak, oh no, this is be the kill from X-Buy, and that is just one taster of fear.
It's a very good consolation prize for Thunder Talk, because it's breaking open to the side of Trace Esports. Now you look at X-Buy, he's challenging Weiba into a 1v1 duo, which we all know should favor the Kazakhs.
Yeah, he can win that 1v1 for sure. Even at this right now, there's not a lot of champions that could win a 1v1 against an Olaf, except for a Kha'Zix and a Shinza.
Isolated damage, for sure. Jaja though, 2-0-0. basically has sent a message to Seoul that, hey, in this game, you won't be enjoying playing that Jin similar to, the same way that you are able to enjoy it with other matchups. Because again, range advantage towards Varus.
Yeah. And also just because of the easy damage coming in from the Varus. That's one of the weaknesses of a Jin. When he's fighting with someone who has good bursts against him, he's not going to win that because he needs the forward shot every time. And it takes a long time before he would be able to get that up.
Now this is a much more harder matchup for Lisa, but Rose, he's just waiting.
Rose has good angle. SMY was able to run away because of that. And also, the reason why he's really not tanky. Oh, XY was able to take it sneakily, even with Trace Esports being there.
Yep. Now Rose packaging here onto the bot lane. Shin does not have flash.
Yeah, just a sponge is gonna be there. Here comes XY to go for the support. He wants to go to the back line. Good thing he had the taunt though. Damage gonna be there, and he needs to run away even after.
But he survived for like good 5 seconds in a different scenario. He would end up surviving there. Now Trace Esports would be able to get themselves some tower plates here in the bot lane as well. Attack would help out Rose to take down more tower plates for themselves. That's 3 tower plates in the bot lane. They can even use the Rift Herald in the mid lane. And this is the snowball concept of the Rift Herald in patch 4.2.
Yeah, and that's why it's really hard when you have this composition that doesn't really favor the early game. Look at this. Shin survived for so long just because of the Grandmaster's might, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's noting that the armor is being shredded. Just the fact that Rosta had to invest his flash is already a win by Thunder Talk. But that is also Shin being too far forward, right? He was so confident. He knew that his jungler was, clearing the dragon. And so, first initial thought was that this is my side. The jungler is on the other side and they would be maximizing their efforts on the other side of the map. But because Rose had the package still available, it was so easy for him to traverse and get that gap close as well. Now we head over into my favorite map in the game. This is definitely my favorite map in the game, the ice map. Just because if you are able to maximize all of those icy paths, you get more movement speed for better rotations overall.
Yep. I like the way this was made, right? Because the rotations would be way easier. It has a lot more chances, especially for the competitive scene. They can really rotate really fast together with a Yomu's Ghostblade and what they have right now. So honestly, there is a lot of chance here for Thunder Talk to still come back. And because they have a Jhin on them too, it still is not done. They really just need to wait for the late game. But here comes a gang coming in from all sides. Trace Esports are looking for a kill here, and they want to take down this tower.
That Sentinel Olaf Undertow looks like a Chains of Corruption for some reason to me.
Yeah. Just because of the Arclight Varus, right? It's almost the same color as what Weiba has there with the Undertow.
I mistook him for Varus. I'll be honest with you. Like, that effect though, man. It's so similar, but anyway, at least now I know what to buy as my skin.
Yeah, we can see that for sure in the future when we play. But again, Trace Esports are just playing this so well, right? They can't even take down a tower on the other side because they really have a lot of losing lanes on their matchups. And that's why it's making it hard for Thunder Talk to even take over the tempo. And SMY is just threatening to try and get a kill or maybe get a good pulverize here in the mid lane.
3K already onto the side of Trace Esports, although there is a lot of scaling to the side of Thunder Talk. I mean, they have the Jax. Jace is kind of decent, falls off super late game, but this is basically his power spike. At around 8-minute mark, 9-minute mark, all those Muramana builders would have a lot of, or will be a lot stronger. And although Z does not run the Muramana, it's still the double lethality item or double armor penetration item. This is when he's going to hit the hardest, right? And this is when you want to really force a team fight with SMY Soil having access to 2 items.
Yeah, and once it gets the Cyril the Scrunch, it would really hit harder on their side. But second item is the way it is to go because not a lot of people have been building a lot of armor at this point in the game. So that's why it's just gonna hurt, especially for the ADCs in the backline if a Shock Blast would be able to go through.
Yep. flat armor penetration is definitely very valuable. This 1v1 Shin versus Lisa, all you can do as a Renekton is to hope to stabilize the lane because you can never really push back a Jax, especially at this point in the game in where the Jax has enough resistances, has the barrier to really dissuade any assassination. Damn, that undertow really throws me off, dude.
This is what I like about the new patch, right? Because with the new patch, the value of the dragon is way higher, and people would contest a lot more in this dragon fight. And now, Control is going to be used. KT.RY is threatening to go for a steal on the other side of the map, and they are just really slowing it down for the members of Crazy Esports, losing a lot of HP. SMY has been kicked out. Unbreakable Will is going to be there. That's a lot of damage coming through.
Wow.
Even with the Unbreakable Will, he falls down, and that's a lot of members. Rose went forward to Shin. He's going to die with a one-lead strike in front of everybody. KT.RY super low. A lot of members are threatened to be killed here on the members of Tracy Esports. That's the damage coming in from the shock blast, and they're not going to contest this anymore for sure.
Rose survives 4 versus 5 though, because Rose is just on his way.
What?
Z finds the snipe.
Shock blast damage is just crazy, Autolus. And ThunderTalk Z knows how to use that in his favor. Look at his damage. He's not afraid, but with no mana, they know that they can try to go for this. They're going to try to contest, but here comes the steal coming from KT.RY. He's not going to be able to get the steal here. The members have low HP. They got the dragon on their side. Soul was able to steal it in the end. The members of ThunderTalk are really healthy right now. They're going to chase down Tag. One more shot from the curtain call with a question mark. What is it? He wasn't able to run away in the end.
Yeah, fancy footwork. But what is Weiba doing? I saw the dragon at around 400 HP. I was waiting for the smite, but I guess the smite was early, was used so early just to get some HP back. We look into that team fight once again. Again, it started with a very good curtain call. And you would ended with a curtain call indeed. And Rose, this was like the best way to use your package. You get access to soil. Immediately he backs away. He knew right away that he cannot win that 1v1 and survives with 1 HP. Z though had other plans, winning the game. We did say that this is when the Jace is very strong, right? This is when he is strongest. 2 items is definitely his power spike with 2 armor penetration item, strikes the heart, the Varus. And that is basically enough for ThunderTalk to extend this team fight and get themselves a dragon. The replay is still continuing, and Weiba used it to sustain.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why he had no smite.
Yeah. And Exploit wasn't able to smite too, just because he got CC'd really early on. And Soil was just able to take it with a dancing grenade. That is just... And this is the funny part though. It all started with a curtain call and it ended with one more curtain call, but wasn't able to get the kill. Now on the top side, KT.RY is here waiting. If ever Lee Sao goes forward, he's going to be going in. Shock Blast going to be there. Lee Sao is slowed down. He's not going to be able to survive, but he has the flash to get it.
Very slippery. Renekton with the slice and the dice plus the flash. Enough ways to go.
Weiba's left alone here. He needs to run away, uses the Ragnarok. That's a big ultimate down to the side of Tracy Esports.
And now with ThunderTalk getting 2 dragons for themselves, are they going to force this Baron? They are a very fast-taking team when it comes to epic monsters because they have the Kazakhs, the Jace, and the Jin as well. And so wisely, Tracy Esports presents some threat and forces them to back away.
They tried to go for it, but because there is still a lot of members and Jaja is still going to hit hard at this point of the game, they really respected, which is a really smart move from ThunderTalk Gaming. That could have thrown the game in favor of Trace Esports if they took that. But now with ThunderTalk Gaming confident in their own playstyle now, this is when they are going to start a lot of fights.
3 items already completed for Z. Their superstar mid laner already has Mortal Reminder, so triple armor penetration items for the legend himself. Meanwhile, SMY just practicing some pulverize.
Even Shock Blasts are going to be very deadly. Brutus Predator was cancelled right there just because of the counter strike, and now they're going to use it back line just because of 1 Shock Blast. Sable to turn things around, pushes away both of the marksmen. And Trace Esports are just gonna back away. Look at ThunderTalk. They want to force Trace Esports to react to this Baron take.
Exactly. And again, you have to respect the amount of damage on ThunderTalk's side. They would melt this Baron so fast. Shin is already approaching level 13. Same can be said for Seoul. But really the biggest difference maker for Thunder Talk right now is their ability to outpoke the enemies, right? Z has been so good in landing his shock blasts. And those curtain calls as well. As you said, it can be used to initiate the fight. It can be used to really end the fight. Same with theater, right? Like, everything starts with a curtain call.
That is true. You got that right. You got that right. They have a lot of items now to Seoul. The difference maker between an armor penetration Jin to the late game Jin going full crit is that this full crit Jin is going to be running away really fast. And that's why Trace Esports is going to have a hard time reaching this back line. The only way that they can go for the back line is if Jaja goes for a flash chain of corruption. Now Seoul is going to be a big headache for the side of Trace Esports.
Z was even able to clear out that sneaky ward that Lee Zhao did try to put there. Now Weiba is currently in a very awkward position right now. He can easily get outpoked, and I'm not 100% sure as to if he has Warmogs already, at least to try to mitigate some of those poke damage that comes his ways.
He needs to really get that. Knockup happens in mid. He's not going to start anything else. Just burns the face rush from SMY. Now with the position coming from Shin, Rose is a bit scared because he can go for a really great plan. He's also there, shadowing them. That's a great knockup on the Jaja with the curtain call damage coming in from them. And now they lost their members. Trace Esports, Zack needs to flash away and he's dead. Thunder Talk really wants to go to the cleanup. One is down. They don't have any jungler. Baron is at the ready. They can take this and take the Drake together with it.
Do you really want to face this version of Thunder Talk come playoffs? I know that they are in the lower bracket, but man, they are on form! Baron has been secured here by Thunder Talk. Will most likely get the third dragon in the game and can easily be said, that's game.
As we said, this is why it's really scary to play around it. Now they have seen their target. They're looking for their mark. Lee Sao needs to flash away from that in order to go to safety. But this dragon, as he said this a lot of times, this is an auto-win condition for the side of Thunder Talk.
3 dragons joining the team fight. And again, it all started with the curtain call, and with SMY being one of the best Alistar players, also the pokes coming from Z. Oh, that Scrying Bloom was perfect. Okay, that gave enough information for Thunder Talk to really just pull the trigger. With that Scryer's Bloom, it's easy assassination. It's easy curtain call, right? Like it's like giving the Jin like full vision of all the members that he needs to hit. And with all the pokes landing as well, it's just so hard to respond if you're Trace.
Yeah, even if he didn't have a really great early game for Soil, now that it's in the late game, this is his playground, and it's really hard to play against a Jin at this point, especially if you don't have an assassin that could take down a Jin pretty easily.
This is the same story of when I casted Trace Esports last. They were able to win the laning phase with Jaja and Tak really, dealing a huge amount of damage to the opposing Dragon Lane duo. But when it comes to the mid-game team fights, it feels like that, as a team, they really have a lot to work with. They really have to fix a lot of things because, man, it's already the playoffs and they need to really flip the switch soon and fast.
Yeah, and that's why now. Ooh, Chain of Corruption was able to hit though. Stasis, Piercing Arrow is not available though. Shin is going to survive for so long. Tak is going to be the target on the other side of the fight. And they're seeing the curtain call, the damage. They need to dodge everything. Now that they have one left member, fourth shot! Able to get the kill in the end. And now this is going to be in the members right now. Trace Esports in shambles of what happened. Losing one big damage source is going to be a call for Thunder Talk to go for the Elder Drake.
It's so satisfying to see the fourth shot from curtain call connect onto one squishy member, half health immediately erased.
Yeah, now Soil is just in front of everybody. The damage and CC is going to be there. Weiba tried to go away, but it's not going to be enough because the flash coming in from Soil would be chasing everyone down. The shock blast from Jaja would come in to his face, and that's the members of them falling down one by one. Elder Drake secured. This could be game.
Indeed, that's 4 dragons joining Thunder Talk in this 5-man push in the bot lane. It's already 19 minutes. No more Nexus shields to be had for Trace Esports, and Thunder Talk is just marching here.
Yeah, this is going to be the last fight if they want to still survive. They have some time though. They have the shields coming in at the right place. and Thunder Talk would try to get this on another day. They have Baron. They have 25 seconds.
Rose still has the package, so it's kind of scary to really force that Nexus. But the game is still not over. Trace Esports was able to buy themselves at least a few more minutes. And if they find a miracle team fight, then yeah, one would say that Trace Esports would still be able to pull an upset. But it's just so hard to win from this angle, right? Like at 20 minutes, 10k gap with 3 dragons joining Thunder Talk.
Yeah, too aggressive coming in from Shin. Now he's half HP, but doesn't matter. Look at the curtain call damage. It might be really hard for Trace Esports to even contest that at this point. Trace Esports are looking to try and steal this Baron, but right now Thunder Talk has a chokehold on their jungle.
And Alistar is one of the best defensive champions when it comes to objective takedowns because he can just push away the jungler.
Look at that.
Far away.
Yeah, they got the Baron already, and now they want to go for the fight. They have Elder Dig Bob still. The damage is going to be there, and that is the burn on the members of Trace Esports. They tried their best to get something out of that fight, but SMY in front of them is making it hard for them to execute anybody. And Trace Esports are going to look for nothing except for an ace to the side of Thunder Talk. And that's a Baron, and that's an endgame, striking first against the members of Trace Esports. Thunder Talk just performed so well this game.
Thunder Talk is in a very scary form. Man! Again, this begs the question, are you really going to be happy as an upper bracket team to pick Thunder Talk for the upcoming playoffs? Because this version, this form of Thunder Talk is just on a different level. We just saw them being able to crawl the lead that Trace Esports was able to surmount early parts of the game, was able to slow things down, was able to also reverse the game in their favor. And again, if you're Trace Esports on the other side, there are glaring weaknesses mid-game. Weba hasn't been the same Weba ever since he got targeted down on his favorite champions. Now on the Olaf, not really being able to do much because again, an Olaf needs a lot of taking care of, right? Like he needs to farm a lot of resources, and you cannot farm a lot of resources whenever there's like double marksman that is in your team because those 2 marksmen also needs to farm.
Yeah. And one of the things that I'm afraid of is the teams that are facing against Thunder Talk Gaming after all of this, just because the teams that are in danger of facing against Thunder Talk are going to be JDG, Weibo Gaming, and EDG. Whoever stays on the 5th and 6th place are going to be facing the wrath of Thunder Talk. And you know what? Thunder Talk lost against Weibo and JDG, but at this form, I'm afraid that they need to be afraid for this version of Thunder Talk.
You said it first. You did say that Thunder Talk may present some challenge to the overwhelmingly favorite team of Keep Best Gaming, KBG. Might be looking into this particular matchup saying, they are a threat. Although we know that KBG is a cheat code by itself. They work like an absolute unit, and we have to just give credit where it's due. This Thunder Talk was able to find the right recipe for the success that they are enjoying right now. They're on a win streak. It ended just last game. That was against FPX, if I'm not mistaken. But that's okay, right? Like at the end of the day, even if it was a loss, it was a 3-game series. It was still very competitive. It still shows that you are very much ready for playoffs.
Yeah, and also the reason why they really had a hard time during the times that they lost against Weibo, the loss on JDG, was because Soil wasn't there yet. Now that that Soil is here and it's an ADC meta, it's hard. It's gonna be hard for everybody to fight against this version of Thunder Talk. Everybody in the lower bracket needs to be afraid. Everybody in the upper bracket needs to stay there. If they don't stay there, they might be pulled down by Thunder Talk Gaming.
The Cinderella story, right? Like the lower bracket kings. We've heard a lot of teams being able to crawl from the depths of hell in the lower bracket, ending up getting that storyline in for that grand finale. And I can see it from Thunder Talk. They're just a different team right now. Same can be said for Trace Esports, but on another reason, on an opposite reason, right? Like these are like 2 sides of the coin. Thunder Talk doing so good, meanwhile Trace Esports really struggling.
Yeah. they're having a hard time finding the value on this composition. Right now, as I said, Seoul is gonna be the MVP. And it's also because of the fact that in this meta, in patch 4.2 and 4.2a, there's a lot more skill expression for the ADCs, and these ADCs are just gonna make it hell for those superstar junglers even Weba is gonna struggle if he uses champions like Aatrox, like Yone, but most of the time those champions are banned. That's why you won't really have a chance to really express your skills, and you're left alone with champions like Olaf, Wukong that doesn't really have a lot of ways to carry. It is really situational and conditional on those champions.
My biggest takeaway is that the Jhin by Seoul was left open until the fourth pick on blue side, which means that Crazy Esports did not really put heavy emphasis on their Dragon Laner. In fact, their last pick was the Dragon Laner. They are saying that, hey, you know what? We are able to win with Jaja, being able to use almost anything. And they were right? They were winning the lane so hard against Seoul. But similar to what happened the last time out that I casted them, something is amiss. Something is really lacking from the side of Trace Esports. I just hope that come game number 2, they find the fix.
Yeah, I hope they would be able to change things up on this next game. I am really hoping for Trace Esports to have a comeback at this, because having no momentum going to the playoffs, you still have a lot of weeks to prepare for it. But again, before we head into game 2, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning
Back to Thunder Talk and Trace Esports. Thunder Talk gets the first win, gets the first punch, and now Trace Esports, as we said a while ago, they need to find a way to get their right formula in order for them to win. Thunder Talk winning this would just swing the momentum in their favor.
Oh, definitely. Like right now, they're on match point, and Thunder Talk remains on blue, and we all know that both the teams really favors playing on the blue side. Combined, I think they played 25 games on the blue side, so Thunder Talk would welcome this. Although, one would say that, that was prior, or that was because it was, before patch 4.2, in where almost everything changed. But Thunder Talk still goes for the blue side and will still select the same first champion that they did select come game 1, and that's the Jace.
Having the Jace a while ago was a really safe pick, especially for Z. He was able to get some great shock blasts in, but with that, Trace Esports prioritizing the Wukong because that's something that they were lacking a while ago. They were lacking a solid defense for their backline.
Yep, and I think that this is going to be Weiba. And that will be like the 4th time that I'll be seeing him on the champion. Not really his best champion, so to speak, but in an ADC focused meta, you kind of need to play for the team rather than play for yourself, right? And so we have come to an era in where Weiba has selected to play for his team rather than play for himself, because we knew that Weiba is definitely one of those players that wants to eat up all resources. With all the smite penalties being adjusted to really penalize all those carry junglers, it's just going to be a lot harder to push through now, right? And I think that's also one thing to consider when it comes to why we are not seeing carry junglers in patch 4.2.
Yeah, and it's really gonna be hard for carry junglers. Now it is the era of the ADCs, and we're gonna be looking more on the Dragon lane compared to before. Having the jungler superstars like Long and Weiba, they are for sure gonna be going to a lot more defensive options than before. But before that, we can talk about a lot of the other teams that already has that formula down to the T. Like what the top 2 teams we have right now, J-Team and even
And
KBG are good with those junglers that are defensive.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like they pick up the Shen, they will maximize the Shen to its full capacity, be able to impact the map from minute number 5 or minute number 3, in where you will already have access to the Stand United. Vara is being locked in here by Thunder Talk. Do you see that this will be a mid lane soil?
I
Possible,
can see
right?
The Kaisa on the it could be a Z champion if ever, but I like this. I like this Ashe pick. Yes, they have the damage coming in from the core key, but I hope they pick something up that would have enough damage on the last pick here for Trace Esports.
I think they have enough damage. I'll be honest with you. Like they have the Ashe and Corki and the Renekton against the Gary, and we all know that Gary is very tanky. What they lack is a support right now.
Oh,
unless this is going to be a support Ashe.
Oh yeah, it could be really possible though, because if they don't have any support choices anymore, they could go for that angle and pick something off differently. Yeah, like something like that, like an Amumu in the jungle. Wave up. Are you really sure in picking this up?
Swing.
Oh, that's a good pick though. That's a lot of champions already, but okay. They just
Freylord special. You have the Braum and the Ashe pairing here in the bot lane. Again, they have a double marksman. I know one would say that the damage of the Ashe isn't really the best in the game. In fact, the Ashe has been being strongly considered now as a stun bot. Just being utilized for that enchanted crystal arrow. But make no mistake, Ashe is one of the original crit champions in the game.
Yeah. One of the things that I like with the Ashe is the way you can just use the volley in your favor so that you could win the lane, or at least get a trade-off so that people won't really go super aggressive, because once they get slowed, most of the time it is enough. That's why Ashe is such a scary pick, especially in this meta. It's because most of the ADCs just get stunned and they're dead.
And also being able to help your side laners as well, right? With the enchanted crystal arrow cross map. I've been a recipient of arrows from a mile away as a Baron laner, and dude, I tell you what, it's so tilting when it happens.
Yeah.
Because the amount of stun, amount of seconds that it will take for me to get rid of the enchanted crystal arrow as a Renekton is going to be too much. As a Garen though, it's a different story because Garen is that one champion that has tenacity built in onto his skill set, and plus the fact that if he ever goes for perseverance, that's a lot of tenacity that he can work with.
Yeah, and popping the courage while you get enchanted crystal arrow is just like a 0.5 second arrow stun, even if it was super long. That's why Garen is still one of the stronger champions, but slowly but surely, Garen is slowly being pushed off the meta just because of the ADC meta that we have right now.
Right. But against the Ashe, it still is
not
a
a
bit
problem.
big.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a problem because it's Garen is strong in this composition at least, just because they don't have a big ADC carry compared to, for example, a Jhin, a Varus. But here they have a Corki, which is also the same thing that he has been doing since patches ago.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, right, like Z went for Giant Slayer as his rune choice, which to me, like, if say for example a Jace has a Hull Breaker, is it enough to proc the Giant Slayer passive already? Because I'm not 100% sure as to what the numbers would show. All I know is the Giant Slayer would obviously be effective against the Garen. Is he really going to be tasked to shred down the Garen? Maybe not. But that Giant Slayer is going to be very interesting because it was just him that did it. It's not the Ashe, so it was just Rose.
Honestly, a lot of people have been picking up the Giant Slayer recently, just because of the damage numbers of the Giant Slayers, especially for the ADCs. And now with this might really pose a threat later on, because not even the Garen, even the Vi is a scary choice right here, because you really need to shred out the Vi. For sure, they're not going to go full damage on that Vi. They're going to go tank.
I'll be doing all the computations later. See if it really is worth it. I pick it up in the Baron lane if I just want to abuse that lane matchup. But outside of that, right, like it's not really an early game rune for sure, right?
Yeah.
It will be relevant come later in the game. Come all those beefy frontliners get their first, second item already, or third item even, and that's when the Giant Slayer will have more impact. But that is definitely a very good rune choice, especially with the way Thunder Talk has drafted this game.
And I could have really liked this draft already, but I hope their damage is going to be enough here against Thunder Talk, because yes, with the damage they have the Ashe. If they go for the Ashe for full damage, maybe that could really change things up for Trace Esports. But honestly, with what I'm seeing, Thunder Talk has an easier composition to pull up because they only need to press easy buttons for them to win a fight.
Yeah, press ult to win, right? Like you have the Garen, you have the Vi, you also have the Alistar. You can just pulverize and have a specific champion, lock down a specific champion, and you win by numbers. Now, Soil went for Caulfield's hammer first. Is that Muramana waiting to happen for the Kai'Sa?
I can see an angle though that they can go for the Muramana. Yesterday I've seen Arwan go full AP on that. Full AP on the Kai'Sa. And that works so well, considering that they don't have a lot, or rather an AP champion to use on the side of Thunder Talk. They can go for that.
Oh yeah. Now that you said, now that you mentioned that, just having that specific damage profile change from the Kai'Sa is going to be huge as well. And we all know how big the evolved Void Seeker is able to do. That I think is too far forward. Yeah, there you go. That's an easy clear from Trace Esports. Thunder Talk also has to go back, especially Z. Like his mana is almost depleted, and it's just in time for the next objective fight. So this 2v2. Oh wait, I don't think that engaging at this point is a good idea because Z does not have any mana to work with.
what I really like about SMY is that he's not afraid of sacrificing an aftershock for a face rush, just for him to be able to chase down the members with his skill 3, which is why a while ago he was losing against Hack early game because he picked up the face rush. But in the late game, it worked so well for him.
Oh yeah, indeed, right? Like, they won't be able to do a thing against you anyway if you have your ultimate ready. So that face rush plus this Proto World Ancient coming from SMY.
He wants to make plays.
Indeed. I mean, he was able to secure a kill earlier, a Proto Belt kill. Those are one of the most satisfying ways to get a kill for yourself. But we'll look into the 5v5, and again, we know that Weiba is on a utility champion. That is the Wukong, so Cyclone will be very crucial in this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, they want to go for the fight though, and they're trying to force out the members of Thundersoft from taking this, giving Weiba some time to go for the Infernal Drake if ever they're trying to go for it. But with what we're seeing from them, Thundersoft already is pushing to the top side. One Cease and Desist could end this fight. Rose needs to be careful around here, because even if he has a package, that Cease and Desist takes some time. Wants to go forward. Here comes the ultimate bolt breaker to the Cease and Desist. The package was able to get burned. But at least they didn't burn any Summoner spells onto Rose. They're taking a long time for them to take this Drake. They have the Unbreakable Will, but it's not going to be enough. That Alistar is going to fall down. They're taking a lot of damage. Are they going to sacrifice this? X-Buy can't even go forward. And Trace Esports would be able to take this objective.
Yeah, I just don't think, applying the Cease and Desist or investing the Cease and Desist onto Rose at that point was a good idea. I think you just have to bait out the package and that's it. But again, Trace Esports was so decisive. And when everything was happening on the top side, the Rift Herald was already being taken by Weiba, and so it was easy picking for them. They have lots of crowd control over to their side, and if you look at the ultimates, how do you ever enter a fight against a Cyclone, against a Glacial Fissure? It's just so hard to enter any team fight, unless if you have the Alistar at the forefront of everything, right? But that's that's a scenario in where Thundertalk was definitely in a very disadvantaged position. And now you look at the current state, this Infernal Dragon may even go to Trace Esports.
What I'm afraid of, though, for Soil here, in the early game, he's not really going to be dealing a lot of damage because he even went for the Nashor's Suit for the second item. That just makes it easier for the other members of Trace Esports to just use this in their favor, because it's going to be taking a long time. After he gets the Muramana, sure. But now, on the first objective, it might be hard for Thundertalk to go for fights.
Nashor's Tooth. Oh.
Knocks up, Lee Sao, half HP. Shin doesn't have any flashes. If he had the flash, that could have been an easy execute onto Lee Sao, but now they're already starting the Infernal Drake.
Right, and now Trace Esports does not have the advantage of the Rift Herald pushing in the mid lane anymore. Attack waiting for that perfect opportunity to use that Glacial Fissure.
Yeah, great.
There you go.
Rage Weiba, Cease and Desist. Look at this back line, though, has been breached. Even though they take this, they're going to be taking the Drake in their favor. Thundertalk lost a lot of members, but that's okay. They got the Drake, but that's 3 members down.
Perfect Glacial Fissure coming from Trace Esports. Tack. And man, now Trace Esports is reversing the script. Thundertalk is now struggling to find the team fight that they want. 4 kills to 0. And even the first hour would go over to the side of Trace Esports. Yeah, Thundertalk was able to get the Scaling Dragon for themselves, but the cost is too high. We look into that team fight once again. I was waiting for Tak to pop off that great Glacial Fissure, and that hit 3 people with Lee Sao flashing in, making sure that Z won't be able to influence this team fight. Like, it's so easy to use the composition of Trace Esports if they are already in the position to do so, because all you have to do is to put the Braum in a very good spot, and no follow-up can be done, or no engages can be done by Thundertalk at all.
Yeah, and honestly, Trace Esports just needs to re-engage. With this composition, they're built to or at least to counter-engage against Thundertalk. Once they try to go in, there's the Glacial Fissure, there's the Cyclone waiting for them. That's why it was easy for them to win these fights. And if they use it against Thundertalk, especially in these moments in where they try to go over-aggressive, that is when they win these fights.
They just cannot reach the marksman, right? Like, they want to kill Rose, they want to kill Jaja, but how do you do that against Tak's bodyguard duty, right? Like, he's just that very big wall right now that Thundertalk has to traverse in order for them to really be able to do much. And also looking at how Thundertalk built this Kai'Sa, this is, again, the AP Kai'Sa. route that Arrow?
Crystal Arrow, X-Buy was the target. Because they weren't able to hit that, they weren't able to re-engage. Towers are down at the side of Thunder Talk, and 3K Gold Lead is already at the board. Right now, Thunder Talk is struggling on how they would find some kills because with the way their composition was built, it is all on the execution. But they need a first DPS in order for them to execute members here. For them now, they're going in on to attack. Not really the best target. Cyclone's going to be here. The damage is not going to be enough. X-Buy needs to run away. But that slow coming from Jaja is enough to slow them down. So they're trying to do some damage. Killer Instinct too aggressive coming in from Jaja. They got the kill, but it was not enough for them to follow through with more.
Yeah, that is 1 for 2. Yeah, that is indeed a 1 for 2, and Shin might even die here. He's being pincered down, but Shin still has a flash available. Still advantage to the side of Trace Esports. They're now able to destroy this tower top side. And with how things are going right now, Thunder Talk is receiving the punishment that Trace Esports did receive during game number 1, right? Like this mid-game team fights, early game team fights, all on the side of Trace Esports. And you look into the itemizations right now, it takes time. It really takes time for the evolved AP Kai'Sa to really do so much in the game.
We're seeing it in action. They're having a hard time, especially Soil. Now that they have the ultimate coming in, Wave is gonna go for the engage, but because they have SMY, no Unbreakable will just yet. That's why they wanted to go for that kill. But now, even with the punishment that we're being seen from Thunder Talk, it hasn't been working in their favor.
Yep. Those Void Seekers are not really hurting that much, right? Like at 11 minutes.
Yep.
But we will see. I'm just not a fan overall of this Kai'Sa build. But Thunder Talk may just need to really wait for the Kai'Sa to reach a third item mark. I think Luden's Echo would be a very good item buy, provided that he will have ability haste as well as a good AP. Or maybe even Riftmaker. What do you think will be the third item here by Soil?
Riftmaker, for sure.
Riftmaker,
okay.
okay.
The third item, yeah.
Alright,
with that,
there you
yeah,
go.
okay, there you go. Yeah, that's gonna be a Riftmaker for sure. Because if ever, one thing that they need for Soul is to stay longer in fight, and Riftmaker is just gonna help that push through. The extra 2 damage is gonna be big for them. That's why we're looking onto how they're gonna be playing this, and they need to be at least less. Wait, that Wave is getting hit left and right. He can't even get this item. Ocean Drake is here already.
Okay, well, Weiba will be able to eat some fruits, so that's going to help him. Rose also being targeted by all those pokes coming from Thunder Talk.
That's how it's becoming annoying. The Kai'Sa hitting all those Void Seekers is making it annoying for Trace Esports to even back away. They're taking a lot of the brink of the damage from Thunder Talk, but looking at Lee Sao, really great positioning here. He could go for a great flank. That's why the members of Thunder Talk are really backing away from this. They want to get this Ocean Break, but they're not going. They are going to be going for the steal. They're not going to be able to take it just yet. They got it in the end. Trace Esports was able to get it. Not enough damage coming in from Thunder Talk. They need to flash away.
3v3.
One has been killed. It's going to be a 3v3. They have the front on Shin. That is going to be the damage coming in from Z. 2 marksmen are still alive, but with Soil just making it the Void Seekers with the Captain Rain. Rose needs to run away with the Valkyrie, but Soil is looking for another Void Seeker. One hit could really end the life of Rose here, but it is still a 3-for-3, but at least Trace Esports got the Ocean Break.
Yeah, that 2v2, Soil's miss on that Void Seeker was very crucial, because had it connected, that could have been a clean ace for the side of Thunder Talk. It started with the seasoned assist, targeting the decoy of Uheva, and just it's really so hard to play the Vi against the Wukong just because of that skill, right? Like, but now we are starting to feel how Thunder Talk really planned this draft out, and that is to poke, and poke. It was not just Z, it's also Soil landing those pokes onto the targets here by Thunder Talk, by Trace Esports. And that dragon going over to Trace Esports was definitely what they want, but in the end, it's a very much even team fight, and as the game progresses, we all know that this double marksman composition Trace Esports scales so well into the late game, but same can be said for Thunder Talk.
Oh no, they got the hit on Ziggs. He's gonna be dead here. That's the Baron call for Trace Esports. Great enchanted crystal arrow from Jaja.
The main reason why the Ash has been picked up here, and Trace Esports still wants to push forward, but SMY is here.
Yeah, they got the stun. Backline. Look at that. They're still pushing on the top side though. Thunder Talk needs to decide, are they gonna go and try to take the Baron, or are they gonna defend Rose on the top side? But now that's too late
risky
because Trace Esports already starting the Baron.
Yeah, but this is very risky against a Garen and an Alistar, but they're turning.
No. That was too fast. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was there ready already. They got one kill already with that on Z, and they got another from Shin. And Thunder Talk is they don't have enough damage. Seoul doesn't have enough to be able to poke out the back line just because of the Unbreakable coming from TAC. It's easy for them to just steal this. X-By is going in for the back line. He wants to get the kill on Weiba, but it's not going to be enough. Thunder Talk is struggling against Race Esports.
Yeah, one by one, Thunder Talk members go in, and one by one, they fall as well. And Arrow almost hit Soil, had it connected. That could have been a very dead Kai'Sa. But Trace Esports again making use of that pick. Ashe MVP, man. Like, that arrow connecting onto Z started it all, and it just became a disaster overall for the side of Thunder Talk.
Black Cleaver, Essence Weaver, that is a high uptime on that Enchanted Crystal Arrow because of the ability haste. They can be taking down the towers, and Thunder Talk are just gonna watch them do that just because they don't have enough damage. And as we're seeing, this is not working. This AP Kai'Sa on the side of Thunder Talk is not working because those Void Seekers aren't even relevant for the tanks in front of Trace Esports.
It's, you know, as long as it doesn't hit the primary target, ergo the Ashe, or maybe even Rose, it's not really going to impact the game that well. And for a second, I was fearing for Trace Esports because it's so scary to start a Baron against, you know, PP members. But did you see how they melted the Garen? It just took them, what, like 2 seconds to melt down a Garen, no less. And that is the reason why we think the Garen's relevance in the ADC meta is starting to fumble, is starting to get questioned. And this is definitely a welcome sign because that's definitely not the best champion in the game in terms of competitive.
Yeah, now we're seeing here in the back line, they want to get the kill on Weiba, but with the stasis, the members right here will be able to go to follow through. Weiba's going to be able to survive just because of the stasis. But SMY also does in the end. Now they want to go for the kill. Shin is very squishy. X-By is in front, but they have another ultimate at the ready. They're just waiting for them to go through, and the reactive composition from Trace Esports is working.
Yeah, and now 12 seconds before the Elder Dragon. SMY has one goal here, and that is to prevent Trace Esports to back away, to spend those unspent gold. But yeah, because heading into this next, not really Elder Dragon, but that's the third dragon. Never mind. It's so early. I'm being thrown off. That's how fast the game is in patch 4.2. We're at the 17-minute mark, and this Ice Dragon will be eaten by Weiba and company. Again, with all the resources that they have, 2 dragons as well. Do you still ever see that this Kai'Sa would, you know, do the biggest difference in the game? Because now he's currently at 4 items, like decent items as well. Infinity Orb already completed. And all those resets on those Void Seekers will help out, but up to what? Up to how much, right? Like it just doesn't make sense right now for me, right? This AP Kai'Sa is not it.
The only time it will be good is on those long Elder Dragon dances. But it's not going to happen at this point, just because one Enchanted Crystal Arrow could end the life of one, and that just breaks the stalemate. And what the AP Kai'Sa wants to do is just to make it a stalemate until they get the advantage from the supports.
There you go. Oh, Rose. Feeling the pressure, had the Valkyrie away. Attack is in front of everybody!
Oh no, what a great Enchanted Crystal Arrow! Again, Soil was able to run away, but with the damage coming to Weiba, he might die. That's SMY absorbing a lot of it, bring up the damage coming in from their side. Pulverized is gonna be there, pushing him back. Liso is in front of everybody, but X-Y is now super low even. They even have the Dimash Injustice, but the stun is gonna be denying them of getting the kill. It's Soil gonna be able to get the kill here, but Jaja was there to deny him the pleasure. And this is them just making go for the reset. Soil.
Resets?
He wants to go for the resets. Enchanted Crystal Arrow again. Rose could go for a really aggressive push here, but they denied them from taking the objective.
This Braum pickup by Trace Esports is 100% my MVP. I mean, you look at Tag, the amount of damage that he absorbed that team fight. Warmog's back to full health, and now he's back into his standard ways in being able to help his team. Like, this Braum pickup has been so huge for Trace.
Oh no. We haven't been seeing this. Half HP already on the Elder Drake. X-Buy has been used.
He's
by
dead.
the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's gonna be dead. And Soul is gonna be the next one. Killer Instinct to run away. But the Cyclone's gonna be there too. Another knockup comes through. Soul is gonna be dead. No more damage coming in for the side of Thundertalk. Even with that knockup, it's gonna be enough. With this right now, they're looking for more kills. With that Pulverize, it's gonna be them just dying one by one on the hands of Trace Esports. And no damage are gonna come through. They are gonna be going to end this. They are looking to go for it, but Thundertalk still has 2 members standing in front of them with the concussive blows. He's not even going to be able to use it. The much injustice. Shin is going to die in front of everybody. That's enough. And Thundertalk is just going to struggle in front of Trace, and that's what we're looking for. They're going to be ending it, but they were able to take off the minions, but they still have super minions. That's going to be Trace Esports taking this to game 3.
Bro, man, I tell you what, like, in this meta in where we might see a lot of broke champions be relevant, Braum might be the biggest wildcard that we will ever see from our supports. And Tak was close to immortal in that game. Maybe even able to dish or soak as much as 20,000 damage. And that I think is too much, right? Like, again, Thundertalk entered this game with the thinking that, you know, AP Kai'Sa would be able to do the trick, and although there were glimpses in where we were so hopeful for a pop-up moment coming for the Kai'Sa, it's just so slow. The tempo is so slow, and this is a very fast meta right now that we are playing at Dash. And so, you know, if you are on a very fast meta, what do you want? Fast damage.
Yeah, and also the problem there was, as we were saying a while ago, if they're gonna go for the AP Kai'Sa, they need someone to go for DPS, and nobody was there for DPS. They have a lot of executes coming in from Shin. They even have, if ever they want to execute early with Z to the skies into the Thundering Blow, but it was not there. Nobody was put to low HP, also because Tak was in front of everybody. Those pokes were just cancelled out.
I just hope that we will see the support numbers just so we can see the damage taken. Oh no. We are looking at the damage dealt 31k to 23k. Kai'Sa to an Ashe. That's okay, right? Because you look into Jaja's impact that game. Enchanted Crystal Arrows connecting onto primary targets, connecting onto Z, starting the whole snowball come mid game, right? Like, if you're going to, if you actually told me prior to this day that Ashe will outperform a Kai'Sa in the Dragon Lane, I would be saying you're capping. But man, it was just done by Trace Esports.
Yeah, Trace Esports really, it's honestly, for that game, it's honestly more on what Thundertalk did that game. That's why they really underperformed, because if that was an AD Kai'Sa, things might be very different, because the way that they played on the side of Trace Esports, if that was an AD Kai'Sa, she could have executed everybody in front. She could have shredded everybody in front. And that's why I was surprised too on that AP Kai'Sa. I was just hopeful, but because of the amount of damage that Void Seeker was dealing, I was not hopeful anymore when we reached the point and he had the Riftmaker, but he still doesn't deal damage. Yeah, that's done.
Yeah, let's just be honest, man. Like, I just hope... I mean, there will be teams that will try out the AP Kai'Sa. And you pretty much have solidified your point in saying that they don't have any AP damage source. And that's why they wanted to at least be flexible about it. And also, you know, the post of an AP Kai'Sa is definitely going to be very instrumental. But with that Braum pickup, with that meat shield right in front of everybody, that was just so much. And okay, finally, there you go. I just hope that we have the damage taken, right? Because the damage taken will at least give us a better picture of how appreciative we are of this Braum pickup by Trace Esports. Because man, oh man, he was what was needed by Trace Esports to get that win and extend this series into a game 3.
Yeah, it's just like fighting rock with scissors, though. That's why they were able to win there. That was really hard for them. It was a really hard game for Thundertalk. But again, everybody, that was just a really really hard fought game for Trace Esports. Also, Judge's Enchanted Crystal Arrows were really perfect. But before we head into Game 3, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the core.
Game 3, Thunder Talk was lost during Game 2 just because of that build from the Kaisa. I hope it would be enough to at least be a wake-up call. Right now, 6 p.m, they need to wake up, get some coffee, get some wake-up on those guys so that they would be able to win this next game. We have sung some praises from Thunder Talk, but this is how they got lost against Trace Esports.
Yeah, I mean, like at no point in that game did I feel... I guess one would say that had it been that in that Kraken team fight in where it was a 2v2, had it been that the Void Seeker connected, that last one could have been very different because the killer's instinct was still there for him. So yeah, I guess Thunder Talk will still try it out. And again, it still makes sense, right? Like you now have the ability to go AP Kai'Sa with the changes on the Nashor's Tooth, and also being that other poke threat. But at no point in that game did I feel that the pokes were as impactful as we hope for, right? Like we all know those pokes coming from. I mean, you ask me right now who would even be a better poke champion, the Corki or the Kai'Sa? I guess the Corki would have been a solid yes for me, right? Like even maybe the Ezreal.
Corki dealt so much damage that game, especially that the Force Seeker only has like has higher cooldown compared to maybe Missile Barrage and even the Ezreal's Mystic Shot. That's why Unbreakable could really get whittled down easily, but because it was just one big burst from the Shock Blast and even the Void Seeker, Unbreakable's value just went higher on that game. And honestly now, because we're heading to an ADC meta, I think we could see a meta in where the Braum would be a lot more relevant.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like easy to proc your concussive blows. A lot of damage mitigation just because of the Unbreakable. Not Unbreakable Will, but Unbreakable. Thundertalk goes about the same strat that they have done during game number 1 and would go for the Jace pickup right away. Now, Trace Esports immediately responds with a Corki because, again, the perfect pair to a Jace is a Corki. Perfect
Still
rival and a perfect pair as well.
Yeah, are they going to be denying the SMY pick a while ago? It's a good thing they went in for the same thing, going for the Wukong, going for the Corki, just believing that Weibo doesn't need to carry anymore, and Wukong is going to let them have an easier time. Now with the Renekton getting picked to their side, I think this is okay. Because right now they would really need someone to really engage for them at the early start of the fight.
Yeah, but they will not be more vulnerable to Ashe if ever it gets picked up. So they might just ban it away from Trace Esports. Now, this Alistar pickup from SMY, this is basically the same draft from game number 1 in where they did not prioritize the Kai'Sa, the Jhin at all, right? And so now, Trace Esports is saying, okay, you don't pick any of your of the ADCs that is left in the open, so we will be happy to just ban it away. So I expected Trace Esports would just ban away the Kai'Sa and the Jhin.
Yeah, and banning out the Varus, or picking up the Varus too, is also good for Trace Esports. Because with the Corki together with the Varus, a while ago in the game 1, it didn't really work, but with a Wukong together with them, this is way easier for them to pull off. Yeah, and with the bans that we're having, the Akali and the Zed, there's no really easy access for Thundertalk to go to the backline.
Yeah, lots of crowd control as well. And we just know, even from game number 1, Rose's ability to play the Corki is one of the best right now. They're forcing Thundertalk to go for Jhin, which Trace Esports was able to dumpster come game 1, right? Laning phase, it's not a problem for Jaja and Talk. They have been known as two of the best laners in the CN conference in WRLA. And like right now, it's just about what would Lee Sao play, because his Renekton got snagged away here by Thundertalk. Jax has been banned away. Garen has been banned away. So what option do you have? Weibo on the Gwen?
Yeah. A lot more chances if he is the one maneuvering with the Gwen. But I can see an angle in where Soil, really hard to pick up the Zeri on this game. Maybe a Jhin is still a good pick here for this composition, because at least they didn't ban the Braum. That is what I'm afraid of though, because the reason why they lost a while ago is because there are a lot of melee champions and the concussive blows was there every time. It was hard for them to get close.
Yeah, and that Braum is a perfect pair to the lineup of the Trace Esports. Lots of crowd control. And also the damage mitigation coming from the Shroud, or Mist, whatever you want to call it, of the Gwen will also be in full display. I was expecting for Trace Esports to go for the Xin Zhao instead. Like Xin Zhao, then put the Wukong on the top line. But this is Gwen pickup as long as it goes over to the solo lane rather than the jungle, then I'm okay with it.
Honestly, I was expecting Thunder Talk to pick up the Xin Zhao. Because if they picked the Xin Zhao and they were expecting the Braum to get picked, that would at least make it hard for the Braum to place himself. Because once he uses the Crescent Guard, everybody would be pushed over, right? But here, picking up the Kazakhs, I don't know if this is the right decision though. I'm kind of favoring Trace Esports with this composition.
I mean, the idea of this Kazakhs is to be that clean-up threat onto the marksman of Trace Esports. We all know that, you know, Akali is being banned. In that logic, you basically don't want to deal with assassins as marksmen, right? Like, those are the problematic scenarios for you. And add to the fact that, you know, Kazakhs is one of the best or most flexible champions in the game just because of the stealth. Braum as an answer to the Kazakhs is not it, if anything, right? Like, it's not like the Nautilus that you can just cast your depth charge and that would slow down the Kazakhs. Braum needs to hit his Glacial Fissure or maybe the Winter Spite to at least attempt for the Kazakhs to second guess himself. But I guess this is now a battle in where we will be seeing if KT.RY would be able to reach the backline this time, because just earlier we did not see him successful. At least in this game, he will have a lot more ways to do it with the Kazakhs.
The difference maker here, Otto, is from what I'm seeing from Trace Esports is that they really just want to defend, to be as reactive as they can be. Because with what we're seeing, an engage composition versus a composition that reacts to the engages with the Cyclones and even with the Unbreakables from TAC. So they're going to be doing the same thing here against Thunder Talk. So I hope this could work in their favor, because if Jaja goes in for the full AP here, he could really shred a lot of dismembers from the side of Thunder Talk.
But do you really want to go full AP against the Kazakhs, though, is the question. Because you basically need raw damage, and raw damage is often provided by the armor penetration build by Jaja. You look into the build of Jaja right now, not even lethal tempo, so it's kind of expected that this is going to be the poke Varus that we are accustomed in seeing. The hybrid poke Varus. Oh, SMY.
Goes in for the engage already.
Back.
Whoa, headbutt. Crystal Arrow from Jaja. Wait, what? Perfect KDA up to 19.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, he was so good that game, right? He was definitely the MVP, right? Like, alongside TAC. This bot lane of Trace Esports, I tell you what, this is definitely going to be a win condition for them come playoffs, because I've seen them win a lot of lanes in the past, and this is no exception. Against Soil, that is definitely a very impressive feat to do. This is definitely a very awkward spot for Lee Xiao, because the wave R2 pushed in, and the threat of the Kazakhs is always going to be there. There you go.
Forcing out the ward to get taken down too. So
Oh,
X
man.
with that, Lee Xiao is just gonna have a hard time in the top side.
Can't do this. Can't do this. Oh, cancel.
Oh!
No.
Okay. Too close.
He needs to call wave to even out the wave, right? Like, he needs to bump the wave. And so, yeah, that is definitely an advantage for Shin on the top side. At least, finally something for Thunder Talk laning wise, because we've been seeing Trace Esports do so well with their laning phase.
People have been forgetting a lot about the laning phase, especially on a lot of ranked games. This is how you play it. And now, with no vision on the top side, if ever Shin goes in for the Ruthless Predator here together with the Dominus, Lee Xiao could be dead for sure. Now KT.RY is finding the right timing. He's looking for it. The stun is going to connect, and that is where they're going to go. They're going to go for Lee Xiao. The damage is going to be there, but here comes Unbreakable to defend his teammate. Ignite is on his head, but a turnaround with the first blood. TAC was here at the right timing.
He just read the minds of Thunder Talk and just being there in time. It's TAC. Oh man.
No.
And so now Trace Esports wants to add onto that. Goes over to type here.
I think Seoul is going to be dead here. One piercing arrow, not even. A kill of arrows is enough for them to get the kill.
This early game by Trace Esports is definitely going to be their focal point come playoffs, because I've been really seeing them perform so well during the early game stages. Jaja attack is definitely on a different level. We'll look into that replay once again. And Shin, although the and Rage Ruthless Predator really connected onto Lee Sao. That golden staff was the biggest difference maker, right? Like had it been the regen from that last hit from Lee Sao did not happen, he could have been very dead at that point. And if you're Lee Sao, all those lead that Sheen was able to get the first few parts of the game basically just got embraced because of Tak.
Yeah, that is such... Honestly, Tak has been playing so well with this Braum. I think this is one of the champions that you don't really expect to go for easy ganks. And from what we're seeing, how he defended, and the concussive blows on melee champions is just so hard to deal with whenever you're fighting against them. Especially that they have 2 marksmen now. It's just easy to proc the concussive blows.
You know who I am thinking of the Braum pickup?
Who?
Naos. Because this is also a Wraith champion, so
really?
This could be easily scouted by Naos. It could also help them, because that basically is their playstyle, right? They want to play reactive.
Yeah, perfect timing from the missile barrage just to cancel the edge of knife, just for them to get that concussive blows proc in, and that's just a smart way to play if ever you want to get those easy kills in the bot side.
Allbreaker and Jace is no longer happening, yeah?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just a Z thing, just trying to maximize the damage. I would understand though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no.
This one's a carry, but now Weiba's gonna be the target though. Even with a miss, it's not gonna be enough for him to survive. That's gonna be a kill to their side. Curtain Call is gonna be used. Tak is just gonna use the Unbreakable to really mitigate a lot of the damage. Now this Rip Hurl is gonna be taken by Thunder Talk.
Man, Weiba has to really improve so fast. As much as I have been praising Weiba for his prowess, and for being able to really elevate the jungle role during the Horizon Cup, he really is one of the weakness of Crazy Esports right now. At least in the previous games, his Wukong has been so questionable. And that very timely pick by Thunder Talk, it was again at the expense of Weiba.
Yeah. Weiba's just gonna be taking this dragon, but because they have the tower on the top side, they can really take that down until the second turret, because they won't be able to do anything. Tak is a bit too late on the uptake here. This is gonna be an easy... Okay, that's 500 HP. That's a down turret on the top side. And now, want to go and get a kill on Rose, but they don't have enough damage. That's gonna be it. The knockup coming into Weiba. And the Needlework is doing a lot of damage, pushes him back in order for them to do more damage. Shoulder's gonna be here. They have enough. Unbreakable Will is just gonna be helping him survive for so long as a fight. But with Z right here helping him out, Soul can't even get close. That was a big fumble from Thunder Talk.
Indeed, and now Soul might even die. It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah,
what a turnaround.
And with the concussive blows now, X-Buy is in front of everybody, and Rose is needing to flash away. No stacks just yet. Tak might be the next one. One more Winter's Bite. Not even the door was able to stun him.
Right, and now Jaja could flash in. Oh, X-Buy was expecting it.
He's dodging, weaving. Oh, not enough damage though.
He was under the ward. He was spotted on the vision that he was on his way, and that flash was a little bit too hopeful. Kind of expected. And as the Kazakhs, it's just so easy to sidestep away from that chains of corruption. But look into that replay again, and Weiba was able to buy enough time. Z was exhausted, was not able to really do enough. I guess Z could have squeezed in one more auto attack, because that's the difference of one auto attack to of health, right? And now Thunder Talk is just, although it was a 2-for-2, it still could have been a lot cleaner for them.
Yeah, honestly, it could have been easier if Z didn't really go for the melee form. He really greeted out that kill in order for them to equalize that. But now with this, I think that could have not been a kill, because the slow is still there from the Winter's Bite. There was a lot of misplays from this fight, but at least they got a 2-for-2 out of it, as you said.
And that Timo thumbs up is very much deserved, right? Like, I would do the same.
Yeah. Honestly,
it's
for now,
sending a message.
With what's happening for Thunder Talk, I am really favoring what Trace Esports is doing now, because this is just easy for Weiba to just scale up from. Right now, even in the melee form, SMY is just taking so much damage, and that is the punishment whenever you have a face rush. You're not as tanky as the other super because they have the Aftershock for sure, even the Guardian from Tak.
Yeah. Not often that we see Guardian, but as a Braum, it's almost an automatic, right? Like Aftershock doesn't really give you much value, and plus the stand behind me really works well with this rune choice. But again, you may you favoring Tracy Esports' draft right now does make a lot of sense because Weiba can even eat the resources on the top side. Lisao is basically using a Wukong, and it's one of those low econ champions that we have in the game. So yeah, it makes sense that this could be Trace Esports' game to win come late game.
Yeah, as long as they get to the late game, that's gonna be good for the team overall. And with this, with what we're seeing, the tower, second tier tower on the top side being taken down makes it easier for Thundertalk to at least get this objective in their favor because they always need to get that Wukong top side. Because if not, that inhibitor trade is gonna be taken down. SMY just, I need to bail out because he saw Tak walking towards him.
I just want to present a theory as to why I think Callbreaker's value is no longer at its premium compared to days past. It's because the towers are very squishy anyway. That you don't need Hull Breakers anymore. I mean, we know the changes on the towers really has fastened up the game, basically, right? And the Hull Breaker is in a very awkward state because the stats isn't really going to provide that much, especially if you're in a 5v5 scenario. And even myself, like, there are times in where I will be pressed for a question if I am to build a Hull Breaker or Sterox, and I will just go for Sterox. So I think that's the reason why Z is also favoring this double armor penetration item rather than going for the standard Hull Breaker build.
Yeah, and it also comes to the personalities of both these teams, right? They really want to go for fights. That's why they don't really favor the Hull Breaker that much, especially in this patch. And there's most of the time people just build it out of reaction to another Hull Breaker champion on the other side. But now SMY was able to dodge a chain of corruption. That's a big ultimate down, and now they can take this Drake.
Yeah, had it connected though, one unbreakable will would allow him to get free. Oh, Shin!
Yeah, backline was able to get it. Wait, was gonna fall. Perfect setup from Shin. No vision in that side of the map means a dead jungler to the other side. And now, because of that, Mountain Drake for free on the side of Thundertalk.
Yeah, again, it's Weiba falling. And I guess it's safe to say that problem that has haunted Trace Esports is definitely the jungler because he's been targeted down by Thundertalk over and over again.
Always been a constant for them whenever they get this Shin. Look at the Shin. Wants to go to the back line against Jaja. Soul's damage. Wow, what was that from the piercing arrow? Almost dying just from that.
Oh, I think Shin is...
Needs to run away. Oh, he needs to lash away. But wait, Tak is too aggressive though. Concussive blows is on his head, but he's not gonna die.
Yeah, true. And it was definitely an overchoice. Braum is not really the best engaged champion, not also the best chasing champion, right? Like, you want people to go into you, not the other way around. And you would see in that particular exchange, right, that it's the sad part of being a Braum. Even though the killer's instinct is telling you that, hey, this is very much doable. Nope, not really.
Yeah. Even the slow doesn't really take a long time. That's why it's not really that easy to chase down targets whenever you slow them down. And that is what even Tak, a really great engaged player on the other side, needs to sacrifice just for them to work with this Braum.
This is also a very good adaptation by Tak. He figured right away that this is a poke composition that Thundertalk is running. And so what he built was Redemption. Extra healing for his squad. Contrary to the Stasis engine that he ran during game number 2, he wants to play for the team more. And we all know that, with the upgraded support item, the uptime on the Redemption is pretty much absurd.
Yeah, and that's what you want to happen whenever you get poked by Z. Get the Redemption in to surprise the enemy team that you still have HP to fight against them. Have vision on this side though, but Tak tries to follow through. Second missed chains of corruption from Jaja. And that is a sign for Thundertalk to threat an objective just because of no ultimate.
Yeah, well, there's really no objective to fight for at this point. There's just that blue buff waiting to get secured by both sides. Wait, who was able to get that blue buff? Was it
X-Buy?
Was it Crazy. Oh, wait. Curtain call.
Curtain call. Try to stop Rose from recalling. That's too over-aggressive from Soil, though. Just denying the recall to not get the items. And if he was able to stop that from happening, they could have found a chance to at least get some vision on this top side of the map.
Yeah. This is so fast, man. The tempo of the game really has accelerated so fast to a point that at this point, Baron is being threatened. No second Rift Herald in the game really has changed the game. And do you think it's for the better? There's a debate ongoing right now, because half of the fan base really wants this slower game, while half of the game is enjoying the fast-paced game that we are currently in right now.
I honestly think this is how it's supposed to be, right? Because WAD Rift is designed to be really fast, and how it's happening right now, even the ADCs are accustomed to how fast the game is going. Some ADCs are gonna fall from the others, but it's still honestly good. We just need to find that balance to make other ADCs relevant in this game. And now KT Esports wants to go for the fight here. Wava going really fast. They have the Shades of Corruption if they want to go in. Pulverize of the tree. The knockup was perfect. They have the stasis to buy some time. Lisa is in front of everybody, but the Cyclone is not going to be helpful. Flashing in from Soil just to deal a lot of damage. Curtain Call's going to be there. One more shot onto Wava. And he's going to be dead. A lot of tanking's happening, and Z was able to survive for so long. An ace for Thunder Talk.
In front of the base of KT Esports, and now Thunder Talk can just decide to end this game. With 4 people available to them to just push this Nexus, this could be over.
2 cannon minions with the Nexus guard. Are they going to be able to end this? Yes, he's tanking a lot of damage though, so that the minions could stay for so long, and this is going to be the game. Thunder Talk is going to take the last one with just one big clash from Thunder Talk.
Very decisive, man, and that is also the scary part. Whenever you suffer an ace in front of your base, it's just so easy to translate into a victory for the opposing side, right? Like, now Thunder Talk just has cemented that they are the better team here. And again, the question that has been presented numerous times as to why... Yeah, they were...
Wait, who... What? Somebody already went back so that there are only 4. Oh no. So, based on what we've seen here from... Okay, there you go.
Who is that? Soil?
Is that Soil?
Yeah,
I forgot about the picture. Okay, that's funny. But again, with what Thunder Talk has done, I love this change from 4.2 in where they have the Nexus defense. Considering that they toned down the defenses from the turrets, a Nexus barrier is really much needed just for them to not clear the game as fast as they could. But it's still possible to finish the game even after that, as long as you get a clean ace against the enemy team.
Yeah, a clean ace, again, just as long as the proximity is close to the base.
Yeah.
And because it really depends. The death timers are also relatively higher than what it's supposed to, or than when it was, in the prior patches, and that also helps the cause of the pushing team. But what an engage by SMY, right? Like because I was looking at that team fight and I was waiting for that very big engage to happen, and SMY did follow through, right? Like he went in, was so decisive. And Soil, by the way, flashing in, getting that last hit against Lee Sao. You look at the damage of Lee Sao. This is a very sad Wukong, man. Like, against the... Well, it's kind of understandable, because against the Renekton, if you ever lose lane, and that's what happened, right? He lost the lane. He lost the lane so hard. And although Tak was there to help at least change the tides of that laning phase, it still did not help his cause. And I guess, this is one of the things that we are also going to carefully consider come playoffs time. If KT Esports ever decides to put Lee Sao in a losing matchup, how would he fare? How would he be able to help his team? Because one of the things that we also have to consider was that Wava was also getting his resources, and were those resources put to good use is the question. I just don't think so.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm afraid of during that game, though, was them really missing the mark on that fight. From what we've seen, whoever started the fight first could have gotten the advantage, and because they got that easy 3-man knockup, was enough for them to get the win there. But also, the reason why Lee Sao doesn't really have a lot of damage, because there was not a lot of fights too, because most of the fights already ended with just one member just falling down. It was 9-5 on the kill count against each other. But again, SMY started that fight, won them that game.
MVP is the player that they chose to be part of the video presentation.
Yeah,
that's SMY, and with a perfect KD 2-0 and 6 kill participation of 89%, and starting that very good team fight, knocking up 3 people in the process. I believe that was a blind pulverized bug combo. He doesn't know as to how many members are really there. He just went for it, and you also have to give credit to Thunder Talk in being able to follow through with that very beautiful engage, because had it been that the Thunder Talk members were not prepared from that all-in from SMY, then it would be all for nothing. So yeah, good job, Thunder Talk.
Surprised that there would come a day in where we're seeing Weiba struggling with a carry champion, with a Gwen during that game. Thunder Talk just played him so well. He wasn't able to do anything much. He was just a needlework bot during that game. And it's really hard to see this carry junglers just really falling out of value. And I would really think that they need to change things up on the side of Trace Esports if they want to still be able to run away from the playoffs, because right now Thunder Talk is just so strong. Again, everybody, that was just our series 2. We still have 2 more series tonight before we head in and close the regular season. Again, everybody, thank you very much for watching. See you guys in just a bit. We're just taking a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode.
Third series of the day, it's KT versus BRU, another APAC matchup for our third series. We still have our fourth series later on, but again, it's a Sunday special. We're going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Loose.
Last week, I did a bold claim of picking KT.RY over BRU in this fated 1v1, or in this fated 5v5 between the top 2 teams from APAC. Meanwhile, Dash did say that BRU would come out on top. Who do you think would win? Do you think that KT.RY or BRU would end up winning? Share your thoughts over in the YouTube comment section. But this is definitely going to be a very exciting matchup, Dash, right? Like we have been singing praises of BRU, especially of recent times because of their win streak. But there was that one team that was so consistent, and this is KT.RY. They would not be fielding Haku, and Zero would still be the one playing in the mid lane. And what I'm excited about is Luna. Luna has been dubbed by a lot of people on Twitter that he's one of the best marksman players in the game. So now is the time to show off his talent.
Yeah, and now is the time for most of these players, even Dog, going for defensive junglers on their side, and this is one of the squads that I can see will be able to really take down RY if it all comes down to it. But now we're in the field in where this is going to be their chance to actually do that. But as you said, because it's the marksman meta, Golden Feet is not one of the best ADCs in APAC. But would they be able to at least find a way to mitigate that?
I guess, one would say that his playstyle at least just gets, how should we call this? He's definitely so deadly on all those poke champions. He's had his success with the Zayas or with the hyper carries. But again, comparing the two, I just prefer those poke champions more on Golden Feet. So it will just definitely be a very big adjustment for BRU. And this is definitely a very good litmus test overall, right? Like facing this matchup between Golden Feet and, of course, Luna would really determine as to who ends up winning in this battle of the giants for APAC side. When we looked into the stats, very much even, right? So those are the stats that you expect from the top two teams from APAC.
Yeah, and with what we're seeing, the Golden Feet has been utilizing a lot of the AP champions most of the time, so it will change right now. Luna might have the better time moving forward on this competition, especially that we're gonna go to the playoffs now. So it will be a bigger chance to prove who's better in the Dragon Lane, because most of the time we're always gonna be highlighting these players now because they are the key to win the game.
As is tradition, right? With patch 4.2, with the marksman meta in play, they will be heavily microscoped as to how effective their performance will be. We know that double marksman setup will always be an option, especially with the Corki in the mid lane. But all those hyper carries, the Kaisas, just a while ago we saw the Jinx, we saw the Zaya. It will definitely be at the hands of the Dragon Laner. So it will be very interesting to see that particular matchup. Another key matchup that we have for today is Noel going against Zero. Zero is an assassin aficionado. They would not hesitate to pick the Akali as the first pick for KT.RY just because of this guy. Meanwhile, Noel is like the biggest stabilizer in the mid lane. He would pick up the Zeri, yeah, but is most known for his Singed play. Singed is a very good champion to help out, double marksman composition. We all know that Valdez still loves to carry. We all know that there's a lot of changes in the jungle, especially when it comes to the timing of the penalties, of the smite penalties and all that. And so someone has to sacrifice. Noel, for me, has been the best sacrificial laner I've ever seen in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go to the host and we're gonna throw it back to the
屏幕
stage.
前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来将由首尔 KT.RY 战队对阵五里南 BRU 战队。在 APAC 赛区的常规赛收官之战，我们迎来了 APAC 赛区两大实力强队的精彩对决。今天究竟是由首尔 KT.RY 战队强势保住 APAC 赛区的霸主地位，还是由连胜势头正胜的五里南 BRU 战队将局势成功洗牌呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Flag Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Seoul KT.RY versus Buriram United Esports. As finale of the regular, we are coming for two strongest team in APAC. So whether the KT.RY gonna secure their dominance in the APAC or the Buriram gonna go on with their winning streak, let's get right to it. 那此刻呢，我们双方战队已经准备就绪了，让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中。Now all the players are getting ready. Let's step into the wild.
뒤에 플레이오프에서도 만나도 지실 테니까 오늘 경기 지신다고 크게 상심하지 말고 열심히 하세요.
ดูเหมือนว่าทีมที่แข็งแกร่งก็คิดแบบเดียวกันพวกเราก็คิดแบบนั้น
What?
Wait, what?
So he Tipper said, okay, so the best teams are thinking about the same thing, and we are thinking about the same thing, which is basically to win, right? I think that's what he's trying to say.
Okay, and now I understand. Thank you very much. But it was Haku we talked there. Is there gonna be a sub that we're gonna be?
I don't think so. Because we saw the starting five, right? The starting five has to remain that way.
Yeah.
So at least for game number 1, it should be Zero that will be playing. Meanwhile, on the other side, bootcamp in Thailand, in BRU's bootcamp, you're seeing again what we believe is the best APAC team right now.
Yeah.
It's just so happen. Okay, so does it make sense that I'm saying that KT.RY would win this matchup against BRU, but BRU is still the better team? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can honestly, just because of the fact that the meta shifted in favor of KT.RY. That's why they're probably, if ever they're gonna win this, that's probably it. But if BRU gets some time going to the playoffs, I can see them having a better performance.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
BRU has always been known to be very good performers, especially come playoffs. But what really haunted them was those reverse sweeps, right? So there was a time in where BRU was ahead 2-0 at a specific tournament, at a particular tournament, and twice in a row in 2 consecutive series they were ahead 2-0 and they got reverse swept.
Yeah.
So BRU has that stigma from their past iterations, from their past lineups. But now, with their coach being there with them, right? It also, you know, adding some more veteran presence in Golden Feet and company. I still think, you know, all those negative things that was said about them not being able to really finish the job and all that, that's already solved. We are looking at a new and improved BRU, which we're just so excited to see come playoffs.
Look at KT.RY though. They're reviewing the They're reviewing the past games. Look at what they're doing.
Yeah.
The one that we're seeing right now.
But that's not WRLA though.
Yeah.
Because that was on the older layout.
Yeah. That's true. But why are they looking at this? I'm really surprised.
I mean, we're not even sure if that's BRU that they're like trying to look for.
Yeah.
And again, you know, the layout being that old means that that's not patch 4.2. Maybe it's a different tournament, right? Like, that is happening right now. But anyway, this 1v1 would be fielding what was being dubbed as the Vayne God from Korea, Luna. Are you ready to really jump on the high train? Because I'm having second thoughts.
Yeah. On Vayne or on Luna? Or you're having second thoughts?
Both.
Oh my.
Both. Like, we haven't seen him on a marksman for a long time.
Yeah.
And so now, you know, all the Dragon Laners has been raring to go at it and to show off their marksman prowess. But this is definitely, again, going to be a very good litmus test. But that has to wait. At least after this 1v1 concludes, in where we're going to look at Thipper and be sad about his choice. Because
really
Lucian versus Orianna, this is definitely going to be very one-sided.
This is the best counter. He knows. That's why he's sad. He knows that he will lose this 1v1. And back in the days when it was an Orianna meta in the mid lane, Lucian was the perfect counter against Orianna.
Does not have enough damage to threaten the Lucian. And so, yeah, if you're Thipper, what do you do?
Just give this. I think that's the best thing you can do here. You just give this game to Luna and just answer him back in the actual game rather than this 1v1.
You just have to wait it out. Wait out that Luna would commit a mistake. I mean, Thipper is a running barrier right now, but that's already Summoner that was burnt by him. Meanwhile, Luna still has Exhaust and Ignite. And just the fact that Luna went for double combat spell, he means that he wants to go aggressive.
Yeah. No shields yet from Thipper. Great timing from the boom plating. If it wasn't for that, he could have been dead.
Yeah, and now Luna pushing a big chunk of wave onto the tower. Will be able to get 300 gold, would he? Okay, no.
Yeah. He has the shield now. That's perfect, at least, for Thipper. That's the reason why he survived for a bit there. And Luna just fighting it out here. Not having any defensive spells. I think Thipper could just one-shot him with just one command attack and dissonance.
Plus
if
one
he
auto.
hits it, though. If he hits
it. Plus one auto. I don't think... Did you see the damage?
What is that damage? What? He has no damage.
Man, are you overestimating the damage of the Orion?
is that?
Yeah, really. I tell you right now, like
a minion attack could have been better.
Yeah, an auto attack as well by the Orianna could have been better because really, like the damage of the Orianna, especially the early stages, is just so low. I mean, look at Luna.
Shielding.
1-for-1. Okay.
At least that's good. They got the 1-for-1 though. Perfect time. And now with that, that is Illusion's Echo being built already early on. Nipper is just gonna be still having a disadvantage here. Oh, Morpheus. Oh.
Not a fan. I would rather go Black Cleaver and put an end to this, or maybe even Blade of the Ruined King. This is too safe for Luna, but I would understand.
Oh my God, man.
That's 80% of Flipper gone in an instant. Not even needing to use the calling. It's so easy. Oh, did you see the bow?
Yeah. He bowed. He's still bowing.
Okay. I respect that.
Honestly, he knows he's gonna win anyway. It's a Lucian versus Orianna matchup.
Uh-huh.
That was an easy matchup to win. I don't know what Flipper was thinking picking up the Orianna on a 1v1. But okay.
That's
that is
Luna showing his dojo stances.
Yes. He's doing a Jujutsu Kaisen there. Oh my.
Yeah, whatever that was definitely one way to win a 1v1. Bowing to your opponent, saying, "Good game, well played." But what a statement, man. Again, that 1v1 is definitely so heavily favored towards the Lucian. No surprises there. And again, we're going to have our first peek into KT.RY composition draft. How do they plan to draft this patch in this particular patch, right?
Yeah, I'm really afraid of what they can pull off here, especially for a Luna just performing really well in the bot lane. And considering that this is an APAC team, we usually do see a lot of APAC teams just going at it with super surprising drafts overall. And you know what? What I like about the playoffs is that the APAC teams and the CN teams are just gonna go at it first before we go for the interconference battles. It's gonna be real hard for... It's honestly gonna be real hard for APAC.
It's similar to NBA, right? Like East and the West faces against each other first before the
last
grand
finals. Yeah.
Which I hope won't be as one-sided as we are predicting it to be.
I hope the finals for that or the playoffs first and the championship would be way more fun. At least way more fun. The championship would be way more fun than seeing the last game of deciding who's gonna be the battle for the championship. The semifinals,
I don't mind who,
if you ask me.
I don't mind who we send from APAC as a grand finalist. I don't mind. Like, beat KT.RY, beat BRU, I would be supporting them. Beat the Filipino teams, I would be supporting them, right? Like, but I just hope they
won't face
a good fight. They would put up a good fight. Because, man,
I just hope they won't face against KBG. I hope someone takes down KBG at least.
That's kind of... But that also, that also is still a very big thing, right? Like, facing against the team that eliminated KBG. That also says a lot.
That might be scary
about
too
that
in its
team.
own right. Yeah.
Exactly. So BRU is going for the first, going to the blue side because KT.RY did decide to just select the 2 picks. And you know what? Again, the 2 picks, especially with KT.RY's fascination and heavy priority on the Akali, this makes a lot of sense, right? Because you basically want the Akali get picked here. First rotation red side, unless Buriram United has decided to just ban the Akali and the Zed away. Those are the 2 champions that Zero really loves to play.
Not letting even Baldus to play the Yone. Ice is not
Good
gonna
call.
get priority here. I think Akali could be a way better ban. Triple ninja ban from the side of BRU could be a good answer.
Oh yeah, man. I guess Buriram United is not a fan of those Bowie. Oh! It's being let through?
Akali's open. Oh no. That's gonna be bad though for BRU. Unless they pick it for Noel themselves, or they are just not afraid of the Akali. Because Zero could really take down that ADC if ever they pick up an ADC here. Kaisa's open.
Yeah, okay, Kaisa. And so now KT.RY would answer with an Akali pickup right away, right? Like there's just no sense for them to push that back. Not really the marksman that I expected Luna would play. But that would make sense. We saw how Jaja performed, especially during
they're going for... I hope not, though. I thought they're going to go for Corki for Zero in the early stages. That could have been bad for them, because Zero could really pick up an Akali here.
Indeed. Okay, so what I could pick up here is that KT.RY is being mindful of the double marksman strategy that BRU could pull off. Because if anything, BRU could still play the Kaisa in the jungle and have Noel play Cinch or low Econ, right? Because that's one way to anticipate the draft of Buriram United. You kind of have to take away this Varus from Golden Feet because he's just so good at it. And so now Nautilus is going to be paired with the Varus of RY. Akali was let through, man. So BRU, I think this is the time. Yeah, I think this is the time this is definitely the time that they have to ban away the Akali of Zero.
I'm super surprised that they actually just let the Akali go. Even on this side, Wukong has been an important pick every time, right? Because right now in the ADC meta, once you really need someone to peel the backline, and Wukong could engage, could disengage, could really help out the backline, which is honestly why he's such a good champion right now. But with what KT.RY is putting up, even with the Varus, I can see an angle in where they can pick up the Corki here in the mid lane, just for them to have a little bit more punch before Varus could go for the execute.
Yeah, and also Da is a very good tank jungler user, right? We don't have Sejuani yet in the game, but if we will ever have Sej in the game, I think Da is definitely one of those players that would use Sej to its full potential. I mean, we have two champions that are raring to join us, and that's Volibear and Ornn. Do you think that Volibear would see relevance in competitive? Ornn is a given, right? Like
honestly, I can see an angle in where Volibear is going to be good, because people love diving, right? And remember what his ultimate does. That is when it's most relevant, especially for APAC teams. Volibear has always been a constant force when he was released. And that's why I'm kind of afraid he might be overtuned when he gets released here in Wild Rift.
I've been hearing that Ornn in the jungle has been so good in PBE right now.
Wait, really?
Yeah, like the dude's clear time, or clear speed is very, very Wild Rift-esque. And we all know that, almost all champions can be played in the jungle just because of the cleave damage. Add to the fact that you don't have to go home to buy your resource, to buy your items as an
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we are to expect. And there you go. Just as we thought that, we were able to at least telegraph the draft of BRU, we were right. KT.RY was right. It is going to be a Kaisa jungle for Valdez, leaving the tanky members for Noel and Thipper to play. And their support will most likely... Wait, is this Gragas support or Swain support?
Wait, what? Going for... Okay, that's gonna be a for sure. A Swain gonna be in the mid lane. If they're fighting against Vex, that could have been easier. Because the rotation of a Swain could be really bad, which is why people haven't been picking it up in competitive.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Honestly, if you're just gonna be laning, it will be okay. But if you need to roam, no, it's gonna be hard. But again, with this lineup, we have been seeing a lot of people playing around with the Kaisa jungle. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the time that it doesn't work is when there's an assassin on the other side, and RY has one.
A very good assassin at that, right? Like, that's the thing that you have to be wary of. But this double ADC composition from BRU, this is again just looking at how this roster was constructed. We kind of figured out that the double ADC will come from the jungle and of course Golden Feet, right? Like it's I don't want to say it's so easy to read BRU's drafting, but because of the way their roster has been constructed and where Valdez is one of the best carry junglers in the game, and if there's that one champion that can really be effective as a carry jungler right now in patch 4.2, it is indeed definitely going to be the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa won't have the best ganking presence pre-level 5, maybe even after level 5, but it's the other way around. This is one of those champions that you have to take care of rather than the other way around. Oh, 1v1.
Yeah, what I like about the Swain in the mid, honestly, this is surprising for me. It's been a while since we've seen AP champions in the mid lane, and it is really looking like we're slowly going there to that point. Maybe in APAC, yes, but I think in the future we're slowly transitioning to AP mid laners just because we need wave clear once we have ADCs.
Rotel is out trading Thipper, by the way.
Oh, that's just level 1. And I think that's really well deserved.
But you cannot come back from this as a Renekton. Like, this is... Once you lose your early wave... I mean, you would hear me complain a lot, right? Like, when I lost the first wave. The first interaction is very much the key to winning the lane as a Renekton. But we look over to this 2v2, and one of the exciting part is, again, this Vex that will work as the assassin. Now, being able to threaten down all those squishy members from BRU, specifically the jungle and their dragon lane.
We're always focusing in the top side, though. Starting in,
you will lose.
This Predator with a call of the Meek. That's a lot of damage from Martel. One more Nimbus strike and Thipper would be dead here.
Yeah, you look at Nomel, he's already passing top side. And the Ignite wasn't...
Oh, he's dead.
Fade away kill?
Ignite is gonna kill him, and that's the first blood from Nomel.
That's the bloodthirsty support that we want to see almost every time, right? Like, Dredge lines in and basically just pops the Ignite and walks away. Now, if you're a Thipper, that may have been a death sentence. This laning phase is already over. Look into the top side and yeah, let's look at that replay once again. I think Thipper wanted to get that call the Meek for that extra healing. But he did not have any flash because what he did was to use the flash to engage onto the Wukong. But the Wukong's build was a Ruby Crystal first item, which basically negated all those all-in potential coming from Thipper. And again, as I was trying to say, this laning phase is already over.
Yeah, he's not going to be dealing damage. The reason why Wukong is such a great neutralizer in lane is because, wait, a lot of members are here on the top side. Thipper is baiting out Nomel. They might go for it if they try to go for the Dredge line, but
it's a 3v3 though.
Just yet. Thipper wasn't able to get it. Wants to go for the stun, but Rotel was able to decoy away.
I don't think it will even result into a death of Rotel, even if it connected, right? Like, it's not even the empowered Ruthless Predator. He did not have enough rage. And again, wow!
Yeah. Fourth shot not gonna be really good. Shadow Surge is gonna be there for them to get another kill. Roaster Y takes another.
Did you see that bait, man? He just wanted to... He was taunting Golden Feet. He wants Golden Feet to at least come in and stop him to freeze that wave. And immediately Luna pops his ultimate with a follow through by Zero. KT.RY is at a different level, man.
Yeah. One of the biggest mistakes you can have is wait for a fourth shot on a full HP Varus. That Varus is just gonna kill you for sure. And that's why he actually wasn't able to fight back after that. And now with that, that just gives him advantage top lane, dragon lane. It's gonna be hard for the laners to move around, but I do hope that Valdez finds a way for them to come back around, at least in the second objective. Because the first objective, they're for sure not gonna contest anything.
I like it that you are able to break down the matchup in the bot lane. Meanwhile, on the top lane, I've been, nerding out, especially the Renekton matchup. I guess it's what happens whenever you have casters that spams the rank games a whole lot on two different lanes. At least we can explain two different perspectives.
Yeah. And that's why it's really hard though. And what's great about this is so fitting because you're fighting. They have a Renekton too, which is what
Right, exactly.
you've been using
And then
for a lot of time.
they have a Varus and a Jin, which are two of the champions that you often spam as well.
Been abusing.
By the way, guys, if you've seen us on RGs, do not hesitate to call us out. Oh!
Now, okay, Void Seekers just stop Rattel from backing away, just for them to secure this referral. I think that's a small win for their side, but because they're backing away anyway, all of the members are going to be here. They have the Chain of Corruption. That's going to be a very dead what the Jess was able to dodge a piercing arrow, but Killer Instinct was used by Valdez.
Did you see that Killer Instinct straight into the dredge line of Nomel?
Yeah.
Like this set of plays coming from KT.RY, one on the top side, one on the bot lane, and here now, prior to this Rift Herald takedown, it's almost like it's a very telegraphed play coming from KT.RY. Did we miss a solo kill here in the bot lane? Can Zero really 100 to 0 Noel? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, but without the Demonic Ascension, look at the damage from the Electrocute just because of that. Without the Demonic Ascension, that's enough.
Wait, don't you get HP when you transform over?
Yeah, you do. Maybe he doesn't have the Demonic Ascension during that time. That's why Zero knew that he would be able to get the kill there.
Wait, that's crazy, right? Like, and so now BRU is definitely on the back foot. It's advantages all across the board. Top mid lane is now on the verge of getting destroyed as well. And you look at KT.RY, they're now rotating towards the bot lane. And wants a 2-4-2 special, wants to take down all the plates here in the mid lane, and wants also the tower plates on the bot lane. The only positive for BRU is that they're trading out on the top side, but that can only do so much.
Honestly, this is how it's supposed to go. Because with how Roster-wide drafted their composition, it's a composition that wants to snowball, wants to get the early to mid game in their favor. Because on the other side, BRU has 2 late game champions. Remember, they have a Jin, they have a Kai'Sa. They can't really fight back. That's why they are not grouping up, because they know that they're not going to win. The only thing that they need to be careful of on the side of Roster-Y is taking their time. Because if they take their time, BRU is just going to outscale them.
But you also have to consider that them drafting this Renekton wants them to at least have priority on one lane. Right? So if you have priority on one side, then you can make a play on the objective on that side, and that is of course, the Rift Herald. Regardless of it being the Kai'Sa, I still think, at 5 minutes, if the Renekton was ahead of his opposition, then you can make a case that there is a chance for BRU to at least go for a 1-for-1. Rather than surrendering 2 objectives in a row, and that is what happened here, right? Like, 2 objectives at 5 minutes is so big in patch 4.2.
Yeah, Demonic Ascension has Ignite, has the Vision right there. Baldus can go with the Killer Instinct if they want to get the kill on him. But no, it has been taken by Noel.
And this is so wrong from Rattel, right? Like, there's no reason for him to be that extended. He doesn't have a tower to fall back to. That's a very long lane. And immediately, BRU with the most unconventional ganking, which is basically the Killer's Instinct. That's the only way that you would be able to gank a lane, right? But luckily for them, there are no other members of KT.RY being in the area, right? Like, had it been that there was at least one person, Jess might die.
No, what the Jess actually didn't go for it. Now the dredge line wasn't able to hit. That is the lifesaver. If that hit, he was dead.
Yeah. At least something positive. Oh, Cold and Heat.
Yeah.
Just clearing out the wave.
Yeah. From what we're seeing right now, though, what I don't really like whenever Swain gets picked is he's very conditional. He needs the Demonic Ascension to be relevant. Once he doesn't have the ultimate, that could be a chance in where Roster-Y could use it. The same reason why most of the champions that have transformation really is hard to play around with.
I was just about to mention Shyvana, because that's also the same.
Right.
That's just also the same logic. In that one shapeshifter, which is true. If you do not have your ultimate, you're basically a different champion.
Yeah.
A champion that has There's also another champion that transforms I kind of hate in the current meta right now. You know what I'm talking about, right? Mr. Kane. Kane. Yeah. But at least in patch 4.2.
He should not.
No, at least in patch 4.2a, he was given at
Kane?
least some buffs, right?
Yeah, some love, but he doesn't really work out. I think even with the Shadow Kane buffs, he might be strong, but as long as he doesn't get the form before 10 minutes, it would be still hard for him to do anything. But they're gonna go in, Killer Instinct to go in with the execute from Baldus. What the Jess is trying to tank up a lot of damage. Reshline's not gonna hit. Daw is super low in HP. They're not gonna be taking this down. Look at the top side though. Zero 1v1ing with Tipper. Tipper is gonna fall down. Flash is at the wrong place, and Zero takes the kill.
Wall is too thick for him to traverse, and that is a solo kill on the top side. But that is still a very good play coming from BRU. Now they have perfect positioning for the upcoming Dragon. Are they going to force it though? Is the question. We look at that. Okay, well, level 10 to a level 11. No upgrade. Okay, at least he was able to use his dominance, and the fear was in the wrong place. But then again, a facepalm moment coming from Tipper.
Yeah. Wasn't able to use the personal space yet. That is one of the skills that you need to look into when you're fighting against a Vex. And now that they're starting, Ratzel has good positioning in order for him to get a good ultimate. Tipper. It's just forcing him out of the way. Use the decoy to run. But Valdez can really take this down pretty easily. That charge is going to be there. And that's going to be the knockup coming from Ratzel. Chain of Corruption won't be able to hit. This is going to be the chance for them to fight back. They have to stay this back line. Great play from What the Jess. Moving forward is Noel. And he's going to be taking down the members. And that's the perfect play coming in from BRU.
BRU is still the better team, yeah? Like, even with the advantages that KT.RY was able to get early game, BRU still ends up winning that team fight. Although the biggest caveat is that KT.RY was able to get that second dragon in the game, which is definitely going to help them even out the scaling side of things. Still, BRU punches back and punches hard. They was able to get the tower in the middle lane and open up the bot lane as well. So, man, this battle of the top teams for APAC is really spicy.
Yeah. From what we've seen though, what I really like about this... Wait, Valdez went AP Kai'Sa.
Did he?
Yep.
I'll check that real quick.
He has Ripmaker, man. He has Ripmaker.
Wait. And although Zero was able to hit Valdez with that ultimate, he did not have enough HP.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was indeed an AP Kai'Sa.
I hope
we were just memeing. we were memeing about the AP Kai'Sa just a while back. It was definitely not the effective choice with Soil, but
actually sees it. They have the vision, the denial coming in from Daw, and What the Jess was able to get the body slam in. Forcing them out of the way, and now this Baron? With that damage from Golden Feet though, just from the fourth shot.
Okay, alright. I was waiting for Tipper, because those are the perfect Renekton places to be at. And he went for it, but the reaction time coming from Daw, man. Fight continues, topside. And Jess will get that kill. BRU able to win on the top side. Even Zero is struggling to find his health now. 5 people strong for BRU. Getting that pick on the top side was very vital for BRU. KT.RY responds with a tower here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they were able to get a tower, and a while ago I'm really surprised that they weren't able to take a tower until now. And because of that, they were able to take 2 towers down top side, go to mid lane. But with that, the answer back was kills coming in from the side of RY.
Yeah, it's still very much even, right? If KT.RY ends up getting that 3rd dragon, and that is the perfect way to equalize the scaling advantage that BRU currently possesses. This AP Kai'Sa, though, is going to be a very big debate tonight. If it is ever the way to go. Because even on ARM games, I'm building Kai'Sa AD, not AP.
Yeah, and that is also because of the fact that the only reason why it's kind of working right now is because they don't have a Braum on this side of things. And also, it's because they have a Jhin too, which is what you're looking for whenever you go AP Kai'Sa. Someone who can DPS for you so that they'll be afraid of the impact of the Void Seeker.
Yeah, 3 items already completed for Mr. Valdez. I mean, if there's one person that can really make this work, it's Valdez, right? Because he's basically the best teammate to have to carry you. All those scary champions by Valdez has always been very scary. And one hit onto Zero could easily mean the go signal by him, and also what the Jess to start the team fight. Everything that is happening right now for BRU, the positives that we are looking at, I believe it's because of what the Jess playmaking. He has been that solid foundation that slowed the game down for BRU, and they are now in a spot in where they are pretty much equal to their rival in KT.RY.
Yeah, they have been stopping engages left and right with what the Jess.
Did you see Luna's health?
Yeah, just because of one trap, right? That is why. Armor penetration on the Jhin is just too good because of how much damage. A dancing grenade, any skill that he throws, that is gonna deal so much damage.
I mean, Luna walked onto it, thought it was nothing, and then oh, Jess again.
Yep, goes in, wants to go for Zero. Stasis is not at the ready, and now Jess would be able to go to Stasis. Look at the back line though. Thepper is already letting the kills onto Luna. Good thing he has the Stasis for himself, but Rattel right here by himself might be the casualty. The body slam is going to be there to stop him from pushing through. Daw was able to get one, and that leap through is enough for them to get the win. The forward shot wasn't able to get the win, but the never move would be able to get the kill for Noel, and BRU takes a 3-4-2.
Yeah, and now they deny the potential of KT.RY ever getting that third Dragon win condition for themselves. What a massive win by BRU. Again, spearheaded by none other than what the Jess, man. Like this guy, he will always find the right engage, find Zero in the process, eliminates the threat of the Vex to ever go into the primary targets, plus the follow through by Valdez to just go Killer's Instinct. Say goodnight, Mr. Zero.
They weren't able to do anything against him. That's gonna be really scary with what the Jess has did here. Oh man.
Yeah, he's so good, right? Like, and then one Void Seeker connected onto Zero was basically what was needed. A Thipper lip. That was crazy. More than half health, man.
That is crazy.
That is more than half health. And it triggers me right now. Like, that should not be allowed. More than half health. Patch 4.2 Varus is definitely a different beast as well.
Yeah.
Like, all the 3 AD champions that we know is definitely busted on the patch is currently in the game. We have the Varus, we have the Jhin, and the Kai'Sa. But the Kai'Sa is being built differently.
Yep, this is so strong. And now, with what we are seeing from them, they want to go for Thipper in the top side. They're just going to be taking this Baron sneakily. They have the timing just right, though. 4k HP. This could be taken down just by one more tick, and that's going to be theirs. They were able to take it. They just need to run away. With this, the Killer Instinct has been cancelled. Baldus needs to run. Golden Feet is going through with it. Shadow Surge is not going to hit. They want to go for more, but Daw won't be successful with doing that. They still have the Baron buff, and that's exactly what they wanted to go for. But Elder Drake is here. Oh, the Void Seeker could have killed Zero there.
Not the best trade. KT.RY would be enjoying this Elder Dragon, although BRU would still resurrect with the Baron buff available for themselves. You know, we know that Elder Dragon is definitely the better out of the two, especially with the weakened BR buff right now. Now, it is going to be a duel as to how both teams would maximize their draft. Of course, BRU wants to separate the 5 members of KT.RY. Meanwhile, KT.RY wants to force the issue, wants to force a team fight. We look at that replay once again, and Valdez again securing that objective with a very timely smite. But at the end of it all, your formation has already been broken apart. You don't have enough mobility to really escape from the members of KT.RY. And had it been that Shadow Surge connected onto one member of BRU, that could have been disastrous from the side of BRU.
That was kind of scary. If that Jhin actually was hit by the Shadow Surge and resetted, that could be a dead Baltus. But now, with them having the Elder Drake,
Zero is isolated.
Valdez could actually go for this though. If he goes for the one shot, that is going to be a dead Zero. One more Void Seeker could end his life, but he doesn't have the stats just yet. And now with this, they're respecting the damage that is coming from them. Never move, not at the right target because of that decoy.
Okay, so this AP Kai'Sa is now a lot more effective because there are no beefy front line from KT.RY, or they have lesser beefy front line to really absorb all those Void Seekers coming from Valdez. And that, I think, is the difference between the AP Kaisa by Valdez now and the AP Kaisa that Seoul played just now. But Thipper engaging.
Done onto the back line, not even a enraged Ruthless Predator right there, but Luna, low HP already. They're going to try and go for the fight here. Rattel was able to get one, but look at the damage coming in from Valdez. Can go for a killer instinct, but Daw is also in the mids. That's going to be very scary. They need to really back away from this. Zero needs to recall, because if not, that's going to be a tower mid lane.
Yeah, Noel, again, our fated matchup between Noel and Zero. Noel is being that split push swing.
Oh, this is not a good fight though. Even with that, Daw could really die here. One more shot for the Demonic Ascension, he could have been dead. And that's the good timing. That's the kill.
Zero.
And that's the fear. He survived for so long. Luna wasn't able to hit that, but Stasis is not really rightfully timed. And Golden Feet was able to run away with just one flash.
Yeah, this is so close, man. This is the battle between the number 1 team of APAC and number 2 team of APAC. Who would end up being the best team from APAC is the question. Pride is at stake. Let's be honest, like, yeah, them winning isn't really going to do much except build momentum, build something that they can bank on to use the upcoming playoffs. You look at Valdez, man, is really starting to hit like a truck right now. I believe he's already full item, Kaisa.
Yeah, Kaisa's so fed. And with Valdez wanting to take this Baron really easily. With the vision, they might be stopping pushing through. TP is going to be used already by Daw. And with that, that is a wasted enchantment right there.
Wave in mid lane is slowly crashing down towards the side of KT.RY, so they have to respond there soon and fast. Actually, I stand corrected. It is a wave building up in the favor of KT.RY. And KT.RY, of course, when it comes to macro, we all know that they are so good at it. They're just trying to play the map as properly and as patient as they can, but they are spotted on a vision right now. Like, look at that bush. Oh, Valdez.
Look at that. Thipper again fighting back against Rattel. That's a lot of damage. He got with Ignite a while ago. That's a lot of damage coming in. And BRU would want to go in. They have 3 members right there. One never move could end this fight in their favor though. And that is actually a really bad play coming in from them. Golden Feet is gonna get hit with a Shadow Surge. And that's gonna be the death of him. Look at the back line. Has been breached by Valdez, but he falls down. It's not good. It's not working in their favor. BRU has been slain. And they want to get the kill. Thipper! What a play on the back line. Was able to survive for so long. One more dredge line, but he's buying so much time. 2 members are going to be surviving. Elder Drake is up in 10 seconds, but Thipper is just buying so much. He was able to run away. Rattel forces the flash in order for them to do something, but they would want to finish this in the bot side.
Right, that timer is crazily high right now. At 22 minutes, I don't think enough members of BRU would revive in time. Very big wave on the bot lane, and KT.RY would definitely get game 1.
Taking game 1, and that was a decisive play. What a great Shadow Surge coming in from Thipper, or rather from Zero, from downtown when the curtain call was called. And that was the reason that they won the fight right there.
I was actually thinking if it was even intended to hit the Jhin. Because I felt, it was... I will look at the replay over on and see if it was even intended to hit him. Because I felt that it was out of luck that Zero hit Golden Feet. And that was the start of the big thing coming from the Vex. I love Vex, man. Like, it's so exciting to see Vexes because once the Shadow Surge hits, there's like this nuclear missile attached onto you that is just about to set up, right? Like, man, it's so exciting to see. But KT.RY gets game number 1.
Yeah, and that was such a great performance. So I was surprised Valdez was in the back line during that time too, which is why I thought that they could win if they were protecting Golden Feet when he was using his ultimate a while ago and Valdez was together with him, then try to take down Zero as fast as they can. But because he was up front, he was taken down pretty easily by Luna.
Yeah. Okay, so what happened was I just looked into the replay. Noel was in front of Golden Feet, ended up dying before the Shadow Surge hits him, and then goes through to Golden Feet.
No way
And
that just happened.
I really think that Noel was so overconfident, and I thought that that was the perfect time for the Swain to pop off with the Rylai's, with all the tanky items, but he shredded like butter. And I think this is also a very good revelation as to why we're not seeing Swain in the game as much as we want to in competitive. There are other options for sure that would have provided the same initiation that we saw from him. And the tankiness of a Swain is relative to the amount of sustain that he gets.
Yeah.
Can easily get countered by grievous wounds, and we all know, at that point in the game, almost everyone has it.
It's easy to kite out even with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter on the Swain, it's easy to kite out a Swain in this meta and where there's a lot of dashes that you can use, and even without the Gragas, that's gonna be enough. He went in without the stasis. If he had stasis there, things could have been different, but he went in without the stasis. He has been exhausted. He can't even push through when he tried to go in, and that's why it was really hard for BRU to play around it. But still, that was a great match coming in from BRU and KT.
You know what my biggest takeaway of it was?
What?
We could be staring at another game number 3, Miss Ash.
Yeah.
Are you ready for a record-breaking day in where we will have not 3 BO3s to go the distance, but rather 4 BO3s? We are almost there. These two teams are very evenly matched, and it's a very entertaining game to cast, right? Like, I mean, you are going to. I think you have to give it to 0, right? Like, the MVP should go to 0 just by being able to find that Shadow Surge onto the primary target, and there you go, bingo. There you go,
actually,
0. Go.
It was a nice play coming from 0. Starting from fighting 1v1 against Noel in the mid lane, he's always has been winning those fights. Because honestly, Swain doesn't have the capability of winning those duels unless he has Demonic Ascension, or at least he's fighting a 2v1. Most of the time on a 1v1, Swain is gonna lose, but on a 2v1, at least he has a chance. That's what Swain is super good at, and that's why right there we saw it in action. Zero just won those 1v1s every time. But again, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into game 2. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What
Possible game 3 for this last game based on the performance of BRU, even if they lost against KT.RY. Some fumbles here and there, some mistakes here and there, but it was a really long game just because of the fact that they really needed to take that long in order for their champions to be good. But again, this is just game 2, everybody. We're still going for long on this series.
Yeah, I took the luckiest Shadow Surge of all time to connect up to
He's probably done with all his luck for the year, though. That's done.
Yeah. But had it been that it connected over to Swin, I think, he can just reload and go for the same thing. But it will it will give Golden Feet enough time to react, is what we're trying to say. Now, if you're BRU, are you going to be content in playing the same draft over again and going for the AP Kaiser route? From Mr. Valdez, we're going to look into the side selection. It does look like that BRU is content on playing on the blue side. So, yeah, I would. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this time around, KT.RY would shake things up and pick the Akali right away, first rotation.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, though, for BRU, they're still going for the bans. They're not even picking up the Akali on the other side. They would want to ban it for this first rotation, even if Zed gets banned first.
Same bans from game number 1, and we thought it will be a triple ninja. Then again, there is a showing of the Jace. We're in KT.RY is also a very very good user up. Guys, a first pick for BRU. And then immediately responded by a Varus pickup here by KT.RY.
They're gonna be able to take it with the same draft on both sides. I mean, it's okay if they go for the same draft on both sides. It's not gonna be a problem for them. But during the last game, I think there was a lot of misplays coming in from Tipper, being over aggressive without rage on that Ruthless Predator, which I was surprised with.
And that is basically one of my pet peeves, where I'm always mindful of my rage as a Renekton. You should be. I want to make sure that I get as much impact as I can. Because again, when it comes to Renekton, he's one of those engaged champions that you have to really play around your range so well. In fact, heading into a Dragon T fight, if you don't have any rage, you pop the dominance right away, even prior to entering the team fight, because that's the way to go. And then you try to target down the jungler of the opposing side. The only problem is that if the jungler of the opposing side does have the way to evade a lot of your all-ends, right? Like, specifically the Kha'Zix has stealth, Wukong has decoy, but both these champions, by KT.RY, is it's the same draft. Like, Jhin has been banned away though by KT.RY.
It's the same draft.
KT.RY, banned away the Jhin, which means that Okay, so it's going to be a match, which I think is a lot better, right? Like if you look at it, at least now,
for the same thing.
Yeah, Noel could be the one playing the Renekton, and then on the top side, you would have the Garen to play against
Set?
the Wukong. Oh, by Nomel? By Nomel?
What?
I will allow it, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
hasn't been buffed during 4.2, but 4.2a is when it's buffed. But on this composition, I think it's not bad.
It doesn't matter.
Out. Yeah.
Like Nomel is one of the best engagers on the set. I guarantee you, he's going for that proto belt. Well,
for sure.
There was a time in where I think he built defensively and went for the protector engine, which basically adds a lot more shield over to his side. But what really makes this a very exciting pickup is because it's Nomel picking it up, and I just know that Nomel has been rearing to show off his set skills since day number 1. So yeah, at least today in the final day of the group stages, we get to see his set plays.
You know what? From the games that we've had recently and even yesterday when I casted with Young, every time that I see a Kai'Sa jungle, the game becomes a lot sloppier for me, just because of the fact that people have been adjusting to the Kai'Sa and they don't really know what to do with it. That's why I think it sometimes, with how BRU is playing right now, I wish they didn't pick the Kai'Sa. I wish they picked something else and maybe give that Kai'Sa to Golden Feet, or maybe even to Noel in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Kai'Sa will always, of course, have that late game aspect to it. Add to the fact that it's the AP Kai'Sa that we're talking about, right? And the AP Kai'Sa has just one thing in mind. That is to hit Void Seekers. And basically, it's a Shadow Surge disguised as a second skill.
Yeah.
Right?
And Dole would just go for the engage here against Baldus. And this is one of the reasons why I'm saying that. It's because, not because of the Kai'Sa itself, it's because the game becomes way slower. That's why most of the time BRU gets punished, because I expect BRU to go for that early game power, early game engage. Baldus goes for the Yone, the Aatrox most of the time. They always win the fight early game. But because of how they're playing right now with the Kai'Sa on their side, I'm not seeing the same flair from BRU.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like BRU, also knowing that, Valdez is a very good Yone user. Right, compare his Yone to his Kai'Sa. It's like asking him to play the Morgana, I think is the best analogy, right? Like,
yeah, that's right. That's true.
That's right? He's just about farming his camps. But you look at how KT.RY did this, they basically have the advantage right away. I mean, Valdez got scared of a potential all-in on the blue buff, and so he was mitigated and is forced to start one red buff comp only.
Okay.
That's already a win for KT.RY.
Oh no. Look at what happened also on the blue side of things. Baldus was trying to steal the blue buff. He took a long time.
Yeah.
And man, big delays for them. And now they're fighting on the top side though. Tipper is being really hard here. That's gonna be it. The Haymaker got them the first blood right there.
And now this 2v2, again, it's not often that you see a set. And whenever you see a set, you have to be mindful of the burst coming from the Haymaker. Especially on patch 4.2a. Is this a taste of what is to come 4.2a? I would welcome it, because definitely Set is one of the more exciting champions to really watch. As we look into this, Tipper went in, man. You don't do that. Yeah.
Tried to stun after they called the make without a rage, and that was a misplay right there from Tipper.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is just going sideways for the side of BRU, and Baldus is not even having the best day. He has no camps to farm. Look at him. He's waiting for the blue buff to spawn.
The Grump. He waited for the Grump, and the Grump finally shows up. This is... Now I expect the same thing to happen over and over again, because they have priority on the top side. They have perfect timing as to when this blue buff will respawn. So they will be sending multiple members to really aid DAW to invade once again. But I don't think they would be doing that. Rather, DAW is going to the other side of the map. He's pinging the red buff. He's now saying, okay, you take your blue buff, I take your red buff.
With no vision too on the side of BRU, this is just gonna be easily taken, and Baldus can't even play the game. And this is what I was saying.
He could even die.
This is so hard. Yeah, if he tries to go in here, if he tries to contest this, he's gonna be dead.
Oh man, DAW is a genius.
What was that play coming in from Nomel? That's a very dead Ash. Nomel. Icebreaker coming from this guy.
I tell you, the way he performs his combos is so absurdly clean. Like, here's a face breaker, walks up, uses the ultimate to as if it's a Lee Sin kick, and sets up a pick for his team. And again, this is why I really love Nomel's set, man. Like, this is one champion that I really hope would show up come playoffs time, because the amount of plays that he can do, even from behind, is just crazy.
Very possible though. He wants to go for another one. Then the Mel's just gonna go for another face breaker. They have an ultimate to work with though. That is a piercing arrow with the haymaker to the Proto Belt to get the kill.
The most satisfying kill of all, Proto Belt kill coming from Nomel. Oh.
Whistle arrow was able to hit. That's a lot of damage. He's not going to be dying just yet. Chain of Corruption missed. What the Jess is looking for, a great explosive gas here, and that's going to throw off Luna. They have Valdus' ultimate, but he didn't use it.
Yeah, and now Zero is here to provide backup. Ice Dragon already secured by DAW. Meanwhile, BRU again. This plays from KT.RY just has proven one thing. They are in a different league.
Yeah.
Right? They can easily be considered a powerhouse in the CN conference. And
we have been waiting for this, right? For them to fight against each other to know who's the better team. But now, looking at who's better, I think Rattel is going to fall down against the well here, but he was able to get the barrier, surviving for so long, and the Shadow Surge won't be able to hit. What was that?
Iconic Garen, I guess.
Yeah.
Hitbox. The hitbox.
I was surprised the hitbox could have hit him.
Like, yeah, maybe if it was a different skin.
That's true.
Right? Like, maybe if it was the, what do you call that again? The big skin? The Lightbringer, the Dawnbringer skin?
The one that he has, is that a lion?
The big sword. Right,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Could have been a kill.
Could have been a kill. But KT.RY, no questions, are in the lead. They have the Ice Dragon, which gives them ability haste. This is again one of my favorite dragons in the game because it just gives you raw power stats, and we all know that ability haste in the game is just key because it makes all those cooldowns go faster, and you know all the champions that KT.RY or almost every champion in the game really benefits from it. It's not like the Mountain Dragon or the Infernal Dragon that there will just be a select few that would benefit from it. This is a dragon that everyone benefits. Even the supports, even the the tanks would benefit from ability haste.
Yeah, the cooldowns in the game are low already, and couple that with ability haste just makes it way better. That's why it's really hard whenever the enemy team takes the Ice Dragon, right? Because when they take the Ice Dragon, once they take more Drakes, more ability haste for the team overall. And also, what's great about it is, we talked about this a while ago, the Icy Paths makes it easy for you to move around the map.
Again, Nomel with the Proto Belt. This is definitely... What?
This is what the Cloud Dragon was supposed to be. This Ice Dragon, yeah.
RIP to the Cloud Dragon. Maybe we'll... Okay. You know what? I really have this inkling that this Ice Dragon will also join League of Legends PC. Because
really?
Did you know that they have started to implement the Emerald rank as well? Oh, wait, hold that thought.
Oh, really? They implemented the Emerald rank? Oh
Yeah.
no, Tipper. I think
He's
that
dead.
is not the play, and Zero is just gonna be surviving. Tipper has been forcing a lot of these fights that he wouldn't win.
The slice and die is in full effect, man. Like I tell you, this he has to hold back onto the slice and dice because that was one of the reasons why Numel got the punish in. And you just don't do that, right? Like the slice, especially against against very good teams, they can easily punish. And now KT.RY gets another prize here in the bot lane. In the mid lane, there still is wait, where did the Rift Arrow get summoned to? Oh, on the top side. They were able to get the first tower on the top side. But that's the only positive that you can bring out from the performance of BRU in this game. Again, looking back onto minute number 1, BRU's Valdez got easily controlled by the invades of Do. He had to respect it because again, in a 1v1 scenario, a Kaisa versus a Kha'Zix, I would take the Kha'Zix every single time.
Yeah, he's not gonna win for sure. And BRU is having a hard time even to find a way to make use of that enchanted crystal arrow for them to take a kill. Because so far, they don't have the battle stats to even execute the members. Maybe if they use it when they have the rage coming in from a Tipper, then they might be able to get a kill.
Yeah, the ultra fast set man is here. He has the dead man's plate. And you know what time it is, right? It's time to engage. It's time to find those priority targets. But Golden Feet will be the first one to pull the trigger.
What is that? An enchanted crystal arrow. As we were saying, Zero could be a good target, and Tipper was the perfect placement right there. They can go for the fight. Nomel's gonna be running away super fast, but with that, he's gonna throw what the Jets do to team. But they don't have enough damage just yet. They're waiting for them to make a mistake, and that's why BRU is trying to really maneuver around this fight. They're scared of what Valdez could bring because Zero is not around.
They have to surrender this dragon, right? Like they have to face the fact that they are already on the back foot. KT.RY, even though that they have the ultimates, Luna channeling his arrow, not going to steal, or not even close, man. BRU again finding some signs of life.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow wasn't able to hit, just pushed backwards, but an explosive cask. And Nomel wasn't having the right timing there before they tried to go for an engage, but at least that Crystal Arrow wasn't able to hit.
Yeah, the biggest difference maker, aside from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, was Tipper recognizing that he's already on the back foot. And he played decoy to the T. He just went and bought stasis for himself. That was able to buy enough time for BRU to get the advantage. Because had it been that he went for the standard path of building two completed items prior to going for the upgraded enchanted boots, that could have been a very dead Valdez. And that I guess is one of the things that KT.RY did not expect to happen.
Because he has the stasis now, he can't. Wait. There you go. There's gonna be another arrow on the top side. Good thing he had personal space. He had the ward. Was able to mitigate it. But it's not even a problem because that enchanted crystal arrow will be up in like 20 seconds.
Like the shorter cooldown. Oh, Valdez. It was indeed a very scary sight. Like, one punch to the gut could have been disastrous for Valdez and his team. But KT.RY sending 4 people to the top side. Meanwhile, the Garen in the bush waiting. He's just waiting for the cannon minion to show up, and then he's just going to get the aggro. There you go. No steal. No push for KT.RY, at least in the next few minutes.
Not enough damage just yet, even against what the chess. This is what I'm scared of whenever you're picking up a set, is because you really need to get close. Once you get close, that is when his value just goes up. But if he doesn't get close, that's a problem.
Arrow? He might die.
Arrow,
he gets silenced.
Does have the showstopper though, but explosive cast is still gonna be there. Haymaker is at the ready if ever he tries to get closer to Noel, but that is the safety coming in from the set.
Yeah. Tanky enough to survive that all-in coming from BRU, but BRU, again, is banking on the fact that Golden Feet would hit those arrows from a mile away to start the team fight for themselves. And that being said, I wouldn't mind if Zero goes for a third item Banshee's Veil, just to prevent that all-in to happen against him, because if you look at the items by Daw and Luna, both of them prioritize Edge of Night. So Zero, oh, there you go. Oh, he flashes away.
He needs to force a flash though. He doesn't have any way to dodge. And that arrow, with what we're seeing from their side, Golden Feet has been very perfect with those arrows. And this build has been very annoying because this has a lot of ability haste.
Yeah, and the blasting one third item for Zero, not really the best path to go towards to Banshee's Veil. Remember, it's a needlessly large rod plus Negatron Cloak as the component of that perfect item to counter the Ash's aggression. Zipper getting some rage in. He's waiting for Rattel to face check, but Rattel is too smart for his own right.
That's good. At least he wasn't able to get the kill. But the timing is just right though, in order for him to get this tower in the bot lane. Because the members are already here, but they can present this Drake. They have the ultimate coming in though, but what the Jess was able to run out of the way, and that's not the Baron call for their side, and the bot lane tower is slowly getting pushed.
Yeah, now Zipper, but he doesn't have dominance though, and now Daw tries to sniff. Valdez needs to use his ult as well. 119 HP left here in the mid lane tower. He's still standing strong. There you go.
Still surviving. Just defending the mid lane turret is also important for them. 2 towers on both sides have been taken down, and that's why we're still super close on this gold. No gaps whatsoever. One mistake could really turn the tides around.
Exactly. Just wait for Rattel to possibly start the fight, or maybe even Nomel. Those are the 2 engagers that we would carefully look at. Rattel is being poked away by the members of BRU. And again, if you're the AP guys, you could do this for days, right? Like, just send Void Seekers left and right to find your opponents hiding in bushes. And that's information given, Zipper!
Yeah. Gets his son. Valdez was able to Void Seekers away. Killer Instinct is going to be there. That's a lot of damage. They're onto the backline. Golden Feet is left alone. He's going to be dying with a piercing arrow. They're starting already the Drake. 4 members versus 4. They still have some time. Nomel is at the ready. Chain of Corruption is going to be there. Valdez is going to be the target, but it's not going to be enough. What the just timely with that, and Noel was able to get the Demacia Justice in. That's going to be enough. Rattel is buying some time. Daw is almost here, but they are not going to be taking this. That Drake is going to be on their side, and BRU is going to run away, but the Baron could be taken, because if Noel dies here, it's going to be a 3v4.
He won't die. He's a Garen. Remember, he's one of the tankiest champion that we have in the game. Daw won't be able to punish this Garen, and KT.RY has to settle for the purple worm. That is still a big win for BRU. They were able to get 2 dragons already in this game. 2 dragons that will definitely help their double marksman composition.
Having a hard time now. What with low HP?
Another arrow?
An ultimate coming in, and the arrow was able to hit on the decoy, and that is KT.RY just running away with the Baron.
Yeah, right now KT.RY, I just cannot call it an advantage because of the amount of things that they surrendered to get that Baron. Yeah, they were able to get some kills as well. As we look as to how that team fight started, it started with Golden Feet very, very low, right? Like Zero.
He's controlling the arrow.
Right. That's a very good catch, right? It's one way to really make sure that the other person is now looking at his screen, and now Zero, being all in by Zipper, just uses the stasis to buy enough time for himself. Noel, though, again, was able to get that very timely pick against Luna, which I think would have been the reason why Valdez was able to secure this dragon. And so now it depends as to how KT.RY would use this Baron effectively. If they are even able to at least open an inhibitor tower, then it's definitely going to be an advantage to KT.RY's side.
It's going to be hard for them to actually get this, because look at the wave clear coming in from BRU. It's not available for them. Void Seeker couldn't really clear this for you guys, and this is why it's really hard to play around this. Now with that, 2 cannon minions are trying to hit up. They're taking down this turret, and it is taking it down really fast. 4 more hits, and that's going to be a tower down. Nobody can take it, and that's a tower down top side.
They cannot sniff the cannon minions because yeah, I mean, if they ever attempt to go in front of the cannon minion, all those engagers from KT.RY would be so ready to pull the trigger. But this Elder Dragon fight could still be the decider. That is just one inhibitor tower broken. by the side of KT.RY. Yeah, that is good advantage overall. Macro-wise, it's not really a game decider as of yet. Now, if KT.RY gets to secure this Elder Dragon, then that definitely is going to be the game-deciding objective. It's 18 minutes in. It's 2 minutes earlier than its previous spawn time, and that's the reason why it's more exciting to see, teams battle it out in patch 4.2.
Yeah. This is what it all comes down to, how Nomel starts this fight, especially what the Jess is in front. They do have a lot of damage in order for them to take this down. Nomel is in a great position to go for a showstopper.
Dominus.
With that Enchanted Crystal Arrow down, this could be a start for them. They're trying to back away. Valdez is scared, is wary of where Nomel is, because if he tries to go in with a flash here, he can go and take down Valdez, and they are going in. What? The Jess would be the target, and they are using the safety to buy some time. They have the Chain of Corruption. Noel is super low in HP. One piercing arrow could end it, and now with the placement of Daw, he's just gonna run away from this. They have the timing, they have the positioning, they can get this Elder Drake, but they're taking too much damage. With Zero low on HP, this might be super hard. Yeah, they can go for the reset. They have the placements.
Arrow.
No more Void Seekers. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was able to hit, and that's gonna be the explosive cast to push him back. No more damage coming from the BRU. They have a lot of CC, but Valdez was able to go in. They're buying some time with the stasis. Rattel was able to get the kill on Valdez, and Elder Drake is gonna be taken by the side of ROSTER.Y, and that's gonna be it. 5 members strong, getting that, and that's 4-man down on the other side.
What a crazy team fight. KT.RY and BRU doesn't let up, but in the end, KT.RY gets the objective and is most likely getting the 2-0 against BRU. Noel, the only member left to defend. What can he do?
Yeah, pushing back, showstopper, perfect timing again and again from Noel. That set, the place coming in from this guy has been an instrument for them to win. And ROSTER.Y takes the 2-0 against BRU.
That is still too close for comfort. These two teams are very evenly matched. And again, one would say that in both games, BRU started the game on the back foot. They were definitely behind, right? First game, there were massive mistakes by Flipper that got punished by KT.RY. On game number 2, invades by Daw, recognizing that the Kai'Sa isn't really the best early game jungler in the game. And again, on patch 4.2a, no Kai'Sa jungle. I don't think we'll ever see it, right? There's like a huge nerf on the damage, a case and rain damage onto jungle monsters, which I think is the reason why he's very good to be played in the jungle role. But all those AP Kai'Sas, man, 0 out of 3, at least today.
Hasn't worked today, and that is one of the reasons why I'm really afraid of what they're doing here, especially for BRU. With what they had, I think an AD Kai'Sa could have been way better in this composition because they don't really have a lot of innate damage as a composition. Yes, there was some damage from the Void Seekers. Yes, it forces out the Edge of Night out of ROSTER.Y, but it wasn't enough because even if they do have the damage from the Void Seekers in a big fight, it isn't really gonna matter. Yes, it was at some point in the game, but it wasn't really game winning for BRU.
And the main reason why you go for AP Kai'Sa is because you will basically have lesser cooldowns whenever you hit your second skill, right? If it's ever evolved. And that's no longer a necessity to do nowadays. Like if your Void Seeker was just there to pop all those Banshee's Veils, Edge of Nights, you don't need to build AP for that, right? Like, all you have to do is to build your third item. One of the massive changes that has been made on the Kai'Sa is that, one, you are now able to evolve your skill just by buying items or completing an items. And previously, it's so hard to completely evolve all 3 skills. But nowadays, it's so easy. Just upgrade 3 items, Muramana. Already won, right? Riftmaker, Nasher Suit, that's already 3 items that you have in your disposal. And one would say that, AP items is a lot cheaper than the AD counterpart. But in patch 4.2, we have to remain true to the word that AD items are superior than AP items.
Yep, and that is also one of the reasons why I was kind of afraid for BRU when they started that. The only reason why it worked during game 1 was because they have a Jhin. The Jhin is going to be the damage that they would need in order for them to have that early game advantage, or at least the early damage advantage to their side, and this is well deserved. Honestly, Nomel was the reason why they were able to pull through with a lot of those plays. And honestly, if we're gonna go to the playoffs with this version of Nomel utilizing the set 4.2a is when that champion gets buffed.
I tell you, like, Nomel has opened my eyes that in order for you to really be called as one of the best supports in not just in Southeast Asia but in the world, you have to know this champion, because his play on this champion, his plays of just being able to use the face breaker as a setup point for the showstopper is insanely good, right? Like, you have to respect Flash the face breaker, because once a face breaker connects, once that first stun connects, the follow through of the next crowd control is enough to kill all the primary targets, and during the laning phase, that is when it's very deadly.
Yeah, and that is what's scary about the set, because when you have the showstopper, you are not even afraid of, especially on this meta and where you always go front to back. A set is going to be very strong, because if he uses the showstopper on your tank and goes to the backline, that's an easy face breaker on 5 people. That's why it's going to be real hard moving forward for the other supports that we have there in order for them to position well against this set. And this could be a weapon that WRL could use if they're fighting against the CN Conference, if ever they make it to the grand finals on this competition. So that is something that I'm looking forward to, at least in the playoffs.
The last time that Nomel played set here in WRLA was day number 3 when they faced against Cerberus Esports. It was we are definitely waiting for it to pop up again. Again, in this particular matchup, you know, it's an eye opener not just for him but also for other supports out there. Because I know that this set playmaking support, it originated from CN. And so, you know, it is definitely going to be very exciting that this will open up other alternatives than the Nautilus, than the Gragas. And we all know that the Nautilus and the Gragas is a lot easier to execute, right? But with the buffs on patch 4.2a, yeah, Set could be one of the best supports to get picked by all of the players out there. We're just waiting for the interview for for our APAC winner and KT.RY. And again, it might have been a 2-0, but it's a very close one.
Yeah, and also the priority that they have for supports recently has always been the top 3 champions that we always have seen, the Nautilus and the Gragas.
And the Galio.
And I can see this, and the Galio too. I think Galio is slowly falling off though, because people have been preferring maybe an Alistar recently, just because of the amount of cooldowns that the pulverized headbutt combo has compared to the Justice Punch to the Shield of the Rod. But if this set comes into play, it would be a lot more exciting, because I really love the set plays that people have been doing last year, but now we haven't been seeing a set.
Yeah, that's I'm just rearing for it to happen. In fact, you know, that's one of the champions I haven't really fully played. Like, I think the number of games I have played on set is less than 5, I guess. Knowing that I'm a bruiser champion, right? Bruiser abuser, but there's right, all viewers out there, the main reason why set is exciting is because of the amount of plays that you can do on the champion, and Nomel just perfectly displayed as to how to use the champion as an engager, as a peeler, and as a defensive tank that you can use to also accept all those arrows that is being thrown by BRU. Like, I think there was a total of 3 arrows that connected onto Nomel that did not result into anything, and that's one thing to look at as well. Like, the ban against the Jhin come game number 2 proved to be very vital, because in game number 1, Golden Feet was actually performing well on that champion. Let's go over to the interview.
感谢2位解说老师，欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪，让我们恭喜首尔 KT.RY 战队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的呢依旧是射手 Luna。那么第一个问题想要问到他的是，其实在上一场呢 BRU 当时在采访当中说，觉得这个版本其实更适合于他们一些，可能比首尔 KT.RY 会更有优势。那么在取得今天的胜利之后，想要问一下 Luna 有没有什么话想要回应给上一场 我们 BRU 采访的选手呢。So Luna, congrats on taking them down. It's a good finale for you guys for the regular season. But the Buriram in their last interview just said this meta fits them better than yours. So any words to them after getting your victory today?
오늘 이겼으니까 축하드립니다. BRU is the 마지막 상대방인데 혹시 이겨서 어떤 말을 해주고 싶을까요?
일단 저희가 마지막 경기만큼 되게 열심히 준비해서 이번 경기에 임했는데 그 경기를 또 2대 0으로 이겨서 정말 기분이 좋은 것 같고 저희 팀원분들이랑 코치 감독님들 전부 열심히 해주신 것 같아서 정말 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So BRU is our last opponent, and we are so hardworking for the last game, and all the coaches, all the of my friends, my team is so hardworking, and because we won, so we feel so happy.
OK， 我们露娜选手说呢，因为其实今天也是他们的最后一场比赛了，然后他们也认为 BRU 其实是一个很强的对手，也是他们最后一场比赛的对手，所以赛前呢，他们其实和他们的教练还有整个团队的队员一起做了很长时间的一个准备，然后也是希望今天可以打好最后一场比赛，最后的结果也是没有辜负他们的一个期望。那下一个问题想要问到的是，今天呢，他们为我们展示了一个全新的威古斯的这么一个阵容，想问一下他们是怎么样理解威古斯这样一个英雄在这个版本的强度。So today we see your new comp for the Vex. So what is your understanding of this champ?
오늘 벡스 챔피언이 어떤 생각이 들었나요?
벡스란 챔피언이 좀 되게 변수도 많고 미드 클리어에도 좋다고 판단을 해서 좀 사용을 하게 된 것 같은데 이제 저희 팀 미드 선수인 또 제로 선수가 벡스라는 챔피언을 잘 다루기도 하고 저희 조합에 어느 정도 잘 맞는 것 같아서 픽을 뽑은 것 같습니다.
So Vex is a good champion for the meta, and because he's a good champion, and the mid player Zero, he's a good player with Vex, and we pick it, and it works well with our other champions, and yeah, it works.
OK， 我们露娜选手说到呢，因为其实当时他们觉得就是维古斯是一个很好的选择，加上就是他们的中路选手 Zero 是特别擅长打这个英雄的。他认为在他们的这个阵容选出来之后呢，可能维古斯是最适用于他们当时跟其他英雄去适配的这么一个英雄，所以当时他们就选择了维古斯这样的一个选项。下一个问题想要问到的是，我们都知道露娜选手他是一个非常好的维恩的选手，那么他之前的维恩也是非常有名，那么可能因为之前一个版本的问题，所以他没有办法一直使用维恩去上场。那我们有没有希望在季后赛的新版本当中看到他的维恩回归赛场呢？ So we know you are good at the Vayne, and you are one of the best Vayne players in the world. So can we maybe meet your Vayne back to the stage in the playoff?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure, because actually we know you are good at the champ Vayne, and plus Lulu maybe is a good champ for you guys. So can we see your Vayne back to the stage at the playoff?
You mean the VN?
Yeah, the Vayne. Or any other AD champ you want to try on the stage.
Okay.
Okay.
So 그 루나님이
It's okay if I can move to another question maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
OK， 那么下一个问题，因为可能这个问题的话，对于他们来讲，就是可能还没有想好说之后会不会透露这个战术，所以我们还是进行下一个问题。那下一个问题想问到的是，就是他们认为可能在季后赛阶段的话，哪一支APAC 赛区的这个队伍对于他们来讲是最强有力的一个对手 ？So like which team you think is the strongest opponent for you guys in the playoff?
혹시 플레이오프 때 어떤 팀이 가장 어려울 것 같은 팀인가요?
저희가 까다롭다고 생각하는 팀은 없고 그래도 전부 다 잘한다고는 생각하지만 그래도 저희 팀이 가장 우세하고 아직까지는 까다로울 만한 팀은 없다고 생각하기 때문에 네, 좀 아직 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
So I think that all the teams in playoff are good teams, but we are a good team too, so we have no fears to any teams.
OK， 那我们露娜选手说呢，他认为可能说对于季后赛来讲呢，他认为所有的对手其实都是表现的比较好的，但是他认为他们在目前的表现来看呢，可能还是 APAC 赛区最强有力的队伍之一，所以说可能对于他们来讲，目前在 APAC 赛区没有说对他们有造成特别大威胁的一支队伍。最后一个问题想问到的是，他们团队有没有对于今天我们结尾的时候抽签阶段有没有什么样的讨论，或者说哪支队伍他可能是最希望在季后赛第一个遇到的 ？So any discussion among your team for your draw show later on? Or any team you want to meet mostly at the beginning of the playoff?
오케이. 그 플레이오프 때는 혹시 어떤 팀을 만나고 싶어요?
굳이 꼽자면은 저희 NGX라는 팀을 좀 만나고 싶은데 거기 팀이 이제 원딜을 좀 잘 다루기도 하고 네, 원딜을 좀 잘 다루기도 하고 이제 그쪽 팀의 미드 선수도 원딜을 좀 잘 다룬다고 생각해서 이번 멘타에 좀 괜찮다고 생각되는 팀이 NGX이기 때문에 그 팀을 좀 가장 만나고 싶어요.
So because NGX team ADC player is so good player with me for me. So I think I wanna play against with NGX next time.
OK， 我们露娜选手说呢，其实因为在版本更换之后呢，他认为 NGX 是进步最大的一支队伍，因为 NGX 的射手呢，他认为是 APAC 赛区里面可能比较数一数二，可以跟他去对碰的这么一个射手位的选手，所以说他其实很希望可以在这个季后赛阶段呢，跟我们的 Pasay NGX 战队可以说是有这么一个首场的对决。OK，thank you for taking your time, thank you for the translating that out for the interval. Good luck in your playoff. 那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。接下来呢，就让我们
Now we're back. Although that was an interview. And now what happened there? We saw Roster Y winning, and I do hope to see different ADCs come in the future for Luna at least. But again, we're just gonna be taking a break, everybody, before we head into our match of the week. So we're gonna be taking a break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference. adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time.
And we're back, everyone! This is the last game, the last time that we're going to be seeing or be in the regular season. This is the last time that we're going to be here. I do hope to see some fun games, especially that this is the match of the week. This is the last match of the week that we're going to be having for the regular season. So this is going to be high-stakes games for J-Team and JDG. Again, this is Autolus and I casting for these games, and J-Team is a team to look out for.
Yeah, and again, the biggest surprise here is Pan will still be the one playing in the Dragon Lane, right? Like, we know that Barry is one of the best Dragon Laners or best marksmen in the game, but Pan has solidified himself and has taken his place in the starting 5.
Yeah. And now on the other side, we do have JDG JDG has been performing under the radar, honestly, during the recent times that we've seen them. But they have always been a really great force to be reckoned with. And now we are seeing them on the top 4 if ever they win this against J-Team. Or if not, they're going to be back to the top 5 or 6 together with Weibo Gaming. And top 4 will be taken by EDG.
The implications of this match is definitely really, I would say, put a lot of pressure on JDG. Especially it's J-Team that we're talking about, right? Like, J-Team is known to be one of the best teams that we have in the CN conference. Especially with them, you know, having to put Pan to replace Barry. Good things happened. Although we have been seeing a lot of 3 games in the past, it still ended up in the favor of J-Team. And we look into the head-to-head. Juju going against Pan. And Pan is that one champion that would not hesitate to play differently. We have seen him play Brand, play Vex even before it's meta. And now, even in the meta in where we are seeing a lot of ADCs, he still play AP champions. Notably the Zoe. So it will be very interesting as to how they play this out. If Juju just goes over to default to Jin or Kaisa, which are the 2 best picks right now in the meta, and then Pan decides to go APC, are we going to see a repeat performance of the Shama domination?
Let's see if that's gonna happen though, but let's go to the stage first.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到首届英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是小优。今天的最后一场比赛由来自 WRL 森赛区的 JD 战队对阵 JDG 战队，这同时也是常规赛的收官之战。目光所及的赛场逆光，悬念迭起的巅峰较量，汹涌滚烫的一枪向往，知己知彼的宿命对决，生死大战一触即发。下面就让我们有请 J-Team 以及京东 Gaming。Good evening to all summoners here and in front of the screen. Welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1 and Peggy. The final match of the day is between J-Team and Jingdong Gaming. It's also the final game of the regular season. Stage lights seen in the distance is a game full of suspense. We have 2 teams with their passionate hearts. This is a fateful duel of knowing themselves and their enemies. It's all about to start. Now let's welcome J-Team and Jingdong Gaming.
你们京东前面几场比赛我们看了，然后今天虽然天气比较晚，但是我希望你们上单傻尼继续保持水准吧。
今天打完你们也别放假了，连夜的研究 JDG 吧。
There you go. The very quick introduction. By the way, if anything, I think Pan has a very unique trademark. Dash.
Yeah.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
It really has the, what do you call it? The ice. Is that
no?
双方单人路选手登场。
I was talking about his sleeve, man. Like, Pan has the sleeve. Okay, so we will see it later on as we look into the catwalk. This is the Baron Lane matchup. Ooh.
Oh,
good friends, Don128 and Sanny showing some love.
Welcome the jungle players, JT
we hope that in the rift, they're also good friends. I hope they would be able to see each other, at least show each other who's the better.
接下来有请双方中路选手登场。
But again,
Welcome the
serious
players,
on all
JT,
sides. I think
yes,
the only friends that we have here is gonna be those 2. But it's still gonna be an equal matchup for J-Team. So far, J-Team has been doing a great show. JDG is not lacking either.
Yeah, and then he gets you with a very good record on the Corki. His win streak ended at the expense of Dash casting the game. There you go. This is what I'm talking about, right? The sleeve.
The sleeve.
最后有请双方辅助登场。Finally, welcome the support players.
He needs to stretch his arms.
JDG Doki.
Yeah, I mean, even in his portrait, he has a sleeve on. So I guess that's one of the things that you Good, dude. And there you go. The support
再次
players
欢迎两队
also
选手，
showing
请前往对战
some
席做最后的赛
friendly
前准
fist
备。
bumps.
Welcome both
DY,
teams again.
Doki.
Let's hi to the
Two of the
arena
players
for
I
fan
believe
preparation.
are.
两支队伍现
It's
已
so
集结
hard
完
to
毕，
rank
让我们
supports
即刻进入
nowadays,
召
to be
唤
honest
师峡
with
谷。
you, right?
All
Like,
the players are getting ready.
I've
Let's
seen a
start
lot
into
of
the
very
wild.
good supports from CN, and all I can ask for is that we get some in APAC too. At least we have them. At least we have Draw. But you know, CN supports are on a different level, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And what I'm surprised of was yesterday on KBG versus Weibo Gaming. I've always said that Wake Up is the best support in the CN conference.
Yeah.
But he got outplayed a lot of times by Yu in KBG.
Exactly, right? Like, and then there's this time. There are times in where we have seen Wake Up destroy the opposition, like Yami, right?
Yeah.
Remember when they faced against Nova, and where Yami got out supported by Wake Up. Then I guess it's clear, right? Like, I think Yu is just a different level of support, as is the other members of KBG. But we head over to the 1v1. There's 7-11. I would be the one playing, and then Fei Bai, the mid laner, would be the one playing for JDG. So jungle versus mid lane, and bans the illusion. So we are in for a different champion.
Not illusion. I like that at least. That is gonna be good. Is Fei Bai not gonna be banning anything? That's also gonna be good, because at least they have some champions opened up. With Kaisa being open, I've said a lot of times. Wait, is that just a dual Kaisa? What we've seen there?
I think so. We are going to wait for the formalities as we enter the Howling Abyss.
I hope that, or maybe somebody's fixing things up. That's why you weren't able to follow through with the fight right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they have some technical difficulties.
Oh, well, that's sad. If it ever becomes a technical difficulty, that means that we have to wait for the 1v1 to start. And again, in this match of the week, again, pressure is on JDG. If they ever lose this. Now the question is, if they lose 1-2, do they own the tiebreaker against the other
Against
team?
against
EDG.
Yeah,
Let me
so.
double check.
Just looking at the pointings, I think EDG is plus 17 right now.
Yeah, but you get 1 point if you get at least 1 win, right?
Yeah, right. That's exactly it. So you need to
So-
go for tiebreaker. if that was it for them.
Right, and the
it all comes
tiebreaker-
down to whoever, when they fought,
Yeah, exactly.
who won.
The head-to-head.
That's gonna be the question.
And the
Yeah.
head-to-head goes over to EDG. So JDG.
Okay.
So JDG does really need to win this.
Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be hard.
So winning 1 game is not enough. It has to be 2 games for them. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-1. What matters is that. Whoa, wait, how many points do you get with 2-1? 1 point.
I think it's 1.2.
So they have to win 2-0.
Yeah, they need to win 2 games.
I don't think so. I think
I
you
remember
get
if
2
you win-
points. I think you get 2 points whenever you
How
get
much
to
do you
win.
get when you win?
3 points. 2-0. Huh. Well, let's double check. Because why not?
Let's check it out. Because based on what's happening recently, I was able to see you get -2, right, when you lose 3-0. And that's what's happened to Team Weibo. That's why they got pushed back.
Well, from from how it looked in the standings. Okay, a 1-2 is a -1.
Oh, and a +1 if you get a 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay. At least that's fair. So
Okay.
they need to win 2-0. Ha! This is gonna be hard though. Ooh.
It is.
This is gonna be a hard fight for them. Because if ever they honestly lose this for the early start, it's gonna be bad. J Team they're comfortable with this patch already, just because they can utilize a pan in the bot lane, an APC that honestly still works for them.
And I think, as we progress deeper into the tournament, especially with patch 4.2 being, being in the practice environment for all these teams, we will be seeing more APCs to come. I know that, we have been raring to see ADCs, but we saw how KBG performed with an AP carry Ziggs just yesterday. And they were so good at it. By the way, just for the information of everyone, there was a technical issue. And we will be remaking the Champion Select. And we would not be sticking with what showed up. It would be between a Kai'Sa versus a Varus. And this is Varus' favorite, if I'm not mistaken.
Most of the time, it is Varus' favorite until you get to level. Honestly, if you get to level 5, as long as the Chain of Corruption would be able to hit, Varus is gonna win that fight overall, just because of the amount of range he has. I don't know, but in this patch so far, Varus has been winning against Jins and Kai'Sas in the early game.
Hey, indeed, like Varus is the range of Varus should not have been changed. I think there are champions that. Well, we know that most of the marksmen did have the plus 25 range to them, but I think Varus is in a very balanced state the last time out, right? And I think adding 25 more damage onto him just gives him more avenue to work with. And now we are seeing that KT.RY is not prioritizing the Jhin, but rather would prefer to go for the Varus. So this 1v1 is definitely a good thing to recognize and monitor as to how strong the laning phase is really for the Varus.
Yeah. And KT.RY even goes in for the flash and not too offensive spells with him. Surprised that he went for this choice, because he really needs something. If he wants to follow through with the Blighted Quivers to the Piercing Arrow, yeah, it's very much a need.
Yeah. 0711 again. Wait, both of them doesn't want to show themselves. they want that cheeky first hit. Okay, there you go. KT.RY gets the Piercing Arrow to connect, negating that bone plating coming from 0711. So KT.RY ever gets 1-2 hits, it will be to his favor for sure.
Yep. And once you get the level 2, that is when it becomes deadly for them. Not even having the Blighted Quivers first for KT.RY. This is gonna be real scary still, because with the Hail of Arrows, it would be easier to just poke him out in range. And this is exactly what he's doing.
The range advantage of Varus is definitely going to be key in this particular matchup. But, okay, I'm not 100% sure if you agree with me on this, but there were a lot of PC players that were saying the Varus gets easily countered by the Vayne. Do you agree?
Varus gets easily countered by the Vayne.
Yeah.
Honestly, no. No.
You don't agree with me?
Yeah, I don't. Because if you think about it though, PC Varus is very different with this version of Varus. In PC, Varus gets cooldown once he pops a Blighted Quiver.
Okay.
And I think that's the better version of the Varus. And his damage with the Piercing Arrow and the Hail of Arrows are toned down in PC. And look at this. Look at the damage he just got just from that trade coming in. Flashing in for one more shot.
There you go, KT.RY. Maximizing the range advantage. Does push the minions over to the side of 0711. And this is almost as grim as it can get for 0711. Also, the death timers are actually very high. Oh, Yomus for KT.RY, just giving a lot more damage. And plus, it helps your mobility as well to run back into the lane faster than your opponent. So it's one of the things that you also have to consider whenever you see a 1v1 player go for a Yomus Ghostblade first item.
Yep. And going for Yomus is also good. I was expecting him to actually go for a Serpent's Fang first, so that if ever 0711 uses the Killer Instinct, it would be easier to just chunk him down after. Because most of the time, people use the Killer Instinct after the first burst happens. And once they get this... Okay, they got the can. I thought he's gonna level 5. No, he's not. Okay. At least in level 5, I thought he's gonna go for the kill.
And 0711 just has to go back. Would most likely get his first item by that is Immortal Shield Bow. Evolve the KT.RY. Oh, that animation. It's kind of annoying, right? Especially if you want to be back into the lane. Yeah. That 1 second animation. Bye-bye, what a dodge.
Yeah. And also, 0711 knew that he was there.
Yeah.
And wait, he's gonna back away again. He needs to get level 5 first. And there you go. After he gets to level 5, I believe Fei-Bai is gonna go Serpent's Fang for the second item, just so he could really make it easier for himself because of the Immortal Shield though.
I think he's planning to go Rift Maker because I saw him buy Amplifying Tome.
Really?
Yeah, so there was an icon that popped up unless he went on to undo the buy. But regardless of what item choice Fei-Bai does go to, like the fact that he is 1 kill up.
Killer Instincts early, uses the exhaust to get some damage in. But that is a good combo from 0711. That's what you need. You need to surprise Fei-Bai in order for you to win.
Yeah. Exhaust for an exhaust and an ignite from 0711. So you all know, there you go. Hunting guys. It is definitely going to be a Rift Maker second item buy. Which is kind of awkward because if you think about it, he doesn't have the best attack speed. Unless if he will be able to proc the passive. Which basically is boosting his attack speed whenever he gets a last hit onto a minion or a champion. And of course, in this scenario, in the 1v1, it has to go through a minion. So now Fei-Bai, like, and I also do not feel that his piercing arrow was maxed out. It just doesn't do that much damage. So I'm thinking this could be second skill as his priority.
Max?
Or maybe Hail of
Honestly,
Arrows? Because it's a lot
that could be
easier to hit
possible.
Hail of Arrows, right?
Yeah, on a 1v1, that's a lot more effective because it has been hitting quite hard since a while ago. So let's see if ever that's the case. Because one thing that can change things up is that if ever he hits a Chain of Corruption here once he flashes in, doesn't have a lot of damage as you said. So yeah, I think that's a Hail of Arrows max.
Right. Okay. That's half charge, right? We all know that the charge of it is definitely a level 1 piercing arrow, man.
Yeah. No damage. You could have cleared the minion
No
wave
doubt.
there
No
if
doubt.
That was maxed. And honestly, it's very well deserved because it's really hard to pinpoint a Kai'Sa. Yes, it has a low cooldown anyway, so might as well just poke him out using the Hail of Arrows, making it easier for yourself. But if he gets a Phantom Dancer, and if he evolves the Void Seeker here, that could be scary.
Yeah. You could make a case to evolve, of course, the third skill of the Kai'Sa. Just ready to outplay. How do I know? That's the third skill, upgraded, right? Because it's
that's a supercharge, upgraded.
Good on the camera to at least show us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but they had to show us
I want
Fei-Bai's
to
as
see
well.
what I want to see what Fei-Bai upgraded to.
Right.
Look
at least
that.
now it's already level 2, right? For sure, it's level 2. But Fei-Bai is just content to play this out and get some more tower plates for himself. I think this is the first time that we see Ring of Fire, unless engage.
That's a lot of damage. Exhaust and Ignite on both sides. One more Hail of Arrows could end the Thanks Bursting Arrow could have won that. But Fei-Bai wasn't able to hit that in the end.
Yeah,
it's not really working the favor of 0711 though.
Oh wait, that's an upgraded second skill. Because it resets whenever it hits.
Wait, actually, right. Yeah, you're right. It resets. It's hitting him. Oh,
Okay.
no.
By the way, I think they have to fix this soon. because there is a timer on the Phantom Dancer, similar to the Lifeline. I think. Yeah.
That was
is
before.
Yeah, because again, prior to patch 4.2, 0711 does not have any mana, and KT.RY recognizes this.
He's dead.
Man.
Oh, why? He knows. That's why he's laughing. He knows
I mean,
what he did.
you don't have any mana. What are you doing? But anyway, okay, just going back to my point, right? Like that Phantom Dancer visual bug, it threw me off just from my ARM games. And I was thinking, okay, why is my Phantom Dancer on cooldown? Is there still a cooldown on the Spectral Waltz, which is basically the new passive? And I read the description. There was no cooldown stated. And I just realized, oh, okay, maybe it is still recognizing that it still is a lifeline item. And yeah, so guys, do not worry. The lifeline
it works.
That is on cooldown.
It works, don't worry.
Exactly. Spectral Waltz still should work. But that is one of the things that you would only notice if you buy the same set of items, which is kind of a trend now, because after going for the Immortal Shield Bow, the next best item is the Phantom Dancer, because the gold value on that Zeal item, that's the only good Zeal item in the game right now.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer is the best. And at least in 4.2a, we could make a case that Storm Razor is going to be the best item after the boost on Immortal Shield Bow and Phantom Dancer. But it's still a Noon Quiver item, and it's very good. If you at least now, Immortal Shield Bow is not a need, but more of a situational thing for some of the champions. And Storm Razor, it's much more of a need for most of the champions, just because of the value you get from it.
Yeah, like you buy Immortal Shield Bow against the Zeds, against the Akalis, period. Right? Yeah. You don't buy it every time, is the healthier state of the game. If you're buying it every time, and if almost everyone buys the same item every time, then that goes to show how busted the item is. Exactly. But because of the changes on patch 4.2a, at least that gets mitigated by a whole lot. On patch 4.2 though, and we are still currently on patch 4.2, I understand, you know, you go for the Immortal Shield Bow. The amount of shield that it can give you that is scaling as you get more crit damage, or not crit damage, crit chance, is just absurdly high. JDG going to ban away and respect Yetzi's Corki right away.
If you're thinking about how they are supposed to play this on the side of J team, one thing that I can say for sure is that Pawn is going to go AP, then they're waiting for Yetzi to go for the ADC route. I can make a case that they could go Zeri, then still pick up an APC in the bot lane.
True, like Yetzi is one of those inherently good marksman player in the mid lane. Right? Meanwhile,
Which is not supposed to be
KT.RY...
the case.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, KT.RY is known for his assassins as well. So, Akali is one champion that I've been raring to see. I mean, where is the Akali whenever you know, like, there were 2 times in where we saw Akali get open and was left out by KT.RY. They prefer the Vex, which is also a champion that J team would strongly consider, knowing that Pan is there on the team. They were the first to show the Vex and its full capacity and capabilities as well. Oh, never mind.
Going back to the chase on their side, I think it's not going to be bad even if Yetzi goes for the Akali himself, because I am expecting Juju to go for an ADC in the bot lane anyway. So we can really go for that on their side. But this can be also a 0711 champion. That's why it's still a good pick. But the Garen priority from J team is still there.
I don't think this is a good idea. Because if you go and secure this Garen, you basically lock yourself into a situation that JDG, if they ever go for a double marksman, it's going to be a lot harder for this Garen to be effective.
Yeah.
And now the Aatrox was actually interestingly left open. JDG could still go for another marksman, preferably the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa is the best tank shredder in the game.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. And if ever they want to stun this up for the side of J team, Jin could be a good answer here. But against an Aatrox, it might be a really bad idea. So that's why, yeah. Oh, as I'm saying.
There you go.
As I'm saying, maybe we're actually gonna see it. That's Zeri. Yeah, there you go. That's good.
Yetzi, again, his win rate on the Corki is absurdly high. Although we have to face the fact that, you know, this is a very different champion.
Wait, nobody picked Yone? What? Wait,
J team would be able to, or does have the chance to pick it up for themselves. But if they ever do that, they will be so heavy. No, never mind. Yone is half AP, half AD. But one thing that I'm trying to really figure out as well is this Jay's pickup. It can still be played by Pan, right? Like, this is a mid lane champion, and we all know that Pan is an original mid laner.
Yeah.
So if they ever go for the Yone here,
they can go for the Yone.
Yeah, if they ever go for the Yone, they can go for Yone jungle, put the Jace over to Pan, and revolve around the fact that they have 3 abusers of Immortal Shield Bow. Or I mean 2.
Honestly, if they go for the Yone here, it's not going to be bad. Yes, it's not a 0-7-11 champion, but he can make it work just because of how workable a Yone is right now. Yeah, it's really
And against an
strong
Aatrox,
right
it's a very good pick, right?
It's the best champion against Aatrox.
True, and you have been so vocal in saying that the Yone counters the Aatrox. Aatrox being locked in here by JDG basically is... This is like the second time that I've seen Thresh, or third time, if I'm not mistaken, that I've seen Thresh in WRLA.
No!
I've been waiting to see...
No way! JDG just gave up a lot, or rather J-Team has gave up a lot of champions from the side of JDG. But wait, are they gonna go for the top lane Aatrox, then Kaisa on once?
Isn't this too greedy though?
That's a lot of damaging champions though.
Yeah, I mean, they lack utility for sure.
Wait, okay, I get your point now. Evelyn? Wait.
Hey, that's your main, man.
Wait, no, it doesn't work in this situation though.
Okay, go ahead and explain why.
Okay, so the only reason why people have been picking up the Evelyn is because if you're fighting against a champion that doesn't... Yeah, you have 2 ADCs, which is why it's okay.
Okay.
But on this meta, Evelyn doesn't deal a lot of damage. We have seen it. If you take a look at the rank ratings of Evelyn right now, she's super low, down under, because she can't get close against these champions. Especially that you're in the competitive scene, you will not get close to anybody.
Perseverance, I believe, is the answer, right? The amount of armor and magic resistance that you get whenever you get crowd controlled is one of the reasons why it's going to be a lot harder to play the Evelyn now. Add to the fact that all those ADCs, specifically the Yone, would also have access to the Immortal Shield Bow. Like three champions by JDG can actually elect to go for Immortal Shield Bow. But, I mean, do you ever go Immortal Shield Bow on the Aatrox is the question. I don't think so, right?
No, you can't. You can't really. I mean, maybe we can make a case in where Irelia could actually use Immortal Shield Bow, but we're not going to be seeing Irelia in the meta unless someone finds a way to make use of the Irelia.
Yep.
You heard it here first. I've said Irelia could use Immortal Shield Bow. Maybe sometime soon in the playoffs, you can see the Irelia getting picked because of the Immortal Shield Bow.
Okay, let's look into the ADCs. Oh, none of them went with Perseverance. The Perseverance stayed with the Nautilus. Evelyn does have Perseverance, and
that's good.
For those that are wondering, Perseverance is, you know, that defensive green thing, shield. Oh, that's a flash burn. But anyway, what does that? What it does is it gives you 10% tenacity. It also gives you good armor and magic resistance in the early game if you are ever stunned. And Charm is also one of those skills that locks you in place. So it's a very situational rune choice that I mix up with bone plating every single time I play on the top side. Second win, not so much anymore.
This is how it's supposed to be. This is how the game is supposed to be. Having 2 ADCs in the mid lane, then you have maybe an APC or someone who can poke in the bot lane.
Yeah.
This is how it's supposed to be. And we're seeing J-Team and JDG just doing it for us.
Okay, there's an immediate pause that happened. But on the top side, you can see that the Garen is like owning and is pushing the wave against the Yone. I haven't tried that matchup, but in theory, I feel that it should just be even unless the Garen went for fleet footwork, and the fleet footwork would allow him to just chase and chase and chase the Yone and apply the silence.
Yep. The only thing that is the problem when you're playing a Garen though is if you're fighting against someone who has great auto attacks, for example in Shax, you're not gonna win posts or maybe even in level 2 because most of the time you don't have the stats, your judgment doesn't really have that much damage. So maybe after he gets to level 4, that is when the Garen just wins the lane for sure.
Yeah, I just looked back into his rune choice and the guy went with Grasp of the Undying, which basically just gives at least a few more damage.
Look at what he's doing.
Yeah, man.
Look at what he's doing.
He's you know what that is? He's bossing the lane. Right?
He's gonna hit the decisive strike. I can see it now. He can get the silence in.
This is such a hard side. But that's fine. We're not yet done with the pause, and we're just about to figure out as to what was the cause of the pause. You can see on the right hand side. You know what? Let's make use of this time to at least rest ourselves because we kind of deserve it. This is already our 4th best of 3. My good friend Dash. Yeah. Let's just turn up the volume and we'll be back as soon as the game starts again. Turning to the game.
Yeah, there you go.
Immediately. There you go. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, we're here in the game, everyone. We're seeing 0711. I am surprised, though. Most of the time, I forgot to talk about this. Because most of the time, I think 0711 has a good balance between picking up champions that could carry and picking up champions. He's probably a neutral for me. A carry and non-carry type of jungler, and he's a perfect balance. And seeing him on an Evelyn is really surprising because this is honestly out of left field because most of the time I don't see him picking up assassins that much.
Yeah, well, he has a very good Kha'Zix, to be fair, but this is definitely way different, right? Like the Kha'Zix allows you to leap from one place to another, also has a Void Assault. It does have different ways to fully maximize her kit. I mean, this is definitely going to be a challenge for sure. Is this a must-win for J-Team? Not necessarily, right? Like, they're already confirmed on the top 2 spot, but on the top side.
Yeah, gonna go for the gank already. It's on 128. He's being knocked back. The chains are gonna pull him back, and he's dead. That's 1 second first blood.
Yeah, I know that doesn't matter, but he went to use the Motion Justice against a champion that is at full health. Okay, alright. It's a very interesting one. Anyway, JDG gets the first punch in, and would most likely translate it into a bigger win because you're already seeing that J-Team is trying to at least help out the Garen in sending him over to the mid lane because this is definitely going to start to hurt him the Yone matchup is definitely a hard lane to win against, especially if you're the Garen.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to win this Yone matchup now that they're going to be sending one onto the top side already. This is just a J team just showing that they would really want to go to the top lane and just shut down this Yone as fast as they could, because the picks haven't been really in their favor. But I hope we could see something different once they go to the first objectives.
Yeah, well, everything is scrambled right now, but we can see that on the top side there is initiation by DY, but DY will not be able to catch this very slippery Yone. And this is something I really love to see in this current patch. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a goal. That's a lot of damage coming in from Yutzi, but they still have the killer instinct. They need to flash away. They have the ignite ticking on his head, but they have one right here onto the back. 0711 would do a lot of damage onto Faye by DY. Is gonna back away. They have a shock blast to get the kill. They have the last caress to get one. I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's the first time that I've seen an Evelyn get that kill.
Hey, I thought, the emblem won't work, but hey, you know what? J-Team is making it work. Their pick composition, starting with DY, landing that massive hook. Let's look at that replay once again. Normally, this hook is very hard to connect. It was horizontal, right? And wow. It's, okay, you would only land that hook if you have predicted as to where Sunny would back towards to, right? And he predicted it perfectly. Followed up by 0711 being here on the top side. The last caress, getting the head of the Kai'Sa. And was even positioning herself to even get another assassination against Doki. It was not needed because Pan was there to clean things up.
Yeah, now that's a good answer though. I can see this direction that they're going, but JDG would be taking this tower down the mid lane. They just need to hit it once, and that's going to be a tower for them. That's going to be the pullback from DY. He's going to be able to run away. They took the Infernal Drake, but at least they got the tower to mid lane.
Yeah, at least if you are JDG, right? Like, you want that tower open for yourself. But, like, this composition by JDG, we have been saying that this is like one of the greediest RG drafts that we are accustomed in seeing. Like, you have a double marksman. It is most likely a Kai'Sa that will go AP once again.
Yeah. We're seeing it again here, and I am not really comfortable seeing the Kai'Sa going AP.
You know what? I'm convinced now. I'm convinced now that the results of AP Kai'Sa in scrimmages has just skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Because almost all teams really went for the AP Kai'Sa route. And although it makes sense that JDG does not have any AP damage source, it does look like it's a better path, at least in competitive.
The only thing I'm seeing here is that they want to go in. Tarantula is going to be there, but that sentence was there to go for the counter. They don't have enough damage, that's why J-Team, Yetzi is just dealing so much against them. And even in the early game, what I'm scared of on a Zeri is that if everybody gets super close in each other, that is when the Zeri gets stronger.
So 0711's item, man. Awaken Soul Stealer. Okay. Well, it
wants to get the cooldown.
Yeah,
for the last caress.
Right, of course, because it's a very long cooldown, and it's the only thing that can really help you out. Execute all the squishy members. So this is actually a very good item buy. It's also very cheap, but the gold value isn't that high. Especially that you need the takedowns. You need takedowns in order for you to really maximize the value of this item. But it's definitely one of those items that would propel this Evelyn to maximum relevance. So I'm excited to see this.
And we've always said it though. These types of items are, maybe we can say that he's a genius or he's trolling. That's the only thing that we're gonna be seeing this game. Because if this works, especially that the last caress gets lesser cooldowns, and we expect that everybody's just gonna be in the early game at least gonna be focusing much on 0711, that is good at least. Because most of the time, Evelyn struggles on those early game kills because she doesn't have that ultimate.
Yep. True. It's just so hard to do.
He went too far forward though. That's gonna be the silence. That sentence to go for the flash, and that's gonna be the end of it for Sunny. That is just easy for the side of J-Team.
That's 2 times that Sunny was death sentenced by DY, and Oh man, like this is not the best start for the Yone. Although, if anything, Yone is one of those champions that can come back at any point in the game. It has that Yasuo blood in it, right? Like, I mean, even if he's 0-3, if he ever gets a favorable clash, gets 2 kills to at least help his resources, then you will see him creep up the damage chart once again. And again, you look at his items. He's on his way onto the Solari Charge Bite. Already has completed the Immortal Shield Bow. Meanwhile, on the other side, like all those ADCs, I mean, are we even going to call them ADCs? Both of them are running AP items. The Kai'Sa, the Varus, AP items.
They have been building a lot of AP, and honestly, it's very much okay, because if they're losing on the AP damage, because it's Juju anyway, the Varus usually gets damage from the AP from the Blighted Quivers, which is honestly okay if they want to whittle down the members first before once goes in. That's okay. The problem that I'm having with this composition, though, is how are they gonna CC this one? Yes, they have Doki, but after that one burst of CC, how are they gonna keep up their DPS?
Exactly. I mean, only Juju has the follow-up, right? Well, Zanny has the Fate Seal, but it's not that reliable, to be honest. So, again, this is our first 5v5, 0-7-11. How can you make this work? You have to show up yourself, especially in this Dragon takedowns.
This is what's scary about 0-7-11 though, because he's not showing itself. That's why it's scary. Because you don't know if he's just on your back, he's flanking. You don't have any information. Even if you have wards, that was scary. Yet he could have died then and there if he had the Fate Sealed, and Sunny just didn't went for it.
Yeah, 0-7-11 still trying to be creative with his pathing.
Sunny could get killed here, though.
Are you ready?
I'm seeing the angle in where he could use this against Zanny. Just get the charm on him. Look at what J-Team is doing. Because of the communication, they're not starting this. They're just baiting out JDG, getting up a lot of their resources. And because they're using their resources, they're losing a lot of their time.
Oh, he missed.
The mid lane, they have the timing just right, though. He's not going to be hitting that. The Death Charge was able to hit. Look at the backline, though. 0-7-11 is here. He's going to the backline. Won't be able to get the kill. Awakened Soul Stealer is not going to activate because he wasn't able to get the kill in the end. He wasn't able to go through. Sonny goes down, but Yetzi was able to answer back. Look at this lightning crash, Yetzi, and this is going to be bad for them. Once was able to survive because of that healing, and Feibai is going to be the next one. Pawn was able to survive, and that was the damage coming in from JDG. A bit of a misplay from 0-7-11.
It's a 4-4-3, but you would still have to commend JDG. They were so ready. Exhaust immediately popped, Flash immediately burned, just to make sure that 0-7-11 won't be able to hit the target. And the target was Juju. Just immediately flashes away from harm's way and cancels out this 0-7-11 pickup that we have been raring to see how it will perform against, you know, the competitive teams that we do have. They are just so good in communicating as to where the threat is coming from. And although Pan was able to at least get one more kill for himself, that still ended up as a 4-4-3 in favor of JDG. Dragon goes over to their side as well.
Look at damage from Yetzi during that fight. That was a really big damage graph for this man. And we can see it. Even if 0-7-11 fumbled the first start of that fight, that Lascaris was able to deal enough damage in order for Yetzi to be confident. So that could be one of the things that they could do. Make use of the damage from the Lascaris, even if it's not execute range.
Yeah, I think DY connecting and not connecting his death sentence in that team fight alone really changed the tides of that team fight. Because had it connected, man, even to any member, it doesn't matter who, because it will just, you know, present some threat, will be able to attach to himself onto one member, play inside, box as well. And again, I really think that JT's lineup right now is highly dependent on if JT's DY would be able to land his hooks.
Yeah, if he would be able to land his hook like what's happening right now, they can't even get to the backline. Doki use the dredge line to run away, and now with the damage coming in from the side of J-Team, they need to back away, but that is still minuscule. And J-Team isn't in pristine form just yet.
Yeah. Now Doki warmugs himself back to full health. JDG, they can threaten the Baron with the amount of damage that they have. I mean, they have 2 marksmen. I'm not comfortable in calling them ADCs anymore because they're not running AD. Oh, Dawn.
AP damage once is gonna be seen, but Feibai, oh no, this is not a great position though. That's gonna be the exhaust already. That's a lot of damage with the shock blast.
0711.
Almost gets the kill, but there you go. There is the value from the last caress.
There you go, the assassination that they wanted from the get-go. That's the jungler, sorry, mid lane down from the side of JDG.
Sonny has an angle here. He could go for a great fade seal. That's a good ult. They have been able to get one. That's going to be Juju. Going to be the target right here from 0711, but they can't get close. One knock up and one fade sealed. Could be the end of Pawn, but Sonny doesn't have enough damage. Lightning crash from Yetzi is going to end his life. And this, I think this is too far forward though, J-Team. They need to back away. They can go for the Baron.
This is still very scary, but with 5 people strong and with the help of this Baron, just shreds down like butter. Like, man, the Baron in competitive matches has to really be buffed. Like,
I think so, yeah.
Or you can make a case to just nerf the buff overall, because it just gives a lot more value now. I mean, we look into that play again by DY, and Juju again with the flash, saving his health. 0711 wanted to snipe from the uphill, right? He wanted to get that hate spike in from the top side, but wasn't able to reach him just because he was able to flash away. So that's the second time that Juju escaped 0711's charm. DY again connecting his hook.
That hit? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That was behind the minion, but okay. Okay, with the Baron available, they have 35 seconds before the Dragon comes in. They need to shove the top lane wave in order for them to have priority, because they have the Baron buff anyway, so it's gonna be easy for them to do just that. More pressure, just one teleport could really change things up here for J-Team.
Yeah. I think Yetzi was also able to get like 3 stacks onto her book. So I guess with 3 items already completed, Rabadon's and Leechbane being 2 of them.
Trinity Force though. This is a must-have. I think right now this is a must-have on Yetzi, because look at what the damage that he's dealing right now. It's just so much just because of this.
I've been a big fan of Trinity Force Zeri. Even on patch 4.2, I really think that only the Trinity Force would be able to really augment the damage potential of the Zeri, because we just we just know that the damage of the Zeri is just not too much, especially in the early stages of the game. But because of the Trinity Force, it kind of helps out.
Yeah, she really needs a bit of a boost. Infinity Force really helps her out. And without the Baron now, J-Team couldn't really. Actually, they did. They just took down the tower bot lane.
Yeah. It was because of 0711. Yeah. 1 second skill onto one member. Exactly. He can flash.
Even without Evelyn, she's there. That's like scary.
The hidden passive.
Yeah.
The more she remains invisible, the more scary it becomes for your team. And I just don't think, a lot of the teams are pretty much practiced against the Evelyn. And we all know that the pro teams are very good when it comes to communication, but
yeah.
You can say the same thing for JT, right? Like, the amount of patience that they have starting a team fight, or even before starting a team fight, it was so evident during the second Dragon team fight, right? In where we saw J-Team did not hit the Dragon even once, and they just waited and waited, and it was just because DY missed his hook that they lost that team fight. That's it.
Could have been a win for them. But I want to see what Evelyn has been building up, though. I'm interested in what after the Awakened Soul Stealer. Did he actually go for the... Yeah, or maybe he went for the Infinity Orb just to have that threshold higher for that last caress.
Well, that will be definitely his 4th item buy. But the 2nd and 3rd item buy, I just saw it from a minute ago. I think it was Rabadon's and Leechbane.
That could take down a Juju. That could take down a Juju easily. And it's really scary now that they're starting the Baron. They're taking a bit of damage from this Baron, and 0711 is just threatening Juju. Look at them, just fumbling back on the back line just because they're scared of what Juju is. Danny could go down here. One last caress from both 0711 took him down, and J-Team is just gonna go in. They have the damage, they even going for once. 0711 is not afraid of them going forward. Zoki's gonna be the target. Good hook from DY, and Juju's gonna be next. They have the slowdown. They have one more play. 0711 just went forward, but that's not gonna be enough. They need to run away from this fight. They have a regeneration from the passive of 0711. That's why they can take this Baron down.
Okay, that's the third time that Juju survived 0711's threat. But who...
At what cost?
Well, Sammy did not survive that all in. The Soul Unbound. It was basically Soul Erased. Wait.
Chain of Corruption. A lot of damage, but look at Donmon's wait. He's not afraid with the Gargoyle Enchant. One is going to fall down here, but he was able to run away. Red buff. He survives though.
Oh, 07 might die.
I think he's not dead. Last caress. Perfect timing with the Guardian team, but the Catherine Ring is enough for them to get the kill. There's an Elder Dragon call hole for JDG. They can go for it, but I think that's too over-aggressive coming from Fei. Want to go in. Pawn is a bit faster, but they're not going to threaten the Elder Drake just yet.
Yeah, no jungler, but that is 38 seconds in a death chamber. That's a lot of that timer. So what you want to do if you're J team is to just just make sure to annoy the Elder Dragon. Try to reset it as much as possible, because with no jungler here for a 50-50 smite, you have to buy yourself some time.
Yeah, J-Team now, they need to wait for the jungler to come in. As you said a while ago, the death timers are very deadly at this point in the game. That's why J-Team are not really doing it just now. They can take this Elder Drake, but now they're going for the fight. The Lightning Crash is doing a lot of damage from the backline. Risani was able to hit the right target. They got the kill at once, and Elder Drake was taken by them. J-Team is going to be ending this without the jungler a while ago. They were still able to take both of the objectives down. This is going to be a go next angle for JDG.
And I think that is solidifying JDG on the bottom four of the standings, because again, they need 2 points to separate themselves from EDG. 1 point won't be enough. J-Team shows us something different, and this is why I love watching J-Team. During week number 1, week number 2, we were saying that, hey, you know what, J-Team is not that fun to watch, but ever since we understood the way they play the game, our eyes were open with the quality of gameplay that J-Team has. They're so good with their communication. They're so well disciplined, and with the addition of Ban, they have a bigger playbook now that they can play. And this is no offense to BRU, right? Like, BRU has been one of the best dragon laners that we've had in this tournament, but Pan has just unlocked a different version of J-Team.
Yeah, but one of the things that I could see here probably in the future for the team is in the direction that they're going. I think come playoffs, they're going to be pulling BRU on the team. And that is what I'm really seeing if that comes out to play. Yeah, I think even if Pan is playing so well right now, yes, he could be a wild card. I think BRU could be the wild card now on the side of J-Team if ever they lose a single game during the playoffs.
I mean, you look at this game, and this will only be possible with Pan in the starting 5, right? Like, Pan using this Jace so effectively was able to help out ease the early game for Yetzi. We all know that Yetzi's damage on this area is not going to be very impactful at the early stages of the game. 0711 won't be able to really damage a whole lot. Evelyn is known for assassinations. That's
doesn't need a lot of damage. As long as she gets kills, it's okay. From what I've seen,
you want to play? You want to play after today, because that's the Evelyn.
It's honestly nice seeing the Evelyn getting picked in this game, and 0711 just had my hats off to him picking up this on a very high stakes match for them. Because if they lose here, honestly, Nova Esports could take the top 2 spot if they lose here. But they were confident that they can take JDG with an Evelyn on their side.
The top 2 spot will most likely be solidified by J-Team. And again, doing the math, it does appear that JDG is already out of the top 4 picture, especially if they end up losing 0-2 against J-Team. So JDG would have to crawl through the lower bracket. Meanwhile, EDG gets to elevate themselves onto the upper bracket, which is kind of expected, and then not so much come middle of the tournament, because we know that EDG was one of the best teams at the very beginning of the tournament, and then come week 4 to week 6, right? Like there's a mini slump that EDG faced, and then we were raising questions, but in the end, I believe that EDG would be able to lock themselves the top 4 spot.
Yeah, this is maybe where we can see a lot more of EDG being better, because this patch would really go well with their type of compositions. Maybe in the playoffs we can see that a lot more. If ever they get to the top 4, that would be way better, because they're going to be going for the winners brackets. But for JDG, it's going to be them on the lower bracket just because of this one loss that they got against the members right now of J-Team. J-Team has been playing this game so well. Pon, those shock blasts was the reason why they were able to fight back on that Elder Dragon fight.
True.
Nobody could get close. They were so far away.
I mean, the fact that they built or they drafted 3 squishy champions kind of basically cemented their loss. The end of it all, DY gets the MVP nod with 14 assists and only suffering 1 death.
On a Thresh.
On a Thresh. I know that you won 0-7-11 to take the cake, but yeah, one would say that honestly, the only reason why J-Team was able to at least ease out the early game was because of his hooks.
Yeah, the damage from this is what people really don't expect whenever a Thresh gets picked. The damage of a Thresh early game, when he got the hook a while ago on Sunny, he's not even half HP. He got quarter HP just after that hook. That is scary, man.
Don't remind me, man, of my Thresh PTSD in the Baron lane, but anyway.
Yeah, but again, guys, that was just game 1. Are we gonna see JDG coming back from this, or is J-Team gonna end this out on the next one? Let's see. We're just gonna be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether
last game or last hurrah for JDG? Is this gonna be the time for them to come back? Because that game, they were played by 0711 Evelyn. And honestly, one of the reasons why they lost that auto lose is because they didn't know how to play against the Evelyn in the early game.
Oh yeah, sure.
Evelyn is the weakest in the early game. That's why you should really go for
Invade?
against. But yeah, if they invaded that early game, Evelyn
Right.
won't be able to do anything.
But I mean, how do you invade with a double marksman composition plus Aeone?
Yeah.
They
also
drafted
hard, though.
they drafted into it. Right? That the fact that they weren't I mean, we know that Sani is very good with his jacks. One of the players I really look up to whenever he's on the jacks, and I really think that they have to go back in drafting standard and not be over creative. Yeah, the Jax was respected, if I'm not mistaken, during the banning phase come second rotation, but like at this point you have to find something that would stabilize your Baron lane, and Yone is not it.
Yeah. Yone was too what do you call this? That was too ambitious of them to have a lot of good champions on their side, because those champions really needed a lot of resources, and because they didn't distribute their resources perfectly, Yone from Sani is not in any way a bad top laner. He's a good top laner, but because he wasn't given priority to, it was so hard for him to do anything.
It was again, when talking about all the champions that are so resource heavy, marksmen are very resource heavy.
Super.
Aatrox also very resource heavy. Because if he ever gets delayed, he's just going to be a lot squishier. And plus the fact that on the other side they have AJs that was continuously poking the squishy members of JDG. Like, what's your counterplay? Edge of Night? But that's just one shock blast, right? Like,
what about the next one? That's why it's really hard, though. It's really hard that the draft of J-Team was just perfectly made in order for them to be afraid of that Evelyn every time. Even as we said, the hidden passive. If Evelyn is not in the map, you should be scared.
oh yeah, like again, it is one of those champions that you won't be able to really plan against.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't expect it to show up, and that was J-Team picking Evelyn as their last pick. So there was no opportunity for the coaching staff of JDG to at least pinpoint what things to do against the Evelyn. At least in game number 2, I just don't think the J-Team would still go for the same pickup of the Evelyn, because
yeah,
JDG,
that was just a one-game thing.
yeah, it's what we call the cheese, right? Like cheese special. Anyway, J-Team would still be content in prioritizing this Jace, because why not? Again, with Pan in the mold, you now have the opportunity and the option to put Pan on the Jace.
Yeah, go for maybe even put the 0711 on the Jace. There's a lot of options just because of Pan being in the roster right now for J-Team. Even Yahtzee could use that. That's a lot of people able to utilize a Jace pick. That's why this is such a valuable pick for the side of J-Team.
Yeah, that was, and now the Garen as the second pick on J-Team once again, daring JDG to draft a double marksman composition to at least try to answer this Garen. But JDG is going to the others. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is still a Kaisa pickup.
Kaisa again.
But please do not go AP. I think that's my only ask.
It has been failing a lot though. I mean, if ever this is the pub game, if this was a ranked game, that could really be a valuable pick. But so far, it hasn't been working because people know how to play against the Void Seekers. And it hasn't been working on a lot of things. If this is going to go to Juju, at least go AD.
0 out of 4?
Yeah,
AP
0 out of
Kaisers?
4.
Yeah, man. 0 out of 4. 0 wins, 4 losses. All AP Kaisers in patch 4.2. Stop making an AD champion AP. That's my only ask. Oh, banning the Evelyn.
The Evelyn? What?
Again, this is because they're not prepared to face it. JDG.
Rent free on their minds.
For sure,
man.
right? Like, I mean, we do the same thing, right? In our RGs.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. So
that's a good angle. Going for the Yasuo. Yeah. That's good. One dead charge could wait. So they're gonna go for 0711 going for the Jace, right? And is this Pun playing the Swain?
For sure.
In the This is
and
nice. This is why
has the Swain won in this tournament is my question.
He won yesterday. Yesterday he was able to win. Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I think that's
bummer.
just once. Yeah.
It was NGX winning with it.
Yeah.
One time.
Yeah.
And Cerberus Esports also was able to win with the Swain pickup. So that's already 2 wins.
And you know where Swain thrives? When you have a lot of melee champions. And that is what they have on the other side. This last picks, the reason why red side has been picked by J-Team is because they want to surprise them with this kinds of picks.
J-Team, to me, might have the best coaching staff of all.
For sure.
Right?
They're the first ones to pull out the Xin Zhao in this composition. And the reason why Xin Zhao has been a must ban in the middle of the competition was because of them.
Yeah. On the other side, JD Gaming is going to show the Yasuo, which we have seen be very effective against pro champions. Wind Wall negates a lot of damage coming from the Jace. But the question is, again, it won't have the best cooldown in the game, right? The Wind Wall won't be 100% up. And against all those shock blasts, against all those damage potential coming from the Zeri or coming from Yetzi, it is just going to be hard. Sani being pushed away.
Oh no, that's just unfortunate for him.
Wait, what?
But now with Yetzi just pulling out the stops even in the mid lane. Doesn't have a dash. This might be hard, but Sonny doesn't have any kill threat too.
Exhausted.
Going for the exhaust against him. Forces the Ghost to be loose. But they both use summoner spells already.
I mean, okay, the only sad part about it is I did miss out. Looking at the rune choices by all people, but yeah, that was so quick. Anyway, JT Pan picked Jace and made huge damage.
Lightning field.
Yeah, you can make a case that he was the true MVP, right? That game. Oh, Sani?
No. This is gonna be bad. Ultra Shock Laser is gonna be used. One concussive blows could be the end of it, and Sani's gonna fall down. JT was able to make use of that Braum pickup.
Yeah, and the best recipient possible for that first blood has to be the jungler, right? Because in the early stages of the game, you give the gold advantage to your jungler, and it will be a lot easier to make sure that the impact of his ganks will be a lot more effective. And again, that is DY on the Braum, showing his chops. It's not just on his Thresh that he is deadly, even on his defensive Braum. He's also going to be a menace.
Yeah, and I think moving forward to this competition, we're going to be seeing a lot more Braum just because of how the competition works now. Unbreakable is such a great skill on this Braum, which is why most of the champions really gets annoyed, especially the poke champions gets annoyed whenever there's a Braum pickup.
Yeah, the Braum, the Yasuo as well, all those walls that can mitigate a lot of those projectile damage. It's definitely a refreshing sight to see. And again, although Braum is not the most exciting pickup, it basically opens up a lot of plays for you, and counter plays are definitely where the Braum is best at, right? Like, if you are able to read the minds of your opponent and is able to throw the best counter punch possible, that will be the difference between, you know, a one team fight to a not oh wait, top side.
That was quite scary though. 0-7-11 is already here. Sonny's low HP, demonic ascension to move forward. That charge should knock them up, but it's not enough damage. He's gonna be staying here for so long, but it's not gonna be enough. The knock up is gonna be there, but Toki is gonna survive.
Yeah, he was able to get at least one kill in return, but Yetzi, on the other hand, solo kill.
What a great knock up, but Fei-Bai
Wow!
is be able to fight away. What a great dash away. Concussive Plus is gonna kill him for sure. He's gonna be dead.
Yeah, that's 3 kills already to 0-7-11 killing spree for the Jays. And man, 0-7-11 is just on a rampage right now. We look into the replay, and this is what happened in the mid lane. This was the solo kill by Fei-Bai against Yetzi. How did it happen is the question. Oh, that's a short distance leap. That's... Okay, had it been that he went over to the side in where he could pop the Scryer's Bloom, it would have been a lot easier for him to dodge the damage by Fei-Bai. And Fei-Bai, again, with all the tools that he has, there's just no way to escape that gank.
Yeah, knockup's gonna be there. That charge is not gonna help out. Too far away for Fawn. That is gonna be enough. No kill potential on this top side though for the side of JDG.
Yeah. Again, 3 kills by 0-7-11 killing spree, and 3 assists by DY as well. DY hasn't even showed himself on the bot lane. It's just mid lane, top lane, that's it.
You know what? This once had a 100% win rate on this Aatrox, but was foiled by JT even before the playoffs comes in.
Yeah.
And 30 seconds on that, he's having a hard time fighting it out against them. And that's also because it's easy to just play around with the Jace a lot more in the early game compared to the Aatrox.
For sure. Also able to burst down the Aatrox real quick. Again, you give me one of the champions that can really give you a 100-0 burst in the first few parts of the game. And I give you Jace, right?
Yep.
Jace is my top pick. 6 kills in the game, able to do that damage. Also those passive hits as well. Gives him the necessary advantage, and Sunny is forced to buy armor.
Yeah, now they're gonna go for Pawn, and that's gonna be enough damage. Pawn is not gonna be surviving. That's J-Team losing one member before the objective comes over.
Yep, Juju very much unhealthy at this point, and with Once also investing his World Ender. With J-Team still challenged. No, wisely, they're going for a trade. And this is a good thing to have, especially if you're a JDG, because again, we all know, you know, the CN teams really prefers to have the dragons prior to patch 4.2, but in patch 4.2, Rift Herald is just too valuable.
Yeah, that's a lot of playthings going to Fei-Bai just because of that, and also Once getting a bit of that playthings too. And this is really good. Once you take down a tower and once you snowball the game in your favor, it's gonna be good. But as long as J-Team holds on, even if they lose a tower, the dragon could be a lot more valuable. But again, it's just snowballs.
Yeah, JDG still standing their ground and going toe-to-toe against J-Team, at least in the first few parts of the game. Very much even. And again, when looking at their draft, they have a more balanced composition now than game number 1, in where in game number 1 it was super greedy of them to go for the Yone +2 marksman. And did you ever see the item by Juju? Did he build AP? Because I would understand, again, with all the AD champions that is in the game. There you go. It is indeed the 5th time that we'll be seeing AP Kai'Sa in patch 4.2.
In this case, I would make an exception because they have a Yasuo. That's why it's okay. But if they didn't have a Yasuo, no, it's not gonna happen. But because it is there, it's gonna be easier. Yahtzee would have an easier time kiting a lot of these members because there's no lingering threat on this Zeri compared to the game a while ago. The only scary thing is that if he gets knocked up, Fei-Bai could burst him down.
Yeah, I kind of want to try this out actually. in our pop games to see if it really is very effective, because there is only one reason to know. It is to feel this AP Kai'Sa. If it really is that big of a threat, because again, we've been seeing praises that AD Kai'Sa is the way to go, but at least today, it's now the 5th time that we have seen an AP Kai'Sa be built. And in the past 4 times it was tried, it did not really net a win. So if this ever becomes a defeat, it will be 0-5 AP Kai'Sa day.
You know what? Something very, very low-key that people forget about, but because of this knockup that's coming in, DY is not going to be surviving. Knockup's going to come through. They have the Unbreakable to get the Guardian into them. They are getting close. Fei Bai is going to get stunned. One more knockup to follow through, but that's what I'm saying. That Chain Lightning coming in from Yahtzee is very scary, because right now with the Lightning Crash, that is going to be an easy kill for J-Team.
DY is just so good, man. Like, I think, you know, yeah, Yahtzee was able to dish out the damage, but it was all made possible by DY being that brick wall that JDG had to go through to get to the priority target. And you look at this is classic J-Team. They get 1 kill, convert it into objective, cross-map play. Look into the replay once again as to how it all started. They engaged onto DY. And it was, you know, a half and half, right? They still wanted to go for the priority target, which is Yahtzee. It does make sense, but they don't have enough damage.
Yeah. You know what's great about that though? What DY did? He held on to his Unbreakable and used it when he was about to use Stand Behind Me on Yahtzee. He just really doesn't care if he dies, because at least it's not Yahtzee was gonna die, and that turned around things, because amount of damage from the Unbreakable was mitigated. And that is just perfect play coming in from DY.
Yeah, DY has been the MVP. Oh, by the way, the kill went over to DY instead of Yahtzee. So that's the only that's the only bad thing, I guess. Maybe the guy isn't perfect after all, right? Because he
doesn't have damage anyway. Yeah, I'll take this. I'll take this.
But we're nearing the point in where this Yahtzee pickup of the Zeri will start to be more impactful. Maybe he has found his new quirky and has started to really spam this Zeri pickups.
You know what? Even without the... Oh, wait. Dark and Blaze going to be able to hit. They have the Thresh line too. Pawn... It's just DY is just gonna be able to run away with a Mount Rig. You know what people have been forgetting? Pawn is getting HP as long as they get hit, but they never move. Ravenous Fuck is such a really strong skill, and now they're gonna go in. They want to go forward to Juju. The silence gonna be there. That's gonna be the Dimash Injustice. No more damage for you, JDG. And this is gonna be the take that I'm looking forward to. Mountain Drake is gonna be where it's at.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon is definitely going to be very beneficial to any of these 2 teams. The burst potential from JDG can also apply onto J-Team. Oh!
Yeah, they can go in. They have the Cyclone backline. DY survives. Doki would survive with a little bit of HP, but they're already here. Stasis on the Pawn. Was able to buy some time. Never moved to pull him back. And that is J-Team just turning the fight around. Shock Blast almost hits them.
Wait, what? Can you do that, right? Like, flash? Accelerate? Was that an accelerated Shock Blast?
Yeah, that was an accelerated one. I think he just went with the acceleration gate more forward, then just Shock Blast was cancelled with the flash, and that's how you do it.
I kind of want to see the replay. See if it's even possible to animation cancel that one. Because in theory, it's hard to do, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can do the double tap now. That is one thing I'm sure. But if you double tap into a flash, kind of hard to do. But we'll see.
Yeah.
There's no replay though, so
that's why it's a bit too late. Maybe I want to see that too.
We'll see. But it all started with them trying their luck against Pan, and Pan with the stasis and Blood of Ages as well. It's so tanky. Plus the fact that DY is there to mitigate some of the damages. Oh, they went all in on DY and flashing away. Oh,
live. Get the knock-up though. They're gonna go for Doki. That's gonna come in. That's gonna be the ultimate with the last breath, but it's not gonna be enough. They're still surviving. Yahtzee using the lightning crash. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage on the Vampire. 0711 is here, and that is Tatsu the Sky to deal more, and that's gonna be enough. Look at Yahtzee. He's in front of everybody. The damage is gonna be there. Once is gonna be surviving with a lot of HP, but that's not enough. Feiba is gonna go in. That's enough to execute the ADC, but J-Team still wants to fight with a 4-4-3.
All this jumping damage skills from 0711 and Dawn128. Call them the jumping twins, right? Like to the skies.
Jump brothers.
Jump brothers, I guess, is what you want to call them, because they both leap into the skies to deal the killing blow, and 0711 and company was able to win another team fight for themselves. Let's look at that team fight once again. It started so well for JDG. There was a 2-man knockup that KT.RY was able to follow through. Perfect, right? But the thing here is, even with the advantage that they were able to get at their first few parts of the game, 0711 is just so fed.
Yeah. Look at the damage coming in from what 0711 and Jetsi were doing. The chain lightning, everybody forgets about that when they stick too close. The chain lightning from the Zero really hurts. And that's why the backline was just low HP when 0711 came in. KT.RY can be chased down, but J-Team knows they don't have any vision. They don't really need to start this.
Yeah, that's like Static Shiv. That is always on uptime.
Yeah, that
is the AoE damage that you have to be mindful of. J-Team is respecting the fact that JDG is posturing over towards this Baron, but you would see that the macro is definitely in shambles right now for JDG, because this is like a 5-man squad that they sent over here, and there are a lot of minions that is being missed on the side lanes.
From what J-Team is doing, they're just trying to shove down most of the members of JDG. KT.RY is in a really great position to get at that charge. That's what they're really scared of. Ultra Shock Laser to the Shock Blast. That's a lot of pokes coming from J-Team.
Right, like, and the longer this game goes, the harder it is for JDG, right? The Swain would scale up. 0711 would still continue to be relevant. Not the best champion come late game, but with the advantage that he was able to get, it's okay. Whoa, wow!
Oh, goes for the knockup, wants to go for the Swain. Stasis is not available because he wasn't able to move. And J-Team loses one member. But will it matter though? Because it's a 4v5. They have the Baron for the taking. Yes, it will, actually.
Yeah. That's a Cyclone into a Flash. Just that extra movement speed boost was what I think he planned to do. And Sani, again, making a play for JDG. A good pickoff. And is able to slow down the rampage that J-Team is brewing up. They're still at a very big advantage. They're 4k ahead of the competition, and is threatening a 3-dragon stacking win condition, because this 3rd dragon is going to spawn up just now.
No visions just yet from the side of J-Team, but this is going to be a fast dragon for JDG. They're
so
already
fast.
starting it. That's a lot of damage coming in from them. They're not even going to get close. They want to deny it as fast as they could. They were able to do it. Unbreakable, but the last break onto the back line was able to run on the members, and Yetzi is going to be able to do some damage, the one that they needed, and that's doing so much. They trying to chase down the tag, but it's not going to be enough. JDG with Juju on the back, an ace for J-Team, and that's a perfect play from them.
That's the game! Clean ace from J-Team. The wave is pushing just in time to get this 2nd tower, make that 2 towers, and plus the Nexus. J-Team, just the better team.
Just want to play Zeri now. This is just such a great performance from Yetzi. And with what they did from the side of J-Team, they really exhausted most of their utilities, their skills on just one champion, and J-Team just capitalized. And that is why J-Team is one of the best teams here in WRLA.
We are going to see them in full throttle come playoffs time. The playoffs is now here upon us. Dash, you're going straight into the group draw, or into the bracket draw, and where we will find out as to who will the teams face against. But what a statement by J-Team. They are so ready. They're so good right now that JDG had their glimpses, even had the advantage. They were able to get one pick, was able to translate it into a dragon, but decisiveness of J-Team to really just pile on one after another, going for the priority targets, cementing a win that way, a clean ace at that, is just a testament as to how good the sim is.
And so far, with what we've seen during that fight, if we have a replay of that last bout, they really piled on DY, and that DY was able to absorb a lot of their skills, and they weren't even able to kill him in the end. Yetzi was banging through the back line. Pon was able to survive with 1 HP. That was just unfortunate timings again for JDG, or it's just the genius of J Team working its magic.
Yeah. Man, it's sad to see the Kaisa having 0 wins when built AP.
0 win rate today.
0. I think we saw a win. Yeah, there was a win. There was a Kaisa win. It was Danny, but that was AD. Remember? Yeah, that was the Yumi Kaisa game, and he built full AD. But the AP variant, 0 wins, 5 losses today.
This timeline, it's not gonna work.
I just hope that come playoffs time we okay. One thing that I'm curious is what patch would be the playoffs be on, right? Is it going to be patch 4.2a or patch 4.2 still? Because if it's patch 4.2a, then there will be some changes here and there. Some AP champions will be back in the meta for sure, because teams have been a constant and have figured things out. But if anything, like, everything is open book. Everything has a pocket pick. Like, you have NGX willing to play the Seraphim. You have J Team willing to play the Evelyn. There's a lot of teams that it does have a lot of pocket picks with them, and it just makes WRLA playoffs even more exciting.
Yep. And what I'm really scared of, though, for Comp 4.2a is when June 20 comes in, because we have a week break right after this for all of the supporters right there. We would have we won't have the WRLA starting 14 to 18. We're gonna be back starting 21, and that is when Orn and Bolivar comes in. Are they gonna come in? Because officially it's 4.2a, right?
Yeah, I don't think it will ever be open come playoffs, because again, once it enters the live servers, we have to wait at least 1 week for it to be allowed to get picked by the teams. It will be exciting though, but it's going to be not so favorable to teams, because one, they have to waste their ban on it, on them, right? Like, they haven't practiced against it or with it. But 0711 takes the cake as our MVP. It's his 5th MVP. And yeah, it's a very deserved one because man was everywhere.
Jace has been really good on this game. Z a while ago from Thunder Talk was able to play around the Jace perfectly. Now 0711 and even Pan a while ago on the side of J18 was able to make use of the Jace. He has more value, especially for the teams who play who have a mid laner off a dragon laner, for example, like Pan, because Jace could really serve well a team and where the mid laner could use an ADC like Yetzi using the Zeri that game. We haven't seen a lot of Zeri getting picked, but when it gets picked, I think this is one of the best performances that I've seen from a Zeri coming in from Yetzi.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, this guy was so good using the Quirky. You can make a case that it's, it's both marksmen, both champions, very slippery. The Corgi has the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, you also have a way to avoid death using the Zeri. We all know that Zeri is one of the most slippery champions in the game. But look into the results of today's matchups, and NGX losing their final group stage game against Fennel. And then Thunder Talk was able to eke out a 2-1 win against Tracy Esports. Meanwhile, on the third and the fourth match, it was 2-0 in favor of KT.RY and J Team, respectively.
Yeah, and these 2-0s have been very impactful to really set up the pace for for the standings that we are going to be seeing here. EDG going to the top 4 because JDG lost here, and J Team still keeping their second place because they won 2-0 against JDG.
Now, JDG, WBG, Thunder Talk, and Tracy Esports would be part of the lower bracket. Meanwhile, ADG, Nova, J-Team, and KBG would have an extra life. Oh, man, I just cannot wait to see them in action. Best of sevens? Ooh.
This is going to be a hard match, though, because best of sevens, it's a battle of attrition, literally. Just because you need to play 7 games in a heartbeat. And that's gonna be a hard fight, especially for our teams. But at least it's just one game per day. And it's everybody could really follow through. If ever you have some friends who want to really watch the WRL, it's just one best of 7 every day starting next week.
I mean, we survived 4 best of 3s. So I guess 1 best of 7 won't be that hard. But anyway, looking at the standings of WRL APAC, KT.RY, BRU, NAOS, and Pasay NGX rounds up the top 4. NAOS getting a better record overall compared to NGX. Meanwhile, on the other side, we of course would want to see them in action again next season. Cerberus Esports, Manila FL, Saigon Team Flash, and Invade failed to make the playoffs, so this will be their last dance.
Yeah, and the only problem that I see here for a lot of APAC fans, or rather the Filipino fans, is there could be a possibility of not having a PH team right here, because if ever this two just stays on the top in RY and BRU, that could be a threat. But remember, it's a change of pace. If it's a change of patch, NAOS and then GX would still have a chance.
I see a very good chance in them. But here are the qualified teams for the playoffs. In the CN conference, we have KBG, number 1 J team, number 2 Nova, the number 3 team, and of course the number 4 team is EDG, followed by JDG, Weibo Gaming, Thunder Talk, and last but definitely not the least, the recently qualified team in WRL, Trace Esports.
Yeah, Trace Esports need to really talk to each other in this coming week, because everybody would have a break on that coming week and need to think about what they could do, because so far they have been losing a lot of games against a lot of teams, and now in the playoffs you can't make any mistakes.
Oh man, like you can only do so much mistakes, right? Like
yeah.
And again, we were saying that Thunder Talk is definitely going to be a very interesting team to watch out for, as to how they will be crawling from the lower bracket, because of the 4 in the lower bracket, I believe that they are one of the best teams out there. For the APAC side, on the APAC side, Rolls-Royce solidifies themselves as the number 1 team, followed by Buriram United, and then NAOS and Enigma Galaxy are the 4 teams that has qualified for the playoffs. So there will be a draw in where we will be figuring out as to who Rolls-Royce will be facing against, and who Buriram will be facing against. All these 4 teams will be in the upper bracket. So
yeah,
all 4 teams does have the second life. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the only thing that is good about this, though, because all of them have 2 chances. CN, some of them are going to be starting in the lower bracket, so it's much more cutthroat in the CN conference. So they really need to think about it. But hey, let's take a look at this. According to regular season performance, regions will be ranked. For this stage, the tournament transitions to a double elimination bracket with all matches played in a best of 7 format. Yeah, really looking forward to that.
In winner's bracket, okay, so that's number 4. In winner's bracket round 1, the first seed has the right to choose the 3rd or 4th seed as their. Oh, then another seed will
choose.
Oh, that's nice, right? The number 1 and the number 2 team does have the opportunity to really select as to who they are going to face against. And in the losers bracket round 1 of WRL CN, the 5th seed also has the right to choose the 7th or 8th seed as their opponents. So I guess you get to choose Trace Esports if you are the 5th or the 6th seed. Like, I mean, if you're the 5th seed, you have to go and choose Trace Esports, because Thunder Talk,
whoever chooses Thunder Talk is trolling.
It's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah. If you want to face against Thunder Talk, you're probably not going to have the best day, because the time they all face against Thunder Talk was not the time where Thunder Talk just became a monster.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone that the playoffs will be played separately. CN would have their own playoffs. APAC would have their own playoffs, right? Number 2 point, top right part of your screen. And the only time that they will be facing against each other is grand finals.
Yep. And one of the things that I'm afraid of, especially that it's all going to come down to everybody's going to be fighting. Whoever is going to be qualified, the 2 teams that are going to be qualified is going to be important for this, because That is gonna change things. Yeah.
I'm excited for the next. I'm excited for the next slide, because the next slide will show the prize pool.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Everybody's excited with the prize pool though.
There you go.
Oh,
okay, so the total prize pool. That's hard to. that is hard to.
Oh, there you go. There's the equivalent.
Yeah. Okay. So the first placer. Okay, we look at. Oh, the first placer of APAC. Wait. Oh, so this is the finals prize. The finals prize is the combined CN and APAC. Meanwhile, on the basic prize, CN does have, or there's also ready. I'm kind of confused, but you know, I will just screenshot the whole thing, and then you might want to share this to people.
Yeah, with what we're seeing, right? For if this is correct, this is gonna be 7 million yuan that they're gonna be winning, right?
How much is that?
7 million is
dollars?
equivalent to $1 million.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's
so,
the whole prize pool. Then it gets divided to everybody.
Okay. That's a lot easier to digest. Thank you, Dash, for doing God's work.
I had to calculate it because I need to know too.
Right, like that's $1 million. That man, what a prize pool, right?
$1 million, man.
And this is just season 1. There's still a season 2.
In the next half of the year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, wow.
WRL is definitely going to be a very exciting tournament to watch out for, because the amount of prize pool is almost equivalent to the amount of prize pool that we gave away during the Icons Global. Remember that in the Icons Global, our prize pool there was $2 million. So if this is $1 million, the season 2 will also have another $1 million. Then we're looking at we're looking at the same prize pool.
Yeah. Having it 2 million, at least it's now divided into 2 splits. Everybody has a chance of getting a piece of that pie. So, honestly, man, it's been a great journey. It's been a great 2 months. This regular season. I'm just sad that we're saying goodbye to some of our teams that were here together with us. We said goodbye to 8 teams that were part of the APAC and CN conference. That we're gonna be seeing them again for sure next time.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the live bracket draw to happen. But since they have the authority and the power to choose who they're going to face against, I guess
it's gonna be easier.
It will be different. So no RNG involved, no no crystal balls that needs to, because I was part of one of the draw, and that was a very unforgettable experience for me in my squad back then. So we're just waiting for the bracket draw to happen, and while we're waiting, we are here to entertain you. So Dash,
let's talk about before we head into it. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, the Kaisa, the AP Kaisa. Let's talk about it a bit, because I was kind of thinking why people have been picking this up again and again for 5 times now, that they have lost all of those games on the AP Kaisa. At least the AD Kaisa from Danny was able to win. But the only reason why I'm seeing that it's not working is because they're not building, what do you call that, Void Staff. That's why they don't have a lot of damage too.
Well, Void Staff is definitely going to be their last item buy, for sure, right? Like you have Muramana, followed by Riftmaker.
Nashor's suit,
right? Nashor's, actually, I messed that up. So it will be Nashor's and then Riftmaker. And then their 4th item most likely will be the Void Staff, right? And then Rabadon's or something else. But yeah, comes to the latter stage of the game, in where if you compare it to the prevalence and the ability of AD carry to carry, at that point you have the same damage output potential, right? Like,
honestly, I can't place her on where we want to place the AP Kaisa. Is she a late game champion? Because most of the time I see her value in the mid game, in where people haven't been building a lot of resistances yet. That is when the Void Seekers are going to be annoying. But moving forward in the late game, people are comfortable taking the Void Seekers. They aren't even dodging it at that point.
I mean, not if you're a squishy champion, right? Like
maybe, yeah.
Valdez at one point was so scary with it, right? Like he was threatening, it was hitting the Vex, and he was doing he was returning the favor, right? So this is my cheap version of Shadow Surge. It's going to hit you, and then I'm going to Killer Instinct in, and that basically shows the impact that the AP Kai'Sa has on the table. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it successful, at least today. And again, we're talking about a potential change in the patch come playoffs.
Yeah.
So by the time that there is a potential change on the playoffs, and once we see, a lot more changes come into play, maybe it will be the last time that we will be seeing AP Kai'Sa, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe teams will be picking up that, hey, you know what, AP Kai'Sa is legit. Because again, one of the reasons why AP Kai'Sa could be brought into competitive is because of the amount of pokes that you can do come mid fights, right? This is what you also said, Dash, right? Especially during the Elder Dragon fight. If you're able to chunk down priority targets using your Void Seeker, it could spell disaster for the opposing side. And it has always been this way, right? Whenever we see champions get picked up in a competitive scenario, pokes are king, right? We have seen the Varus, we have seen who else? We have seen the Jace be so relevant, be ever relevant, because they are able to threaten the backline without having to go through the front line. And same can be said for the AP Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's why it's really hard, honestly. Just with the AP Kai'Sa, she's going to be torn down a bit on 4.2A. Not going to be having the same amount of damage because of the 10%. But hey, let's go to the stage now.
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛季后赛的抽签仪式。常规赛呢，到目前为止已经告一段落了，一共有 CN 赛区的8支战队以及 APEC 赛区的4支战队在常规赛当中脱颖而出。接下来呢，我们将通过对手选择来揭晓最终的季后赛阵容。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage in the Wild Rift League studio for the draw show of the 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. We got the 8 teams from CN and another 4 teams from APEC. They are still waiting to find out their opponents in the playoff. So now we're gonna figure out the playoff draw by the opponent selection. 那么首先呢，让我们有请来自 CN 赛区第5名的京东战队的代表选手呢上台来挑选属于他们的对手。Now we're gonna have the Jingdong Gaming come to the stage to choose their opponent. 欢迎 Once， 今天来到这里有没有想好你会选择 TT 和 TE 当中的哪支战队作为你们季后赛的首支战队呢？
我们选 TE。
选择 TE。那么我们目前呢，就是第一轮的选队结果就是由京东战队呢对阵 TE 战队，排名第6位的微博战队呢则会自动对阵上 TT 战队。So our team selection for the round 2 gonna be like Jingdong Gaming versus Trace Esports and 微博 Gaming gonna play against Thundertalk Gaming as their first round. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请 TE 战队的代表选手上台。Now we're gonna have the players from the Trace Esports. 首先想要问一下 Once 选手，为什么会选择 TE 作为第一轮交手的一个对手呢？
我感觉我们队伍的风格打 TE 可能会更好打一点吧。
Okay, Once just said, head out the Trace Esports is much better fit for their play style, so they could get an easier start for their playoff. 那么我们的 TE 战队的这个风选手有什么话想要回应给这个选择的结果吗？
让京东看看我们季后赛的实力。
Okay, I'm gonna show our true ability in the playoff to you. 那么再次欢迎我们的2位选手，有请进入台下，先稍事休息一下。那么接下来呢，就会有请一下我们第6名的微博战队以及 TT 战队的选手代表上台。We're gonna have the players from the 微博 Gaming and the Thundertalk Gaming. 那么这次也是被自动分在一组了。大贝老师有什么话想要对这个阵容有些评价吗？
被迫的呀，感觉被迫的也没什么想说的。
Okay, our 本刺客 just said it's not my willing, so I have nothing to say about it. 那我们这个开纳有什么话想要回应给我们这次的这个结果的吗？是你理想的阵容吗？
也是被迫的。
Okay, KT.RY said it's not my willing to, but we're gonna do our best in the matchup. Okay, 再次欢迎2位选手，有请进入台下，先稍事休息一下。 那么接下来呢，让我们有请 CN 赛区的第1名的战队 KBG 战队的选手代表上台来挑选他们的对手。那么他们可以选择的队伍是 NOAH 战队以及 EDG 战队。Now we're gonna have the player from the KT.RY Gaming. Their pools contains the NOAH Esports and WRL Gaming. 那么想好了吗，大唐？你的第1轮的对阵的对手是？
我们想好了，就选 NV 吧 ，NOAH。
OK， 那我们大唐选手选的 NOAH， 所以我们第2轮的选对结果呢，就是 KBG 战队即将对阵的是 NOAH 战队，而排名第2名的 JTeam 战队呢，就即将对阵的 EDG 战队。那么so our team selection for the next round gonna be like KT.RY Gaming gonna play against NOAH Esports and JTeam gonna play against WRL Gaming。接下来呢，就让我们有请 NOAH 的选手代表上台。Now we're gonna have the players from NOAH Esports come to the stage。首先还是要问一下大唐为什么会选择 NOAH 呢？
因为我们常规赛都输了他们嘛，然后我们教练不服嘛，就想把他们干掉。
Okay, 大唐 just said our only one loss in the regular season is taken down by NOAH, so we want to take a revenge at the playoff. 那么 Remake 有什么话要回应一下的吗？
这么着急输就成全你们好了。
Okay, and Remake just said you want to lose so urgently, so I'm gonna make you accomplish your dream. OK， 再次欢迎我们的2位选手，有请进入台下稍事休息一下。那大唐选手可能要留步一下，因为你还可以进行一个第2轮败者组半区的选择。那么想问一下，你是会选择第5名京东战队所在的半区，还是第6名微博战队所在的半区呢？
选京东吧。
Okay, so Daton just picked the group of the Jingdong Gaming as their losers bracket for the round 2. 好，再次感谢大唐选手，有请进入台下休息。接下来呢，就让我们有请第2名 JT 战队以及 EDG 战队的选手代表上台。Now we're gonna have the players from the JTeam and WRL Gaming onto the stage.
Yeah,
they said that after they go over to the losers bracket, Jingdong Gaming is what they.
我感觉就是我们把 EDG 送上来了，我们再把它送下去就行了。
0711 just said, we take you onto the stage, we're gonna take you out of the stage too. 那么我们小张呢？
上次很可惜给你们偷了1分，等季后赛再把你们虐下去。
It's my great regret. I'm very regret about we let you steal 1 point. We're gonna cleanse out the past and remove out of the list. 再次欢迎2位选手，有请到台下稍微休息一下。那么到这里呢，我们 CN 赛区的季后赛的这个抽签仪式呢就已经正式结束了。让我们一起来看一下 CN 赛区季后赛的正式对阵结果。Now let's take a look at the playoff draw for CN.
Okay, so there you go. This is the overall bracket. KBG and Nova facing on the other side. Of course, is going to be EDG and JT. And in the losers bracket, in the lower bracket, we have JDG versus T, and of course Thundertalk going against WBG.
那么他们可以选择的队伍是 Manila FL 战队以及 Pasay NGX 战队。So it's time for the Seoul KT.RY to make their draw. Their pool contains the Manila FL Esports and the Pasay Enigma Galaxy. So let's take a look at their choice.
Enigma Galaxy already recorded.
안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터Y 코치 놀자 김윤호입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 코치 살렌 이성진입니다.
저희 팀이 에이펙 정규 시즌 1위 확정됨에 따라 오늘 플레이오프 1라운드 상대팀을 발표하려고 합니다.
Are they going to choose now?
팀들 모두 정규 시즌 동안 눈여겨보고 있었는데
I like how formal
플레이
this is.
스타일이 다르다 보니 많은
Salem was originally a player as
이제
well.
결정을 내릴 차례인데요.
Support player.
이 팀을 상대하는 게 2라운드에 올라가기 가장 수월하다고 생각했습니다. 이 팀은 바로 우리 팀 누나 선수가 발표하겠습니다.
오케이.
안녕하세요. 이번 1라운드에서 저희 롤스터Y가 만나는 팀은 나우스 마닐라라는 팀이에요. 나우스 팀 선수들은 분명히 각자 매력이 있다고
I thought he
생각하지만
wanted to face
저희가
against
충분히 이길 수
Demon
있는
Guard.
팀이라고 생각합니다.
That is it.
那我们 APEC 赛区的选队结果呢，就由首尔 KT.RY 战队在首场对阵到马尼拉 Neos 战队，排名第2位的无里南 BRU 战队呢，即将对阵的是 Pasay NGX 战队。So our team selection for APEC gonna be Seoul KT.RY to play against Manila Esports and the Buriram United Esports gonna play against the Pasay Galaxy. 那么接下来就让我们来看一下 APEC 赛区季后赛的对阵结果。Now let's take a look at the playoff draw for APEC.
Oh man. We know the record of NGX against BRU.
Yeah, they're the first one. They're the first one to give the defeat to NGX, right? That was wow.
0-3, 0-2, dude. 5-game losing streak against BRU. NGX really has a lot of homework to do.
在季后赛的精彩发挥。首届英雄联盟手游亚洲联。
That is. What can we say? Let's go back first to the CN conference picks though. What I'm surprised of was KBG picking up Nova because they want to win against Nova from that only loss that they have in the Seoul tournament was because of them. And picking that was a very confident move from KBG.
Yeah, right. Like that was the very first game in where we saw the Akali of Unrun 9 got shot down by the Galio remake, right? Sorry, by Yami, not remake. And that's the only surprising pick for me, right? A lot has something to do with the fact that we are on patch 4.2, and Alone also needs to be respected in the Dragon Lane, right? Like he's been so willing to pick all those marksmen, so that could also be the reason why they went for Nova Esports rather than going for EDG. But that's okay, right? That's the upper bracket. They have 2 lives. If ever they go back down, though, that's the concerning part. They went to the side of JDG, which I believe is the easier route, because whoever wins between JDG and Trace Esports will be facing against KBG if ever they lose. And you know, same applies to whoever the loser of that particular matchup is.
Yeah, what's gonna be scary here is Thundertalk Gaming fighting against Weibo Gaming on their side, because it might be a really hard fight, especially on this version of this team. Because before, when they won against this team, when they won against Thundertalk, that was not Soil yet. Now that the Soil is here, and this is gonna be a ADC heavy meta, it's still gonna be hard for them.
It is definitely going to be a very exciting playoffs. And again, for the information of everyone, the playoffs will begin June 21st. So we have at least the weekend off. Dash and you know, a weekend off for all these pro teams would be maximized to its full potential. But Dash,
yeah, and now that is gonna be it, everybody. We still have APAC actually just pick off. We've seen the brackets, and we're gonna be seeing Naos and Roller fighting against each other, and on the other side we're gonna be seeing NGX and BRU. As Otto said, they really need to do their homeworks on this weekend that's gonna come up. I hope everybody is gonna be ready for that tournament. Thank you very much for everyone for this 2 months of watching the regular season. Invite your friends on the start of the playoffs, because that is when everything is at stake for everyone. We still would like to thank everybody for watching, and also for all the teams who actually joined the tournament and is now going to be waiting for the next split. But again, thank you very much everyone for watching this 4 best of 3s that we had for today. It was a very long day. I do hope to see next week, or next week, to see you guys on the next show. But again, thank you very much. We have been the irregulars on the Sunday special. We'll still have Sunday special come to the playoffs. See you guys next week for more Wild Rift action.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.